Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am, and this is Ultra 4 Racing. You are in for some great racing action through the tight trees at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma for this double points race. I am Miles Haskins alongside my good friend Jim Marsden, and this is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and we are about to get this party started.
Miles, it's so good to be back here. I love this race course. It's absolutely awesome. As you just mentioned, this is the 4500s and 4800s of the EMC classes. What is EMC? Everyman's Challenge. Where does that come from? King of the Hammers. Now, that was the birthplace of Ultra 4 Racing, but right now, it's all about Visions 2023 at Outdoors America Outdoors, and we can't... I'll start that again. At Mid-America Outdoors here in Jay, Oklahoma. Look at these cars. We've got 21 runners and riders today across two separate classes, but it's going to be Ryan Taylor who qualified in the pole-sitting position with a 50.32.
And sitting at second position, number 56, is Brent Harrell.
And just behind him, it is Woody Rose.
Then in fourth is Brian Trimp.
And then it's the first of our 4500s. It's Troy Digby.
In sixth spot is Ryan Webb.
And then the second of our 4500s is Rick Rilevezzo.
And then Cody St. Clair sitting in that eighth spot overall.
And then in ninth is Jeremy Jones.
10th, Jesse Oliver.
In 11th is Eric Weichel.
12th, Justin Barton.
In 13th, Justin Miron.
14th, Bob Lindgren.
And then in 15th is Kimberly Sparrow.
16th goes to Johnny Valadez.
And in 17th is Dwayne Garrettson.
18, Jeff Flanagan.
Then in 19th is Sean Rance.
20th is Brian Moore.
And rounding out the field is Jeff Martin in 21st position. But you might be saying to yourself, why is Sean Rance right down there in 19th position? That's because some of these cars had some little accidents, shall we say, during qualifying.
They had anti-gravity going against them and flipped over a little bit.
Indeed, gravity got a hold and dragged them over. And we're sitting on the right start line right now with Ryan Taylor in that absolutely gorgeous Trent Fab car.
And don't forget, there are two different races going on at the same time. It'll be one at a time every 20 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. It is an 8-mile lap. They'll race for 1.5 hours, and then the white flag comes out. So 8.5 hours, and then one more lap to go. So we'll see how this shakes out. And the fastest lap of this week thus far is the young Nathan Parker with a 14:06.
Yeah, that was an astonishing fast. We expected the Pro Mods yesterday in the UTV class to be beating that, but they didn't. The course is starting to break down out there. The ruts are getting deep, and it's becoming more technical. Now, race conditions are absolutely perfect here. There's moisture on the ground. We had a little bit of rain last night as well. It's going to keep the dust down, and it is perfect race conditions here in Jay, Oklahoma.
We'll have 21 cars take the line here in just a little bit. We have 15 in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We have 6 in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And speaking about that, a 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, you can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Mechanical steering, a maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower.
Indeed you can. In the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legend class, you can have a front or rear mounted engine with unlimited horsepower. The vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, a single shock per corner, and a maximum of a 37-inch DOT tyre. Only solid axles allowed, and you are allowed to have new fully built vehicles built to spec and built to rulebook.
So, Jim, you say DOT tire. That's a street-legal tire. This is not a race tire.
Yeah, that's correct. These are tyres that you can buy in any tyre shop anywhere in the world.
And then you also just said Trent Fab. What is Trent Fab? What is Jimmy's? What is Tribe 16?
Well, these are specific manufacturers of chassis. Now, when this all kicked off back in 2007, people were using modified vehicles such as Jeeps, Land Rovers, all sorts of different things. Now we build custom-built racing chassis for these class of vehicles, and this Trent Fab here is a perfect example of that. So this is a solid axle vehicle. That means it has a beam axle at the front and a beam axle at the rear.
Which is a straight axle, solid axle?
Indeed
beam
it is.
axle?
Yep, that's correct. And you can see it's running a single shock at the front and a single shock at the rear. Now, this is a Legends class car, so it is allowed to have hydraulic steering. That means there is no mechanical link, and it has a fluid link that is moving the steering.
These cars are extremely fast, and all you have to do is throw a 44-inch tire and a couple shocks on that car, and you can go racing 4,400 as well. That's about the only difference on these cars.
It is. The technology is absolutely remarkable, and we've got some very, very fast cars out on track. Ryan Taylor had an absolute stunner of a qualifying run.
And the green flag is flying for Ryan Mountain Taylor, with Corey Day riding shotgun number 53 out of North Liberty, Indiana, with Team Indiana and Rock Roots Racing. He was a national champion in 2022. We'll see how it goes.
And lining up right now, it's car 56, is Brent Harrell, son of Brett Harrell, who we are going to see racing tomorrow. And this vehicle was built by Paul Herschel. Look at it. It's absolutely astonishing. The pinnacle of 4800 innovation right now. And he thunders off the line. Listen to that comedy-sized V8 as it roars off down this field.
Brent Harrell with Justin riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon, with Change Order Racing in that Horschel chassis.
And this is another Trent Fab car. This is Woody Rose.
He has got Tad Dowker riding shotgun number 22 out of Sparks, Nevada, with Trent Fabrication and that beautiful top shelf Trent Fab chassis.
Yeah, it's worth talking about here. These vehicles can either run with just the driver or run with a passenger, as Woody Rose takes off the line and is our third vehicle to make their way down into the woods.
Takes off from the race line start-finish. Up next is going to be the 896 of Brian Trimp with Colin Morlock riding shotgun out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, with Shallow Pockets Racing with a Jeep Armory chassis.
Yeah, very different look to this car. And he will be so pleased to be qualifying here in fourth position. A great run there with a 51.687.
And Brian Trimp is off the line.
Okay, lining up now is the first of our 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. This is Troy Digby in the 4514, and off the line he goes. He qualified with a 52.23.
He's got Tom Biddle riding shotgun out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with Digby Racing.
He's got a real old school look going on there, and now it's the 717 of Ryan Webb.
Ryan Rollover Webb with his son Blaine Webb riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana, with Kryptonite Racing. He's in a Jimmy's chassis.
Yeah, and he's running those new Kenda tyres there by the looks of it. Kevlar sidewalls.
See a little blue smoke puffing out there.
Yeah, a lot of these engines have been sat there idling, and they will just be clearing their throats as they make their way off the start line. Now, this is Rick Levezzo. This is a Get Bent chassis, and this car is built to the letter of the law. It really is a remarkable 4500 machine. Huge engine in the front of this. And if you get a chance, check out the steering. It really is very innovative as Rick Levezzo blazes off the line.
Rick Levezzo with James Mahoney riding shotgun out of Fort Worth, Texas, with R Squared Racing and a Get Fab Ford Bronco with an LS7.
And this in the 4561 really does need no introduction. This is Cody Sinclair.
The Texas Kid with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun, the 4561 out of Ponder, Texas, with SCR Motorsports and that beautiful built Tribe 16 chassis by Adam Shear and Company. And he takes off with a rocket. They are really giving it all. They're taking one at a time every 20 seconds.
And this is another Trent Fab car. This is the 4837 of Jeremy Jones, racing in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
He has Dom Balducci riding shotgun out of Laramie, Wyoming, with Doc Jones Racing. Another Trent Fab chassis. And Derek Trent is on site, Mr. Trent Fab himself. There's Cody St. Clair coming into screen. You're heading down to the first little wood obstacle. This is an 8-mile course. Lots of woods, lots of hay pastures, 5 either-ors, a couple creeks you have to cross, a little bit of everything here at Mid-America Outdoors during the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza.
And this is the 4517 of Jesse Oliver. And he is our fourth 4500 car going off the line today. The Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 has been well represented here this weekend.
Randy Knoll riding shotgun out of White Lake, Michigan, with Oliver Racing.
And next on the line, this is Eric Weichel in the 406. This is a car that you're never going to lose. Just look at that livery.
And I can't wait to see a drone shot of it. The top of it's got a smiley face on it. So Eric Weichel with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Helena, Montana with Some Fear 406 Racing in his Jimmy's chassis.
And off the line he goes. And you can see them here. They'll be coming down towards this hot pit. There it is, Eric.
There's a great shot of the Amsoil hot pits.
And now this is Justin Barth, 417. We saw him racing yesterday in the UTVs.
He has got Anthony Outriding shotgun out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing in his Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis. There's Eric Weichel blowing by the Amsoil hot pits. If you do choose to go into the Amsoil hot pits, there's one entrance and one exit. Once you enter, it's 25 miles an hour.
I always think that 25 mile an hour is very generous. I wish we would do the same in Europe. They reduce us down to 5 mile an hour, which I always find is a bit dumb, but there we are. Everybody has their rules. And this is the 193 now of Justin Miron.
Justin Myron out of Williamsburg with Myron's Garage Racing. This is his first Ultra 4 USA race. So the first round is on us. We took care of his entry fee. So if you've never raced Ultra 4 USA, come check it out. The first round is on us. So this is our 13th competitor taking off into the woods.
And our 14th competitor lining up very shortly with the 819 there of Bob Lindgren.
With Jared McGee riding shotgun out of Salida, Colorado with Rusty Nail Racing in the Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. This car's been around a very long time. It used to race 4,400. Now they've put a single shock down some 37-inch tires and racing the 4,800 Legends class car.
Lauren Healy's old car.
No, it is not, and I just draw a blank.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on it as well. But
I do apologize.
Now, we'll come back to us. There's so much floating around in our brains these days.
It's been a long week, but it's been a fun week, Jim.
Exactly, but we've got over 10 years of history in Ultra 4 racing, and sometimes it's a little bit difficult to pull back those little memories, but we'll get there. But, oh, look at this.
Oh, getting a little sideways. Bobby Lindgren having some fun out there.
And that is Kimberly Sparrow going off the line now in the 872.
With her husband Hunter Sparrow riding shotgun out of Denver, Colorado with Sparrow Motorsports.
And this is 717 of Johnny Valdez lining up right now. And that is
Kimberly Sparrow. Off the line next is 1717 of Johnny Valadez.
He's already left, and now it is no other than car 26. This is Dwayne Garrison. Now, Dwayne, he had a bit of a gravity issue.
Had a little tumble during qualifying?
During qualifying, which is why we normally expect to see him right at the pointy end of the field, but not this time.
Dwayne Garrison with Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun number 26 out of Alma, Arkansas with Come Get You Some Off-Road, his Jimmy 4x4 chassis. He won King of the Hammers just a few months ago.
Yeah, and he's going to be a good one to watch. He's going to be great action to see. Dwayne, can he push up through this field of talented drivers? You wouldn't bet against it. And he's one of those guys who suddenly, he's not there, and then all of a sudden at the end of the race, he pops up in the top three. Next off the line is going to be Jeffrey Flanagan in the 869.
Local boy out of Disney, Oklahoma, Jeff Flanagan with Flanagan Motorsports in a Bent Fab chassis.
And this is a car that really does need very little introduction. This is the 4531 of Sean Rance, the OG Bronco.
It has been around for racing. A long time. With Chuck Richardson riding shotgun out of Aztec, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing and that 1976 Ford Bronco Jesse Hames fabrication chassis. 455 small block taking off.
And we're coming to the pointy end now. This is Brian Moore. 918.
His first race was Crandon last year. Brian Moore with David Moore riding shotgun out of Tulsa, Oklahoma with Moore Racing in a Blue Torch Fab chassis.
Now there's a name you don't hear very often these days.
Blue Torch, that's an old school name. I saw Peter Bassler riding around the other day. Had a fun little chat with him.
And off the line goes Brian Moore and our final runner and rider. I'm rounding up our 21 is the 1470 of Jeff Martin.
with Justin Sherwin riding shotgun out of Martinsville, Indiana, with Martin Racing in another Get Bent Fab chassis. So that is 21 cars out on this 8-mile course. They're taking off one at a time every 20 seconds.
Yeah, now let's talk
it is 30 seconds. We were going to do 20, but I'm looking at the timing. It is 30 seconds.
Now, yesterday we saw times in and around about the 15 minutes for the UTVs was an average, and we even saw the Spider Tracks 4600 stock class breaking 18 minutes to do a lap. What kind of speeds are we expecting these guys to be going around in?
Remember, this course is getting tore up. We got a little bit of weather overnight also, so I'm going to say we're going to be in that 15-ish minute mark, I think. That's going to be my guess, 15 minutes flat.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about this yesterday. It's going to be, the big story is going to be tyres. Is can you keep the tyres under these vehicles? We know that's going to cost them time when they're coming back in. They've got to go into the hot pits so they can get another tyre in the rack. Do they stop out in the field and make the change, or do they stop when they come back in?
Do they limp it? Remember, This is a no-chase race, so only you and your driver can do it. You and your co-driver or a fellow competitor or Ultra 4 USA Safety. Otherwise, you have to make it all the way to the Amsoil hot pits. There's a great high and wide angle. There's a little S-turn right there, and that is a fun part of the course. Then they dip back into the trees. Lots of passing opportunities, lots of single track. There are 5 either-ors. It is going to be an amazing day of racing for the 2023 Can-Am Visions here at Mid-America Outdoors.
And it is absolutely fantastic. Inside these woods are incredible valleys and gullies, streams and crossings. It really has got a little bit of everything on this course. So we've got 21 runners and riders out there right now, and it was Ryan Taylor who headed out the field. So we need to start thinking about what's going to be happening in this race today. So it's an hour and a half of racing plus 1 lap. Now, some of these cars, they're going to find this a little bit difficult to be able to complete this course without actually refueling. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that and see if people are coming up with strategy. Now, this is an awesome bit here. They're actually going down through a stream bed here. Look at this as he makes his way down through. And I think that might be our current race leader. And I think that is about race mile 6 there we see him on this 8-mile course.
And this is about mile marker number 6, like you're saying, Jim, and that's a fun little creek section. It's a really cool part of the course. We got a couple of our volunteers out there making sure everything's running smooth, and look at that little splash it's coming through.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Now, this is either good or bad, depending on which way you look at it. It's good because it cools down your transmission and brings down your engine temperatures. But on your first lap, you don't want to get your race suit soaking wet. Don't forget, most of these vehicles do not have any kind of windscreen at all. They're completely open-fronted. So they have to watch their pace going through these kind of streams so they don't get all that water come into the car. And it looks like that is our race leader there. Ryan Taylor making his way out of the creek and now onto the Spider Tracks.
The Spider Tracks backstretch.
You got me. So another stream crossing there. They'll just be pushing through there. They'll just be looking in his mirrors trying to check out. He had a 30-minute head start. A 30-second head start over second place Brett Harrell. And Brent will be pushing hard in that Horschel-built vehicle to try to catch him as Ryan disappears into the trees.
While we just get in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, we have another special guest we're going to bring in, Mrs. Courtney Miers from Hammer King Productions.
Good morning, Courtney. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm fantastic. How are you doing? That was a great kickoff to the day.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. There's nothing we love more than Ultra 4 racing, and I know that you love Ultra 4 racing as well. What do you think about these classes? We've got so many vehicles here this weekend. You must be so proud to see this.
Absolutely. I mean, we have some of our King of the Hammers 2023 rookies out there. Troy Digby, he is on the pole for the 4500 class. He was second place at KOH this year as one of the KOH rookies as well.
Yeah, that's a remarkable story in itself, and that's what we love about this sport. It doesn't matter whether you've been racing it for over 10 years or whether you're brand new to us, you all soon become part of our family, our racing family here. But tell us a little bit about Hammers 2024 and the rookie program and what you've got planned.
Absolutely. So we just announced the dates for Hammers 2024. It's going to be January 18th to February 3rd. And so I know that's an exciting one for everyone that people mark on the calendars. It ties in here because we're all a big family. So that's the first race on the Ultra 4 USA series. So excited to announce that coming in divisions this week. I'm here supporting our racers because so many of the racers that come to King of the Hammers also are here racing the national series as well. So we just kicked off the rookie program for 2024 as well, opened that up. That was something brand new in 2023 where anyone who's never been driver of record before at King of the Hammers can come and join us. And we put on a program essentially teaching you how to get to the Hammers, not only just to the start line, but how to register, how to get to the lake bed, literally how to help build your car. We have veteran competitors who come in and teach you tech, mapping, GPS. Literally, we had people who left the ranch and said they left and tore down their complete build after hearing from veterans and started all over again. And those are the people who left and they finished the race.
Yeah, to have that information, I cannot impress on people at home just how important that information is. And the fact that Hammer King are making these veteran racers and these advisors available for these rookies, I find incredible. It's a remarkable program. And the proof is in the pudding. And we're seeing it right now with Troy Digby just as one example of how successful this program has been so far. And it's in its infancy. So we've only just seen it take place this year in 2023. And the fact that we're already planning for 2024, it really does get me very excited.
Absolutely. Do I hear a car coming?
It looks here like we might be seeing our current race leader. This looks like Ryan Taylor there. We've got the drone following up behind, and it looks like he's got a flat tyre. Or has it? Yes, it does look like he has got a left rear flat as he breaks out into the top there of the Brannock Bowl. So that is the Trent Fab of Ryan Taylor. And he thunders across the line. He's going to be going into the Amsoil hot pit any moment now. So he should be checking up. There he goes. Starts to check. And he'll be braking left any second. There he goes. Into the Amsoil hot pit. Now, this is where practice makes perfect. And Ryan has one of the best teams in the business. So what can they do? They should already be ready. They'll be on their rugged race radios. The jacks come out. Everyone goes to action. Now, you'll see that he's still got a spare wheel in the rack there. That means that they didn't stop to change it. He felt that he could get back into base and get that tyre changed. Now, this is interesting. This looks like this is going to be Brian Temp. But we will see, because I can hear horns blazing as well, which means there's probably more than one car coming up through into the Brannock Bowl at any moment. And I can see visually that Stephen Rose, or Woody Rose, is going to be the second car on course, crossing the race line start-finish, closely followed by Brian Temp.
Brian Trempy.
But the interesting thing with this is there's somebody missing. Brent Harrell. Where is Brent Harrell? So has he got a problem out on course? Has he had a flat tyre? There are so many things that could be happening right now. We've got a proper race on our hands. And you can see that our race leader, there's Ryan Taylor. He has just surrendered the lead to our new race leader, and that is Woody Rose in that Trent Fab car, making his way down into the woods right now.
And I'm pretty sure Ryan Taylor was national champion last year.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's always up there and always pushing hard.
And I think also it was his first full season racing, I'm pretty sure as well.
Yeah, and I believe Woody Rose, of course, was our winner at Legends of the Fall last year. More cars coming out there now.
That's Troy.
That
so
is
there's
Troy
our
Digby.
4,500.
Yep.
He's our pole. He set the pole for 4,500, and he is our 2023 second place 4,500 rookie as well.
He is. Troy's doing a fantastic job there. Blazes through the race line, start-finish, making his way down towards the hot pits. He passes straight by. No issues there for Troy. Got a good solid race going here. Now let's not forget he's on adjusted time and he is actually going to be pushing hard those other vehicles. And at the moment I can tell you that our race leader at the moment is Brian Tempe, closely followed by Woody Rose, and then it was Ryan Taylor. But Ryan, of course, came in with a flat tyre, and he's just exited the pits, as we can see there, making his way back onto course, and now he's got some hunting to do. So we've had 4 cars cross the line so far. In first position at the moment is Brian Trempy. And it looks like our drone's picked up another vehicle making his way towards the Brannock Bowl. And this looks like it might be another Trent Fab car. It is Jeremy Jones. Looks like Jeremy Jones has had a fantastic first lap. Started in 9th position as he crosses the race line start-finish. And Jeremy Jones is our new race leader.
Yes.
What a first lap.
Jeremy Jones is also the overall EMC winner at the 2023 King of the Hammers as well.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. Rick Lavezzo crosses the line, 6th overall and 2nd in 4,500. So a fantastic run here. We've really got some good cars and some great times coming together. But right now it's all about Jeremy Jones, our current race leader, as Cody Sinclair blazes through. Cody Sinclair is sitting in 2nd in class in the 4,500s, behind Troy Digby, and is 6th overall. So Courtney, Mid-America Outdoors, it's an amazing place, isn't it? To see all the different sports coming together in off-road and celebrating it as a one singular off-road festival. It must make you smile, must make you very happy to be here and enjoying this. I saw you last night down at the Rock Bouncing, enjoying that and watching the jet skis. It's quite remarkable, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. I've had such a wonderful time coming here and being welcomed by everyone here at Mid-America and Ultra 4 USA. And it's just great to be able to come out here and to, hang out with our racers and get clips of them and just be here. And it's the camaraderie. We teach that in the rookie program, and to be able to come here and, show the camaraderie between all the organizations. And, Miles is here, working here at the national races, and then Miles comes and joins us at KOH. And Miles and I were joking yesterday, and I said, the dates, and they start January 18th. And then we're like, oh, but we'll be on the lake bed on like January 1st. And so it's fun. It's just great being here.
It is indeed. And we just saw Jesse Oliver crossing the line while we were chatting then. And Jesse Oliver has moved up into 2nd position in the 4,500 modified class. So a great drive there from Jesse Oliver. So let's just check out our top 3 in 4,800 Brannock's Motorsports Legends class. In 3rd is Woody Rose. In 2nd is Brian Trempy. In 1st place is Jeremy Jones in that Trent Fab car. And then in 1st position, 5th overall in 4,500 is Troy Digby. In 2nd, in 6th overall is Jesse Oliver. As more cars cross the line. And that is the 417 there of Justin Bath. But one young man we still haven't seen was the 2nd man off the line this morning, and that is Brent Harrell. So we'll be keeping up with that story as soon as we have any more information. As Eric Weichel comes in shot, Jimmy's Fab Chassis crossing over that race line, start-finish line, and making his way down towards the Amsoil hot pits.
Well, I'm going to pass this back to Miles. So thank you for letting me jump on here and talk about the rookie program. So it's open. If anyone has never raced KOH before, kingofthehammers.com. Go ahead and check out the information for the rookie program, and we'll see you all on the lake bed January 18th.
We very much look forward to it. I'm not going to miss that one, that's for sure.
Thanks so much. I'm going to go hang out back there and grab some more videos.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much, Courtney. Give our best regards to Dave, and we look forward to catching up with you very, very soon.
Thank you.
So a big shout out to Courtney and Dave at Hammer King Productions, and for everything they do for us.
Thank you, Courtney Prost. That was a great little tidbit on the KOH rookie program. It's a lot of fun. Something that morphed from a one and done to look what it's came to. It's so amazing. There's Justin Myron coming through, finishing his first lap. And right behind him is Bobby Lindgren.
Well, Miles, whether you're out of the chair, we've got lots of action going on here. Look at this.
Let's check out the Optima Batteries leaderboard. Looks like we're going to go, well, let's start at the top. On adjusted time, it is Jeremy Jones out front.
In second position right now is Brian Trempy.
And third in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is Woody Rose.
Woody Rose, and then our pole setter, Ryan Taylor. We saw him come across the line with a flat tyre. He's currently in fourth position.
And it's even going to be further back than that with that flat tire.
Well, no, it's possible. We're going to have to wait and see because obviously he's lost a couple of minutes by going into the pits as well. So you are absolutely right. But the big story right now is where is Brent Harrell?
Brent Harrell has not came through yet. Tough break for him. But first in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class is Mr. Troy Digby.
Yeah, and then in sixth place overall and fifth in Legends is Justin Barth.
Seventh overall, second in the 4500 is Jesse Oliver.
And eighth overall and third in class is Cody Sinclair.
Ninth overall, fourth in the modified is Rick Levezzo.
Yeah, then in 10th overall and sixth in Legends is Bobby Lindgren.
What a great race. Here comes Dwayne Garrettson into screen number 26, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra 4 USA.
Yeah, now this is going to be very interesting. There's a couple of people who've had some incredible drives so far. We're watching Jeremy Jones. He started in 9th position, so he really did find a lot of pace out there on this track.
Dwayne Garrettson getting a little slideways. I don't see a puncture on the tire. Nope, just a little wet conditions. But he's keeping it going. Dwayne Garrettson out of Alma, Arkansas with that Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco. Limitless Performance 6-liter, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, Yukon, Yokohama, Raceline Wheels, Brannick, Steinjager, Radflow, and Warren. And he's heading into the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, so Dwayne Garrettson there coming into the pits. Now let's see what happens here. I think he's a little bit off pace. This is unusual. Dwayne's down in 5th position in class at the moment and 10th overall.
And like I said, I saw him as he crossed over the race line start-finish. I did not see any flat tires. So why is he in there? They're looking at the front end. Is it steering? Is it a drive line?
Yeah, it's maybe something going on with that car, that's for sure.
Here comes Kimberly Sparrow with her husband, Hunter Sparrow, riding shotgun. She had surgery just about 3 weeks ago, so she's going to try to race as long as she can, but she's probably only going to race about half of it.
So Dwayne Garrettson's going back out onto track now. It looks like they've just had a chat to him and just explained what was going on. They don't seem to have made any repairs, so perhaps they can't find anything.
Like I said, is it a driveline issue? Is it a steering issue? Is he worried about his shocks? We're not sure. We're all speculating, but we'll try to get some chatter over those rugged race radios.
Yeah, it's all speculation at this moment. As we're watching, is that Kimberly Sparrow?
That's Kimberly Sparrow in the Amsoil hot pits now.
And you can see their crew running from Dwayne Garrettson's pit. More vehicles coming around now. I believe that this might be Jeff Martin about to cross the line. That is the 1470 of Jeff Martin there. We've got a hell of a race going on here, Miles. It's absolutely fantastic.
This is wonderful. Remember, there are 2 races going on, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So 2 races going on at the same time. They are scored separately, but are racing all at the same. They took off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. It says 8-mile loop out here at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma for the 3rd annual Visions on this 1,600-acre premier riding and racing park that is extremely family-friendly.
Yeah, we're just looking at the lap times here, and these guys are laying down roughly 16:23s at the moment. As we watch
I was guessing that 15-minute mark, and the course is really starting to fall apart. We were just walking across the Brannick Bowl a little bit ago on our break, and the ruts are, 2.5 foot deep? I mean, it is really dug out. Ooh, we've got some action coming up towards the Brannick Bowl.
Yeah, and as they come out of the Brannick Bowl, I don't know if we can see that, but you'll get an idea. Just look at this drone here, staying with these vehicles.
There's Jeff Flanagan, local boy from Disney, Oklahoma.
Yeah, and he's chasing hard at the moment. Just trying to pick out the car in front of him. And they'll be joining us up here any moment as they make their way through the Brannick Bowl onto the race line start-finish straight.
I believe that's Bob Lindgren.
It would make sense.
Nope, that is Sean Rance.
It is Sean Rance. I think, is it Sean got a flat maybe? No?
Jeff Flanagan and Sean Rance drag racing across the race line, start-finish, heading out for their second lap. What a great morning of racing it has been. And I'm going to bring in my normal co-host, Mrs. Pam Hall. She's been running all over this place, doing a little bit of everything. Pam, how you doing?
I'm doing amazing, Miles. It's been a great day having the kids go off the line this morning.
How much fun was that?
No, we had, how many cars did we have? 30?
25.
25. I thought it was over 30, but yeah. And then I ended up transporting Scotty Dog over to the Nitro Cross area and then watched a little bit of pit bikes just now. Back over here with you, and then I'm going to head over to the hot pits here in just a little bit, but it's been a great weekend.
Yeah, and you've been calling the side-by-side series and the trucks. It's been a great week. It's been a busy week, but it's been amazing. And then what do you think about Paul Wolf last night schooling the rock bouncers?
That was pretty cool. I actually was at the finish line last night helping out with that whole entire race, and I have video because I was doing the videos to make sure, when it becomes a photo finish, right? I have a video of him pogo sticking.
Yeah, and Jim and I were talking about that earlier. Did he hurt his car? Risk versus reward? I guess time will tell. He's going to be on that pole position in that next race, and it's going to be interesting. We just saw Woody Rose at mile marker number 6 with Brian Trimp right behind him.
All right, so I haven't been over here, but we have Jeremy Jones in the lead right now. Is that correct?
Yes, on adjusted time. He took off in 9th position, but on adjusted time, Jeremy Jones is sitting in that first place. Right behind him is Brian Trimp.
Wow, and Woody Rose in that 3rd position, Ryan Taylor in 4th.
And then first in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class is Troy Digby.
And then in the 5th position for the 4,800 Legends is Justin Barth, and then in 2nd for 4,500 is Jesse Oliver.
And then 3rd for the modified class is Cody St. Clair.
And then in 4th position, Rick Lavezzo. And then in 6th position for the 4,800s is Jeff Martin. But 5th is Dwayne Garrettson for the 4,500 modified.
That is the Optima Batteries leaderboard. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com to have the same timing we have here in the Can-Am desk.
Well, it's been amazing out here. I've been listening to you and Jim as much as I can between running back and forth between everything. But the side-by-side championship series, we finished that out tonight. We do have our pro classes going, so I'll be heading over there after this.
That was Ryan Taylor cruising along in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. What a great race we have on our hands. And right here, I believe, is going to be mile marker 3. And we were going to run the creek, but the creek, we got all this rain, and it was 2 feet deep when JT and I made the course a couple weeks ago. But everybody's pre-ran all the rain. Now it's like 3.5 foot, 4 foot deep, and JT's like, he axed it. Cut straight through the creek, not run it just for safety reasons.
Okay, now they cut that out yesterday as well, or
yep.
Yes, because
yesterday was
wet.
the UTVs with a 33-inch tire, so would have been even deeper.
Yeah,
so.
I haven't seen the course since out marking with you guys. That was a blast as always. I know there's a lot of trail cutting and tree clearing going on.
It was a lot of work, but a lot of fun for sure. Look how big and vast Mid-America Outdoors is here for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza. The left of your screen is what we call the hideout. We've got a Jumbotron, a couple food trucks, 16 flushable toilets with air conditioning as Doc Jones with Dom Valducci heading through.
Yes, and Jeremy Jones. Seeing him the other day, talking to him, chatting. He said he got his toter stuck over here when they were coming in because they came in after all that rain happened. But there we do have Troy Digby as well, trucking along on race course.
And there is so much action going out today, this week, so be sure to tune in. It's kind of like the Olympics. We have multiple races going on all at the same time, and they're all being streamed. Ultra 4 USA, Mid-America Pit Bikes, the RC cars. So kind of go to AOE.TV. You can choose your channel. Go to Mid-America Outdoors or Ultra 4 USA Facebook. Hit that share button. Start a watch party. Let's blow this thing up. This is the last 2 days of Visions. We have Ultra 4 today. We have Nitro Cross, Nitro Circus tomorrow. It's going to be one to watch for sure. There's Brian Moore in that blue torch fab. The number 918
And I love seeing them going through this terrain. I believe that is the last section right there before you come up out of this valley and turn right to come through the start-finish line.
You are absolutely correct. We'll see him just in a moment as he takes that hard right into the Brannock Bowl. And we were talking about those ruts. Yeah. Did you see those on your way over here?
I didn't. I heard about them, though. I've been talking to drivers, and they're saying the ruts are getting so deep. But that right there was a very interesting exit on the qualifying course the other day. Had quite a few flops.
It was a lot of fun. So Brian Moore with that Blue Torch chassis, LS 5.3 Maxxis Visions, and he wants to give a huge shout out to the Jensen brothers with Blue Torch.
And Woody Rose is following closely behind, coming up out of that little valley section. And then let's see who this one is coming through.
So Woody Rose is our physical race leader, with Brian Trimp right behind him, and Brian Trimp moves into first position on adjusted time. But I still think Jeremy Jones is going to be there because we only have the ticker right at the race line start-finish, and Woody Rose blows around Brian Moore on the outside of the Amsoil hot pits. And let's speak about that. The track they're on is wide open racing. If you go into the Amsoil hot pits, it's 25 miles an hour, and you'll be out there giving us some information over the Rugged Race radios here for the next race, I believe. Correct?
I will, yes. We actually have a camera guy that's over at our pit bike area right now. We have one set up right now over there with a little bit of information will be coming from there later on, but I don't know if I'll make it quite over there for this race. But it's super cool being over there in the hot pits, Miles. I know you like to be over there as well. You like to use your little mic wrench. What is it called?
The wrench mic, King of the Hammers. We started that probably 7-8 years ago, and we kind of did it as a joke at first, and it kind of stuck, and I have fun with it, and everybody else enjoys it as well.
So let's talk about the hot pits yesterday. Team Momentum, they were very, very busy. They were
helping out everybody.
They were helping out everybody. There was one guy that came in that there was a tire in the back of his truck, and he was on 33s. He only had a 35-inch tire that he was able to put on.
There's Ryan Taylor and Corey Day. Our pole setter moves into that third position, but I think Jeremy Jones still has it, so I'll probably put him roughly fourth on adjusted time. And what a great race we have right now. If you are just tuning in, I am Miles Hasquist alongside my good friend, Mrs. Pam Hall. And this is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza here at Mid-America Outdoors. And there is Jeremy Jones, so we'll know in less than a minute if he is still our race leader on adjusted time. But he is fourth out on course.
Fourth out on course. That's an awesome run, though, by him. I know that he's always one to reckon with out here, and there we have
Rick Levezzo,
yes.
And James Mahoney riding shotgun. And I was talking to them a little bit ago, Rick and James, and it sounds like James has a new car. I'm not going to spoil it, but he bought a really nice 4400 car. We'll see him debut that, we believe, at Lake Havasu.
Nice.
So Jeremy Jones still is our adjusted time leader. So Jeremy Jones in that first position for the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class.
And you know that he's super stoked about it. But right now we do have Brian Trimp in that second position.
And then in third, it's Woody Rose.
And in fourth position, Ryan Taylor.
And that's the only four competitors out on their third lap. This is an hour and a half, then the white flag comes out. So it's an hour and a half plus one more lap. And we started right on the money at 10 o'clock. So we're 37 minutes into racing.
So they probably will get roughly, another 2 or 3 laps in? No?
Yeah, I'd say 3...
3 at the max?
No, I'd say 6 more, right?
6 more
Because, yeah, they've already done 3.
Oh, 37.
And they've only been racing for 30 minutes. So, yeah, I'm going to say they'll be shy of 10 laps. Right around that 10-lap mark is my guess.
I know, and we always do this, and I haven't been over here with you because we've had Jim over here from across the pond. But have you guys been doing any tinkering back and forth of fastest lap times?
Absolutely. I guessed yesterday 14 minutes flat, and Nathan the Phenom Parker got a 14:06. So I was pretty close on that one. And I don't know, we were talking the 4400 should be faster, but the course is falling apart, so I'm not sure if anybody's going to beat the 14:06 of Nathan Parker.
And the 14-year-old. I mean, It's so amazing. He had a little bit of an issue, ended up losing a tire and having some problems go on. But, yeah, fastest lap by a 14-year-old kid. I wonder what all these guys are thinking out here.
It's absolutely amazing. There's Kimberly Sparrow with her... No, that was Justin Myron. I apologize. There is Cody, the Texas kid, St. Clair, coming into screen. He'll be up at the Brannock Bowl here very shortly. This is a double points race for Nationals, both East and West Championship.
And what a great event. I know you guys have talked about it multiple times out here, but it's been an amazing event out here. And today there's 4 live streams going at the same time.
It is nuts, isn't it?
Yes.
There was Bobby Lindgren cruising along. And we have Cody St. Clair coming around the Brannock Bowl, crossing over the race line, start-finish, heading out for another lap. So he is our Cody St. Clair on adjusted time is leading the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and look at him blowing by the AMSOIL hot pits.
Yes, and the sound of his engine going behind us. You have the best seat in the house. You get to see them right here up front, in personal, in close to our start-finish line, and that engine going by is such a great sound to hear.
And let's give us some of our amazing sponsors a huge shout-out. It is Raceline Wheels, AMSOIL, Mid-America Outdoors, Mile Marker, Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am, Good Boy Vodka, Lasernut, 360 Wraps, Optima Batteries, Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Whalen, Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, the Off-Road Syndicate. So please support who supports the sport, as Justin Barth gets a little slideways coming through the Brannick Bowl. So if you're building a rock crawler, a race car, a tow rig, a play car, please check out all these amazing marketing partners and show them the love that they are showing us. Justin Barth cruising by the AMSOIL hot pits.
And Justin Barth, did he race his UTV as well yesterday?
Yes, he did. Justin Barth was in the Pro Modified class yesterday. There's Dwayne Garrett's in the Ricky Bobby of Ultra 4 USA with his buddy Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
So yesterday, tires were an issue with all of our UTV racers. Have there been any major issues with tires so far today?
Ryan Taylor, a pole setter, was in the AMSOIL hot pits early. Dwayne Garrett's pulled through. They did a visual. I'm not sure what they were looking for. Kimberly Sparrow was in and out. So there's been some issues,
okay.
And we keep talking 35 and 37-inch DOT tire. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. This has been a great week of racing here for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza. This is Ultra 4 USA, and this is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. That was Rick Levezzo.
Miles, look at the green terrain out here. It's absolutely beautiful out here in Jay, Oklahoma.
Amazing, yeah. We've been out here for a couple weeks already. Oh, there comes Eric Weichel and Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun. Remember Joe Fabrizio from Montana parked on top of Albert Contreras? Yes. He totaled his stock class car, so he rode with Tom Biddle in the hit for that race. Now he's riding with Eric Weichel. So tough break for Joe not being able to race, but he's still in the co-dog seat for a couple of them.
And talk about that seat time, right? Now he has the track down. He can help Eric out as well, so it's a great seat time for him. But, Miles, I think I'm going to, here in just a moment, I'm going to step out and go to the hot pits. But it's been fun over here so far, but we'll get Jim back in here in just a little bit.
Yeah, well, thanks, Pam. Obviously, you hang out with us quite a bit up here in the Can-Am booth. Always appreciate it. But, yeah, we'll send you down to the the AMSOIL hot pits, and then you can give away some of that Lasernut 360 wrap trophies here in a little bit. So thanks again, Mrs. Pam Hall.
Awesome. Thanks, Miles.
It's been a great day of racing, a great week of racing. There's been a little bit of everything. We've got the Power Sports Store, the Legends Restaurant, cabins, bathhouses, over 275 RV sites with hookups, unlimited dry camping, laundry, the Lazy River, the splash pad, the RC track, pools. This place is absolutely amazing, isn't it, Jim?
It is, and the most impressive thing about this place is here for us, the off-road public, and that's the bit I love about it entirely. It is completely bonkers and mad and insane. Get out here, support it, and enjoy all of this. What a race we've got on our hands here. This is absolutely fantastic stuff, Miles.
It's been so much fun and so much going on. This is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. There are two races going on at the same exact time, and we are right in the center bottom of your screen right there at the Can-Am desk, right at the race line start-finish.
Yes, we had 21 runners and riders start this morning across two classes, as Miles just said. And we've got another car now making its way up through towards the Brannock Bowl.
And that is Dwayne Garrettson. Let's give a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC racers, fans, and marketing partners. Without each and every dynamic there, we would not be racing here today for Ultra 4 USA during the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza.
Yeah, Dwayne Garrettson there making his way down towards the raceline start-finish. Putting that Jimmy chassis to work on that big LS motor. Dwayne Garrettson, he crosses the line and he is in second place in a 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class and 8th overall. So a solid run there from Dwayne. And let's not forget, Dwayne started right the way down in 17th position earlier today.
The car looks like it could be a little bit loose. And remember, he was in the Amsoil hot pits just a moment ago. So I'm not sure if he's maybe got a sway bar issue. I don't know. Again, we are speculating. But I'm sure there's some chatter over the rugged race radios.
Indeed. Now, if we talk about those sway bars, what are sway bars? What do they actually do?
They kind of keep the car more level on off-camber stuff. But, yeah, so much racing action we have, so much more to go. So we're going to step away from the action. We'll be right back after this.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
And welcome back to the 2023 Visions presented by Can-Am. We are here at Mid-America Outdoors for Visions Week, and today it's all about the 4500s and the 4800s in this first race. We are here right now. I am Jim Marsden, and alongside me is Miles Hasselquist. How you doing, Miles?
Oh, it's been a great week. It's been a busy week, but it's been an amazing week. There's been so much going on out here. There is Jesse Oliver coming out of the trees.
Yeah, now Jesse's looking a bit off pace here. So it's going to be interesting to see as he crosses the race line start-finish. Will he make his way down towards the Amsoil hot pits?
Yeah, there's probably going to happen there. Oh, there's
Kimberly Sparrow.
She was in the hot pits the last lap also. Ooh, now the hood is coming off. So what is going on with that? We are not sure.
Yeah, no, we'll keep an eye on that. But attrition is starting to set in on this race now.
Yes, Jesse Oliver is pulling into the Amsoil hot pits. So it's a lot of action down there. I think Pam is on her way, so hopefully we can get caught up with her in just a little bit. Nobody seems to be moving really fast. Not sure what's going on.
Yeah, they didn't seem to be ready for him either. So obviously they didn't have their rugged race radio switched on. Now they're taking a side panel off. This is not.
This is not ideal for sure. Jesse Oliver has been racing with us since 2013. His first race was King of the Hammers back then.
Is that a coolant hose I see there? No, possibly not. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, it is a coolant hose, yes. Yeah,
so he must be overheating.
Yeah,
so
can you see that he's got a pinhole there? So what's happened is he had a rock fly up and hit that hose.
But they've got 2 hoses ready for it, so obviously it's an issue they are ready to address.
Yeah, now the difficulty with this, Miles, is that the engine's going to be very hot, the system's going to be under pressure, so they've then got to get the water back in. As we watch our current race leader, that is Jeremy Jones.
On adjusted time, that is our race leader. But like you're saying, now you have to bleed the system as well for, you can get air pockets caught in the water system.
Absolutely, yeah. And they've just got to be patient here, because if they try too quickly, all that's going to happen is they're going to get an air pocket, they'll get out on course, and they'll overheat. So, in fact, take your time. Be sensible. Make sure it's bled properly. But the trouble is, we're racing. And sensible goes clean out the window.
That is absolutely. Yeah, you put the helmet on, the visor comes down, and all the rules, everything. You can have strategy, and it goes out the window.
Absolutely. Now, as we look at the back of this vehicle here, you'll see he's got a spare tyre in the rack, and you'll see there's tape round it. And people keep saying to us, why do they put tape round the spare wheels? It's as simple as this. It's a visual identification for the crew when he's passing by to see that he doesn't need a spare wheel.
Or if it falls off, they usually write their name on it or their number on it.
That is very true. As the 869 there.
Jeff Flanagan, local boy, out of Disney, Oklahoma, just about 30 minutes down the road. That's where we raced for Legends of the Fall last year, and we'll be racing there again in September for Ultra 4 USA. That was a really, really fun race.
Fantastic drone shots here as we look down across our race course and then back across to the hot pits. And in the hot pits now, it is the 4517 of Jesse Oliver. They're just changing out a coolant hose.
Battling some overheating issues. Hopefully they can get that fixed quick like. Get it.
Now, the little rocks that you find on this course, they're like bullets and grenades when they fly off these tyres. And this is Sean Rance.
The OG Bronco cruising across the race line start-finish. All 4 tires still looking like they are in great shape.
And coming in behind him right now and crossing the race line start-finish is Woody Rose.
Our physical race leader, but on adjusted time, it is still Jeremy Jones.
Well, it is at the moment. Let's wait and see where Jeremy is on this next lap.
Woody Rose and Jeremy Jones, both in those Trent Fabrication chassis.
Now, Woody Rose is also going to have lap traffic here. He has got
Sean
Rance in front of him.
And look at Woody Rose getting a little slideways there. And the class act of Sean Rance knows that he's coming, pulls over, and lets him by. That is some class act racing from Sean Rance.
Yeah, that is indeed. That's fantastic to see. I thought he might be a problem there for Woody. But Sean just moves out of the way and says, hey, bud, you're faster than me. Track's yours. So they're getting out the coolant now. People often say to us, why do you need coolant? Why do you need to use antifreeze? You know, it's not freezing. But the coolant itself raises the boiling temperature of the fluid, and that means it's less likely to cook, less likely to boil, and therefore keeps your engine cooler.
And there's Ryan Taylor, our pole setter for qualifying, took off the line first this morning, but he had a tire issue early on, so he was in the Amsoil hot pits. He's running right now in the, let's see, in that 6th position on adjusted time. We'll see what it updates at live.ultra4racing.com.
Yeah, and he's racing some very fast cars now. We saw Woody Rose in another Trent Fab car, and Ryan Taylor is also in a Trent Fab car. There's nothing to choose between them.
Ryan Taylor is in 2nd position physically and on adjusted time for now, but Jeremy Jones just hit the heads-up loop, so he'll be coming around very shortly. So it's going to be really close on time between Jeremy Jones and Woody Rose.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a Trent Fab lockout in the top 3 in a minute.
That is pretty impressive.
It is indeed.
But Brian Trimp is not cutting them any slack for sure. And tough break for Jesse Oliver, still in the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, so it sounds like we are going to see Jeremy Jones. Jeremy Jones started in 9th off the grid this morning.
They took off one at a time every 30 seconds.
Yeah, and that is a visual now on Jeremy Jones as he hammers his way down towards the race line start-finish and crosses the line for another lap. And Jeremy Jones is our race leader on adjusted time.
With a fastest lap of a 16:23.
Now, isn't that interesting? Nathan Parks yesterday in the Stock UTV 1406.
With a fresh course, and
Yep.
these courses are very tight, but yeah, I was suspecting a 15-minute, and I was a minute and a half off so far, and I don't think they're going to get any faster with the lap traffic as well.
Yeah. Now, when they're bleeding the system, you can see them at the moment refilling the cooling system. Quite often what they need to do is under the hood, I think they've already done this, is actually bleed the engine block. So they'll have a bleed point on the front of the engine.
At the highest point?
At the highest point, yep. They'll just release that screw or cap or whatever system they have, and that'll just allow the air to rush out, and hopefully the system will be bled. Now, some vehicles can be more difficult than the others to bleed, depending on what they are, and they have to take time here. Just get this right. Better to take the time in the pits than it is to have to do it out on track.
Our next Ultra 4 USA race is in Pottsville, Pennsylvania at famous Reading Outdoors for our second Eastern Series race, and then we'll wind up the year for the Nationals at Lake Havasu for Legends of the Fall. This is a do-not-miss event with Ultra 4 USA, F1 boat racing, a rodeo, national music act, Nitro Circus, American Side-by-Side Takeover, and much, much more.
Yeah, so much going out there. But we still haven't seen Brent Harrell come round, so it does look like that Brent Harrell's had a problem that is going to put him out of this race on lap 1. So real tough break for that talented young man.
Really bummer to see that.
And that there is Rick Levezzo. And just look at the size of those ruts there, Miles.
That is at mile marker number 6 at the end of the creek, and it is extremely tore up. When we first made that course, there's about 6 or 8 feet that was treed. It's missing. They've been bulldogging over some of those spots. And let's talk about that. You have 50 feet either side of course. So in the creek, you have to stay in the creek. But on the hayfield, you can go to pass either side within 50 feet.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's 50 feet of centre line. So 100 feet of racecourse if you need it. However, if you take a shortcut, if you do something that is deemed to be short coursing, you will still be penalised. And this looks like this is Cody Sinclair.
The Texas kid with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun in that Tribe 16 machine.
Yeah,
this young man has been doing some great things with Ultra 4 USA.
He has indeed, and the reason we have that 50-foot rule is simple as this. So if there is a blockage on course, you can legally get round that obstacle or whatever it is. It's not to be used as a shortcutting rule.
And he is giving it all he's got as he crosses over the race line. Wheel start finish. So Cody St. Clair is sitting physically in that first position for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Yeah, he's doing an absolutely great job there. And that means in second place in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class is Dwayne Garrettson.
And then in third is Rick Levezzo.
Yes, we've got a great race there in the 4500s. But right now, just looking here, oh, look at this. This is very special. Cody Sinclair is actually now third overall. What a great run there from Cody Sinclair.
That is extremely impressive. Cody St. Clair started in that 8th position and has moved his way physically overall into third. Great run. There goes Justin Barth, the 417, with Anthony Yount out of Springfield, Missouri.
And it just shows as he gets more and more race experience, Cody is getting faster and faster. He's getting that car more reliable every single race, and it's great to see his progress. But right now, it's a 1-2-3 lockout for the Trent Fab cars in this 4800 Brannick Legends class with Ryan Taylor.
I heard one of our...
Oh, hello. We just got a jump there, actually. No, Justin Barth looks like he might have jumped up into third in Legends.
That's a great run for him,
wow.
Justin Barth.
Great run
job
there from Justin. Superb stuff.
One of our safety crew was walking by and overheard the Rugged Race Radio, something about a drive shaft. So I'm not sure who or what, but it sounds like somebody's having some drive shaft issues out on course.
Well, we know that this is a very tough course indeed, but let's just go through our top 3 in the 4800 Brannick's Legend class. In third place, it is Justin Barth.
In second spot is Woody Rose.
And our pole sitter right now, it is Mr. Jeremy Jones. Started in 9th place as we watched Dwayne Garrettson exiting from the gully.
At mile marker number 6.
I love that section through
there.
Yeah,
it's a fun little spot. One of our drone pilots down there waiting for somebody to come through.
Found himself a race line banner.
There's Jeff Martin, the number 1470. Passes mile marker number 6. Back on the back creek section.
It's worthwhile mentioning that out on course we do actually have mile markers. So every time you come to one of your mile markers, it says mile 1, mile 2, but it's really cool because we're now obviously...
mile marker winches.
Exactly, mile marker winches are supporting this series, and so we have mile marker markers. I think it's brilliant. And it's actually very useful for the competitors as well. It gives them an opportunity to be able to know where they are on racecourse, and for the safety marshals to be able to say where things are happening out there.
Yeah, because you can holler over the Rugged Race Radio, hey, I'm between mile marker 5, mile marker 6. I have a car that's upside down. I need some recovered, or I'm out of the race at mile marker 2 or whatever.
Exactly. So, yeah, we're always learning, and innovation's a wonderful thing, and it's great to see Ultra 4 USA making courses better and safer. And that right there now, we're just looking across the Brannock Bowl, and you can see that torn out line, and the ruts there are so deep now. We saw the UTVs. In fact, we saw a few UTVs roll there yesterday.
We've seen a few people roll a little bit of everywhere.
In fact, we've seen fewer rollovers in the last 2 days than we did during qualifying.
Because qualifying is an all-out run right when you go. We just saw Lee O'Donnell, 23, our USAC representative. They are sanctioning body and help run timing, scoring, race ops, safety, and tech.
And we've got a car now exiting.
That is Rick Lavezzo, I believe, and James Mahoney. Putting those King shocks to work, putting the traction to the ground.
Indeed. This is a Get Bent chassis built by Keith Beam, and it really is a remarkable car.
And that's a great shot of this little creek section. When we first got here a few weeks ago, this creek was crystal clear. It was beautiful. Well, these race cars are tearing it up.
Yeah, they are, but these water sources, let's just be clear, they don't go down to rivers. They're self-contained on the site. And so we are free to use them. And that's what we love about Mid-America Outdoors. They put together so many fantastic tracks and trails for us to use. And our race director, JT Taylor, has carved out this fantastic 8-mile track for us today.
And it's a 1,600-acre park here. It is absolutely beautiful. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. I am Miles Hasquist. Alongside my good friend is Jim Marston. And this is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza. And this is Ultra 4 USA Racing at its finest.
It is. And at the moment, we are watching the EMC race for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and for the 4,800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class. But let's not forget, at 1 p.m. this afternoon, it's the big guns. We're going to have the 4,800s out, the 4,400s out on course. I've gone 4,800 crazy as the
left front flat tire for Justin Myron.
Yeah, so he's going to be coming into the Amsoil hot pit any moment now.
Yeah, the 4,400 Unlimited race presented by Good Boy Vodka is going to be one heck of a race. I cannot wait to get that party started. Even though this is a great race we're watching now, that is the biggest and baddest names in our sport. It is a stacked field.
Now, we saw yesterday Paul Wolfe having some issues in the Pro Modified class in the UTVs, but then last night he went out and
He
absolutely dominated in the rock bouncing classes, winning the big boy class and then winning the UTV class. Can he, or did he do any damage to his big 4,400 class car?
He took a pretty good wheel stand on it.
Oh, he did. So we'll have to see what he can do. He is our pole sitter today, and it'll be very interesting.
Garrettson coming up towards the Brannock Bowl. And here's Justin Myron in the Amsoil hot pits. They're part of Brian Tripp's team helping him out. Again, that's what I love about Ultra 4. You pull in the pits and everybody around is there to offer a hand. Dwayne Garrettson crossing over the race line, start finish, clicking off another lap. So that puts Dwayne Garrettson in second place in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, right behind Cody St. Clair.
Jeff Martin crossing the race line, start finish. They stay down through. It seems that they're fighting those lug nuts again. Now, we saw that yesterday, didn't we? With
Doug Langford
had
some issues. And I actually caught up with him earlier, and it was actually the stud that was spinning in the back of the hub.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
So they fought it, and then they ended up just having to drive it back on a flat. And I met my wife and kids down at the Rock Bouncer event last night, and Jade, my oldest, and Ella, they were both saying, "Did you see that blue Jeep that was parked in the field? Had this tire all tore up?" I was like, "Yeah, that was Doug Langford. He broke that in the Ultra 4 race." They got a pretty good kick out of it.
Fantastic. Fantastic. And that's what it's about here. It's about family, it's about friends, it's about coming out, enjoying the racing, enjoying the atmosphere as we watch Woody Rose as he makes his way around through the end of mile marker 6. There is the Ultra 4 camp. Most of the Ultra 4 teams that are racing this week are camped out here. We do have a few up the far end of the site with the bigger semis and that on the asphalt round by the main buildings.
And speaking about asphalt, how much asphalt have they put down in the last few months? This place is growing. Every time I come to every single race, there is something different and new. This place is amazing. It looked like Kimberly Sparrow we just saw a quick glance of. She's blowing by and heading towards the spider track backstretch.
That's an awesome image. Look at the speed there.
This is a little drifting right, and then it's a really off camber down, and then a super steep left turn into the woods.
Oh, no, there's somebody stood at the top.
So I'll bet you these are drivers saying, hey, slow down, my car's, we have issues.
Yeah.
So they are flagging to tell them there is an issue down in the woods. So another class act, somebody's having issues, tough break for them, but they are letting their competitors know, hey, there is an issue down here. Take it easy, take it easy.
Yeah, now, we were talking about this earlier. These cars have got to run for about an hour and a half out there. Most of them are running over 6-litre V8 engines. And fuel consumption is an issue, particularly on this racetrack. And why is it a problem on this racetrack? It's very short, it's very sharp, so you're on and off the throttle a lot of times inside the woods, and then when you break out into those paddock areas, it's a full throttle assault. So these cars are going to be burning a lot of fuel.
Yeah, the tight woods racing, it's a lot of fun, but like you said, you're on and off the gas so much. And then in those open hay fields, man, they're giving it all they've got for up to 30 seconds in spots.
Yeah, far better to take on a little bit of fuel than it is to run out. I've been that guy. It's no fun.
Alan Johnson's been that guy more than once, as we saw Jeff Flanagan cruising around at mile marker 6 through the creek. And is this Kimberly Sparrow, I believe?
It looks like it could be. Showing very good pace here. Let's not
love
forget
that line right there.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Did you see Paul Wolf's video?
He was he like bunny hopped over. He launched it.
It takes some watching. If you haven't seen it, go to Wolf Racing on Instagram and Facebook. There's a fantastic in-car video from his P1 qualifying run earlier this week.
And gets a little wheel stand. Kimberly Sparrow in the Brannock Bowl, giving it all she's got. Crossing over the race line, start-finish once again.
And you know what? She's looking quicker and quicker. Right, we've got a little bit of wire caught up around the wheel here.
There's Justin Myron, I believe.
Wanting to get that wire out of there so it just doesn't get caught up in the brakes and tear a brake line.
So it doesn't do any more damage to the rest of the vehicle. There we go, all clear. Hopefully Justin will be getting the thumbs up. He's had the thumbs up, and away he goes. And I'm getting some bad news from Mr. Casey Gilbert. Brian Trimp caught on fire, broke a drive shaft, hit the oil filter. He is safe, but is out of the race. So that was the drive shaft chatter I heard over the Rugged Race Radio. So thanks, Casey, for keeping me updated. But tough run for Brian Trimp. He had such a good race going.
Yeah, Brian Trimp, he was absolutely smoking hot this morning. He was right up there at the pointy end of this race, and that is one of our Trimp Fab cars.
And I'm going to go back to Brian Trimp. About a week ago, he was getting ready to load the car to come out here and realized he had a hurt engine. So he scrambled real quick, went to the junkyard, bought a 5.3 or a 6-liter with 250,000 miles through his fancy heads on it. Came out here running, and he was giving it all he had, but tough back break from a drive shaft, hit that oil filter, and poof, goes the Dragon.
Yeah. And this is Woody Rose making his way down towards the race line start-finish.
So that was our physical race leader, but on adjusted time. I still think Jeremy Jones has him, but it's going to be really close. This is going to be a race to the finish.
It is indeed. Still got all these tyres on the car. Spare in the rack. Very impressive. As he makes his way around the outside of the hot pits and heads back down into the woods. This young man's only been racing with us a few short years, and he's already doing great things.
There's so many great camera actions out there, or camera angles out there. So thanks to everybody who makes this possible. And a big shout out to Speed Sport, our official broadcast partner. And don't forget, this will be turned into a 1-hour special that will be airing very soon.
Well, that was great news because that was Jesse Oliver, which means that they did cure the overheating problem. And it looks like he's doing well out there. We just saw him exiting mile marker 6.
And there's Sean Rance. He's got his little number plate dangling in the wind. These cars are taking a beating, but keep on ticking.
They are indeed.
And there's a great shot of the orange and blue arrows. The orange arrows mark the normal race course. The blue arrows mark the qualifying course. So part of the main course was qualifying just a few days ago.
Yeah, and that was Cody Sinclair we just saw a moment ago. And Cody Sinclair pushing really hard at the moment. And is our highest place, 4,500, Yukon Gear and Axle modified class.
I hear some sirens in the woods. Who's coming?
Now,
I believe one of them is going to be Jeremy Jones and Ryan Taylor.
Yeah, now this is very interesting. So, now Ryan Taylor was ahead of Jeremy Jones. So, has Ryan Taylor got a problem maybe? Or was it the other way around?
No, it is Ryan Taylor out front and Jeremy Jones all over the siren. But obviously this is single track, nowhere to go. So once they hit the Brannock Bowl, is Taylor going to get out of the way, or is Jeremy Jones going to have to battle him?
This is a proper battle. These are both Trent Fab cars. What have they got? Looking to see the tyres.
Oh, it looks like Jeremy Jones may have had a left rear flat tire from my visual eye. That's a guess.
Okay, I couldn't see anything there.
They're both all over the throttle, but he doesn't think he has a flat. They both blow by the AMSOIL hot pits.
Now, they've got to be careful here. But now, Jeremy Jones has the race lead on adjusted time right now. He doesn't need to get into... He doesn't need to get into a battle here with Ryan Taylor. It'd be best just to back off, calm it down a bit, and save his car.
What a great battle we have down there. So much fun, but it sounds like we have the one and only Mrs. Pam Hall down in the AMSOIL hot pits, and she's going to catch up with Brian Tripp and get his action on what happened out on course. Pam Hall, take it away.
I'm Pam Hall out here in the AMSOIL hot pits with Brian Trimp. This is not a place that you want to see him, but Brian, you were running an amazing race. It was between you and Woody and Jeremy. You guys have been all back and forth all day long, but here we are in the hot pits. Give us a little rundown of what happened.
Well, we started right behind Woody, so if I kept him in my sights, and I mean I was right on his tail, we knew we were top 2, top 3, and been kind of bumping him the past 2 laps. And we got into some lap traffic that was sideways on downhill, so we both started blowing through trees and had to take a very unorthodox line to get out, and it didn't work out. The front drive shaft let go and took out the oil filter and had a big fire, but all our safety gear worked, and we were able to walk away. So.
Well, and here you are in the hot pits. You have to go get your car out of the woods, but you're hopping in with Tad after this, and Tad's out there with Woody. So you guys are going to have an amazing a race, I think, because you guys both have this course embedded in your brain.
Yeah, we should have a pretty good understanding of what to look for. This new rain might change things a little bit, but definitely wanted to get around Tad. That may have been a contributing factor to this.
Well, it's a bummer to see you over here in the hot pits, but good luck in the next race, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pam. Right, well, a tough break there for Brian, but great to hear that he's still feeling well and that he's all okay and that the safety gear did exactly what it was supposed to do. Now, in other news, things are changing here on course. We've got a little bit of rain here in Oklahoma. How's that going to change the course? Is that going to improve the course? Is it going to make it worse? Only time will tell.
But we are safe and sound under our race line easy up here at the Can-Am desk, so we're going to fight the elements just like the race car drivers. So much going on, so much fun, but this is a one heck of a race we have for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4,800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class. So two classes racing at the same time. They are scored separately.
And it's been raining very heavy there, look. It's already got a stream.
It's a cool little shot. I believe that's back there at mile marker number 6.
Okay, and the top 4 in our 4,800 Brannock Legends class in 4th position on adjusted time, Justin Barth.
In 3rd spot is Ryan Taylor.
In 2nd, we saw him come through earlier, it is Woody Rose.
And the top man to beat right now is Mr. Jeremy Jones with Doc Jones Racing.
And in third position in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, in 9th overall and 3rd in class is Rick Levezzo.
And then 7th overall, 2nd in class is Dwayne Garrettson.
And 5th overall and 1st in 4500 Modified, it is Cody Sinclair. Now, we'll try and keep you honest. This is all on adjusted time, and we've still got a long way to go in this race. Around about 30 minutes left before we're going to see the white flag come out. And if you don't understand already, the white flag is shown at the end of the hour-and-a-half section to the lead car, and we then have one extra lap from that point. Oh, we've got a rollover. So it does look, I can visually see that as we're just watching mile 6 at the moment. But on the infield there, we've just got a rollover on the Brannock Bowl. I didn't quite catch who it was, but our safety teams are already all over it.
We know it's not Brian Trimp.
Yeah, that's the 869.
Could be Jeff Flanagan. I believe that's Jeff Flanagan over there.
Jeff Flanagan.
Yep, 869, Jeff Flanagan. Yep. Tough break for him. Local boy out of Disney, Oklahoma. Hits the Brannock Bowl, and those ruts caught another victim.
And that is Cody Sinclair having to pick his way through. Just watch as he cuts out those ruts there.
So let's talk about this. There is a yellow flag out right there. It is a local caution. So drive by, get around them at a slow pace. As soon as you get past them, it is wide open racing. So Cody Sinclair, 4th overall and 1st in class for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Yeah, so Cody Sinclair still laying down a great pace there. Very impressive indeed. So they're just bringing in the recovery assets now. That is Liam McDonald.
And JT Taylor, our race director. So this is a no-chase race. The only people that can help you is Ultra 4 USA officials or your fellow competitors. And it looks like Jeff Flanagan is out of the car trying to help as well.
So you just need to make sure he's got his foot on the brake or that the vehicle's been put into park.
Park, because he's not in the car, so there's no foot on the brake for sure.
Exactly. Now, it does look like he's running without a co-driver.
But it just goes to show you how well these cars are built. They'll take that rollover, let it settle for just a little bit. Hopefully the oil drains down and fire it up, a little puff of smoke, and head on out. There's Jeff Martin with another left front flat tire. This course is getting tougher and tougher, Jim. And the rain, I'm going to guess this is going to make for perfect race conditions for later on today for the 4400 Unlimited class presented by Good Boy Vodka.
Yeah, well, the rain has already stopped here. It was literally just enough to dampen down the top of the surface, and what a difference from last year. Last year, this was a dust bowl. Last year, it was you couldn't see as far as the hand at the end of your, or the nose on the end of your face. It really was that bad. A complete contrast this year.
And that's obviously a little bit of moisture helps with that. But also, last year was a 5-mile course. This year was an 8-mile course. That helps quite a bit.
Also, we've got to say a massive thank you to Mid-America Outdoors and to Ultra 4 USA. They've actually pulled this event forward. So we're not
a full month
to try and make sure that we do get a little bit of moisture, and it's working out perfectly right now.
If you were just tuning in, this is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza, and this is Ultra 4 USA Racing at its finest. See a nice little puff of smoke. Jeff Flanagan just had a little flop over, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and pull off the course. Tough break. It's smoking pretty good, but I think everything's okay. It's starting to clear up.
Yeah, that'll clear pretty fast. What happens is they go over, the oil comes past the rings in the engine because the engine's not running. Just get a little bit of oil in 1 or 2 cylinders. And after a minute or so, that will start to clear down. What you don't want, though, is so that it returns back up through the air filter system and causes issues going back in through the air intake. Okay, right, who we got here? I believe that might be Jesse Oliver.
It is Jesse Oliver, and the course should be getting opened up here very soon. Looks like JT Taylor's backing out of the way, and we should be back to live racing action through the Brannock Bump. And I'm just getting an update from my buddy John Dykes. Sounds like Harrell smacked a tree and ripped the ram off the car. Tough break, but sounds like he's okay. So bummer to hear about Brent Harrell. That young man is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class. So we have 2 cars out, Brent Harrell and Brian Trimp. And now we just saw Jeff Flanagan pull off and out. Here comes Justin Barth into screen. Justin Barth out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing in his Jimmy 4x4 48P chassis with an LS3 427 Turbo 400 Atlas King IBPs, Walker Evan wheels, PRP seats, PCI, PSC, Nitto, and Warn. So, Jim, let's talk about shocks just for a minute. What is an internal bypass shock?
An internal bypass shock. Well, we need to go backwards a little bit. We need to talk about coilovers and bypass shocks before we get to internal bypass. So a coilover, we can see that on this vehicle here. That's Kimberly Sparrow. Okay, it is literally what it sounds like. It's a coil over the shock absorber.
So it's a spring.
Exactly. So basically what we have, and that is Rick Levezzo blowing through there, and that beautiful 4500. So let's go back to that. So we have a shock absorber, and then we literally wrap that with a spring. So we've got the damper doing the damping, and then we've got the spring over the top. It gives us a nice compact package, and that's what we use. However, on a lot of these vehicles, we need extra damping. So we often have what are called bypass shock absorbers. These are extra shock absorbers that have what are called bypass tubes on them, and they look a little bit like spaceships. And the bypass tubes allow us to actually blow fluid back out of the shock absorber, and then what happens then is that we get better damping on the vehicles. A bypass shock, a coilover bypass basically has that technology built into the shock absorber as well. It's a reasonably new technology that's been coming in the last sort of 6 years, but it's great to see it being tested out here.
And I love the innovation of Ultra 4. They do so much great stuff, and I just gave that little update about Brett Harrell, but I think we're going to find him down in the Amsoil hot pits with Mrs. Pam Hall, and he can tell you a little more than we already know. But Pam Hall sounds like has Brett Harrell in the Amsoil hot pits. Pam, what do you got?
Out here in the Amsoil hot pits, I'm with Brett Harrell. Brent Harrell, his son, is on the race course right now. Brett will be out there later on, but what is going on with Brent's car? Because I see that he hasn't came around quite yet.
Well, the game plan was to take it easy, first lap, fill the course out, and he got to race mile 2. There's a tight 90 there with a bunch of stumps, and he tried to go inside, clipped a tree, and it blew the ram apart. So his co-dog, Justin, come running over here, picked up a new ram, ran out there. They got it fixed. They're on course right now. They should be coming through in the next 5 minutes, I would imagine. So he's basically just out there trying to pick up every position he can for points for the national championship.
Because he is running currently second in points, and trying to pick up those points is definitely key out here, being a double points race.
Yeah, it's really important because he can go out and win a normal regional race with the double points, like Pam said. The lowest he can get here, if we did our math right, is 1,815 points if he takes dead last. So every position, last year I think he lost it by 40 points. So he needs every point he can get by the end of the year to try and go for that national championship.
Well, let's hope that happens today for him, and good luck to you out there in the 4,400 race.
Thank you, Pam.
Well, thanks, Pam and Brett Harrell, for a little update from Brent. Tough break on that, but at least we hope to see him here in just a little bit. And I love the strategy of the points game, and this is a double points race, which means it weighs a lot.
It does indeed, and the fact that they're sitting there. Yeah. So working out the points there, and its strategy is absolutely everything, and that's why we saw Paul Wolfe yesterday. He was working so hard to try to get his UTV back up and running again because he knew he had that double points thing going on.
And he wanted to go out there and set the fast lap, because we also cut a check for every class for the fastest lap of the race.
Wow. Proper hard charger stuff. We like that indeed. Right, here we are. We are here for the 2023 Visions presented by Can-Am at the Mid-America Outdoors. Been a fantastic week of racing so far, and it's still on. There's the man himself. That is Brent Harrell.
We were just talking to his dad right now, and his dad will be racing in the 4,400 class at 1 p.m. CST in just a little bit. Great to see Brent Harrell back up and running, and look at that. That's Kimberly Sparrow getting a little bunny hop off that little section just below the Brannick bump.
Yeah, I'm impressed with this young lady. Look at the pace she's laying down here, outpacing her drone as she makes her way up towards the Brannick bump.
I think we're going to start calling that little hill the Yukon Launch. So through the Brannick Bowl, Kimberly Sparrow still pushing strong. Not sure if she's hopped in or out of the car yet as she crosses the race line start-finish.
We'll give her the benefit of the doubt and say, is Kimberly driving?
Kimberly Sparrow out of Denver, Colorado, with Wasabi, a LS408 Stroker, Turbo 400, Atlas, Fox, Yokohama, Raceline, Yukon, Redline Oil, Full Throttle Battery, JE Reel, Barnes 4-wheel drive, and Warn winches.
And as we reach down into the last 16 minutes of this race, attrition is starting to take hold. Looks like Jeff Martin, we did see him carrying a puncher or a flat tyre on the left-hand front. He'll be in the Amsoil pits at the moment. So our top three in the 4800 Brannock Legends at the moment is in third, Ryan Taylor.
And in second is Woody Rose.
And in first position is Jeremy Jones.
Remember, they took off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time, and it is not over yet.
Indeed. And in third position in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class is Rick Levezzo.
And in second place is Dwayne Garrettson.
And in fifth overall and first in class in 4500 at this moment in time, it is Cody Sinclair.
And I do see JT Taylor, the race director, over there at the race line start finish. He's got the white flag in his hand, so it will be flying very soon.
Yeah, approximately 15 minutes left in this race now. And it looks like we're going to be seeing Woody Rose coming back past us very, very soon. And in fact, I have eyeballs on, and that is Woody Rose making his way across the race line start-finish.
The white flag did not come out, so we have at least one more lap to go. As our physical race leader, but on adjusted time, it's still Jeremy Jones, but it's going to be really close after this 8-mile lap.
And it's very difficult for this young man. He knows that the race leader is actually behind him, and it's very difficult to learn how to pace yourself. And that's when your rugged race radios and having good team is really important. Sitting there with the stopwatch or looking at the timings on here and feeding him in that information.
100%. Yeah, because when you're out front, you don't have that dust to chase. You don't know where they're at. You can't see them. They might be able to see you, but I think they're spread out enough. And when you get way out in front, you kind of get lackadaisical. You kind of don't know where to go. You don't know if you're pushing too hard. You don't know if you're pushing hard enough. So like you said, having that rugged race radio in the Amsoil hot pits is very important.
Indeed. Now, last time we saw Jeremy Jones and Ryan Taylor come round, they had a battle royale going on. Jeremy Jones was hunting down Ryan Taylor. He didn't need to on adjusted time, but equally, he doesn't want to let Woody Rose blaze off into the sunset. But he's got to be careful. It's so easy when you get into those one-to-one battles to make a mistake, push too hard, lose a tyre, break a tie rod, or do something dumb.
And it could happen any time. But there's a great shot of the Brannock Bowl, and that is Justin Myron coming out. And that 193, this is his first race with Ultra 4. So we waived his entry fee. So if you've never raced Ultra 4 USA, come on out. The first round is on us. Justin Myron out of Williamsburg with Myron's Garage Racing with ADS Racing Shocks, Holly EFI, AK Motorsports, Patent Paint and Automotive, Rugged Race Radios, Yukon Gear and Axle.
Okay, it looks now, this looks like we're going to see Jeremy Jones. It looks like he's got past Ryan Taylor.
And is that a left rear flat tire?
That might be a front left. Definitely front left. I think he has two flats.
So I think he had that flat tire on his last lap as well. And Ryan Taylor may have had a left front flat tire. So we'll see if we have a battle in the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, now it looked to me like Jeremy Jones had two left side flat tires there.
And here comes Brent Harrell. With Change Order Racing.
Now, this is a car I would love to see. Okay, it definitely got one of the Trent Fab cars coming in there. That is Ryan Taylor coming into the pits.
Did Jeremy Jones stop? We don't know.
Did not see. But it could be a change at the top of the list here.
And there is Brent Harrell with Justin riding shotgun with Change Order Racing, that 2021 Horsel chassis. Danzio LS7, 710 horsepower. Gearworks Turbo 400, Magnum Box with an SCS, TubeWorks, Nitto, Trail Ready, Fox IBPs, Rigid, Obstacle, Max tie downs, Brent Schmidt Trucking, Warren, and Factor 55. His first Ultra 4 race was the Nitto Nationals back in 2020.
That is a car I would love to drive. I love the innovation in that vehicle. The twisted genius of Paul Herschel in full display there.
Builds an amazing machine. We'll see him later on at 1 o'clock with the 4400, and he'll have three of his cars racing in that race. Ben Miller, Paul Horschel, and Brett Harrell.
Yeah, I've got to say, Ben Miller was massively impressive in qualifying. It's going to be very interesting to see what he can do. Those cars are absolutely enormous. They're built for the open trails of Hammers, not for the tight wooded trails here in Jay, Oklahoma.
But Paul Horsell and Bill Miller are very similar cars. They've got IFS, IRS, and rear steer. So in the woods, it might be able to do a little advantage. And let's go over IFS, IRS. What's that mean, Jim?
Well, IFS is independent front suspension. IRS is independent rear suspension. Now, if we look at all of our 4900 class UTVs, they all have IRS and IFS. But IRS is quite rare in the bigger classes, particularly in 4400. We're starting to see a few of them coming through now, and nobody's really decided, is it a huge advantage or not? Certainly,
it's more moving parts.
Exactly. And certainly in desert racing, we see that the big trophy trucks, they're still using the solid rear axle, and they're certainly faster than the buggy dorks who are using the IRS on the rear.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see, and I love the innovation that's coming from Ultra 4. And it shares over to the deserts. Back in the day, the desert trucks were only two-wheel drive. Well, now they've picked up the four-wheel drive in the last few years, and I think Ultra 4 USA and the desert has been sharing technology.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a technology share there going on for sure. And the desert guys, they want every advantage they can get. So they're utilizing some of that four-wheel drive technology, particularly the portal technology that's starting to come out of Ultra 4 racing, and they're putting that into the technology base that they're using for desert trucks for sure.
There's a great shot of the Spider Tracks backstretch. And look how vast it is here in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza.
Yeah, we've got probably one lap left in this race. We're going to see the lead cars come round.
We got two cars coming into screen.
Yep.
That is Sean Rance.
Sean Rance there.
And Cody St. Clair, both in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Now, Cody St. Clair is going to be pushing past John Rance here, and sure enough, he does.
Cody St. Clair sitting in that first position for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Now, look at that. Yes, there's some dust, but that dust is nothing like we would have seen last year. That would have been an impenetrable wall.
The race conditions are absolutely perfect, and there the driver's still warning them. So that's probably where Brian Trimp is pulled off.
I'm not so sure because Brian was up in the pits.
You're right.
Yeah.
Maybe he left a co-driver, but there's two there, so you're right.
We've got quite a few people that we are missing, so, we're missing...
where's Troy Digby? Where's Ryan Webb? Where's Brian Moore?
Yeah, exactly.
Johnny Valadez. Okay, yeah. You're right.
Eric Weichel. We haven't seen him in a long time. So there's a whole, plethora of vehicles that are out there on course potentially broken. And let's think back to yesterday. We had a 60% attrition rate. We only had 30% of the vehicles actually finishing course.
And right now it's looking to be very similar. There's only 3 cars on the lead lap right now for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then it looks like...
Yeah, that's very true.
3 for the 4500 class as well.
Now, this is going to be very interesting. I haven't seen Justin Barth for a little while. Is he got an issue out there on track? Time will tell. Wonderful shot there of our Brannick bump as they come out. And there is Cody Sinclair.
The Texas Kid with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun and that Tribe 16 Cooper tire-powered machine.
Now, I find it very interesting. We just saw him there diving to the left. Didn't want to take on that big mound. And that just goes to show you how big that mound is.
It goes halfway up on the car when he drove by.
Exactly. And we saw Paul Wolf during qualifying just launching off it as if it was nothing. And the rain's joining us again now.
Starting to come in a little bit heavier.
It is a lot heavier.
As Cody St. Clair is pushing strong, all 4 Cooper tires holding the air. And he is ripping down past the race line start-finish. And you can see the rain in the drone shot even. It's really letting down right now. You can see everybody scrambling, trying to get a little cover. I bet you our drones are getting a little upset. You just talked about Justin Barth, and there he is.
Okay, now this is interesting. Justin Barth, he's just taken a shunt here. Now, I wouldn't expect him to have to take a shunt normally. So I'm wondering if he's got a problem. Doesn't look like it.
He's definitely off pace, though.
Yep, I would agree with that.
So right now, I would not want to be in a race car as we see Sean Rance crossing the race line start-finish.
But let's talk about that, because these cars would have gone out today set up for dry weather conditions. They wouldn't have gone out there for wet weather conditions. And so would they? So they're certainly not going to be wearing rain suits. They're certainly not going to be wearing rain gloves, and they're not going to have their helmets set up for this. So this is an interesting situation because a lot of the helmets in the US have like a felt seal, as we watched there. Jesse Oliver climbing out of mile marker 6, they have a felt seal. So if they get a lot of water on the helmets, what tends to happen is the water runs down the back of the visors, which means they have to lift the visors, and then they get the mud coming into their eyes.
And we've seen the drivers come into after a race with just completely red eyes, like scratched retinas even. I mean, it can be really tough on people.
Yeah, I've been that guy.
I've seen you be that guy. It looks like there's Dustin Robbins pulling out. We saw him race yesterday. Yep. With all things UTV.
And he'll be wanting to get off that field with that big semi as quickly as possible now the rain's here. But I just saw Sean Rance popping into the AMSOIL hot pits there. But it looked like the way he was driving in, the body language of the vehicle didn't look like he wanted to come back out again. He just sort of nosed it in, which was unusual. But right now it's about the top 3 in this race. And the top 3 in this race in the 4800 Brannock Legends class. In third, it is Ryan Taylor. In second
is Woody Rose.
And in first place on adjusted time right now, he started in 9th. It was Jeremy Jones.
And it looks like Woody Rose actually has the fastest lap of the day with a 16:22.
She goes, and away it is. And in 4th overall and first in 4500 modified class, we have Cody Sinclair. Second in the 4500 modifieds
is Dwayne Garrettson.
And 3rd and 8th overall in 4500 modified is Richard Lavezzo. We're not going to be far off the final lap of this race, but let's thank some of the sponsors that make this sport possible. Raceline Wheels, AMSOIL, Mid-America Outdoors, and Mile Marker.
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am, Good Boy Vodka.
Laser Nuts, Spider Tracks, Brannock Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Whalen.
360 Wraps, Optima Banners, The Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today at Mid-America Outdoors during the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza.
Nailed it, Miles, as always.
Always a pleasure working with you, Jim.
Okie dokie, we are getting to the pointy end of this race now. And very soon we're going to be seeing the race leaders coming across the line and starting their final lap. The rain is easing off. It's just like a heavy drizzle. And it is making for perfect race conditions for our 4400 class cars that will be going out at 1 o'clock today.
There's a great shot of Kimberly Sparrow. Right behind her is Dwayne Garrettson. Kimberly in the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class, and Dwayne Garrettson in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And you were talking about Justin Barth just a moment ago, Jim. He just hit the heads-up loop, so we should see him in the next minute or so.
Indeed. I don't think he's going to be very far off, that's for sure.
Here's a great shot of our drone that's sitting on the table. They had to park it because of the rain. And it's the rain kind of gets heavy, lightens up. Rains a little harder again. But that's part of off-road racing, and this is Ultra 4 USA, and we can do it all. Justin Barth coming through. Anthony out riding shotgun. There's a great shot of the AMSOIL hot pits. And again, a huge shout out to all of our camera operators. It's raining. We're under a canopy. They're out in the elements. So again, it takes a massive group to put this together, and we just want to thank each and every one of you, and especially big thanks to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of our volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC racers, fans, and our marketing partners. So here another rumble. That should be Rick Lavezzo coming through. And the white flag is out from our race director, J.T. Taylor. And it's a drag race, Rick Lavezzo and Jesse Oliver. So we're seeing Woody Rose on screen. So again, a few of our cameras are getting a little wet, so we're dropping a little bit, but we'll do the best we can and keep the racing action continued here with Ultra 4 USA, battling the elements with all of our tech and the race cars. But we aren't going to give up yet, are we, Jim?
We are not indeed. Weather is just adversity, and off-roading is about adversity. A little bit of rain will not slow down these mighty 4800 and mighty 4500 race cars. Although if I was in a 4400 car, I would be rethinking my strategy for this afternoon.
I was just going to say, if the rain would stop here soon, it's going to be ideal conditions. But if it keeps raining, it could get interesting on some of these back sections with all these dugout ruts. Look at that great creek section right there.
The issue is actually not so much the ruts or actually the drivability of the course. The issue is actually going to be about keeping your eyes clean and actually being able to actually be out on track for 2 hours and being able to race hard. In a way that, without your eyes being packed with mud the whole time. So I would be thinking about my wet weather strategy. Some of these guys will have one, some other guys will not.
Yeah, so that goes back to air filters, electrical connections. There's a little bit of everything when it comes to water.
Absolutely, yeah. So, do these cars, are they running raised air intakes? I don't think the water's going to be anywhere near deep enough to have to worry about that. But certainly electrical connections, I'll be breaking out the silicone spray. I'll be spraying down all my plugs and making sure that everything is watertight. Also, as I say, I'll be looking at my helmet choices and making some decisions on what I'm going to be doing with my headwear.
And then obviously the rugged race radios are electrical too, so double check your connections on all that between you and the pits.
Yeah, a lot of those radios are not waterproof, so just literally just tape them up or put a bag over them. Just little things like that can make a huge difference. Okay, I think this is Jeff Flanagan now. He's made his way around the corner. He had a lay down there last time.
And the white flag is out for the rest of the field. Jeff Flanagan still trucking along.
He sounds to me like he's running out of fuel. And that is Jeremy Jones coming through race mile 6.
And was that water coming off the tires or a little bit of smoke?
I think that was a little bit of steam there. It did look a little bit white and puffy, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt and we'll say it's steam.
Jeremy Jones is our race leader on adjusted time for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So let's go over the Optima Batteries leaderboard once again. Sitting in first place is Jeremy Jones.
In second is Woody Rose.
In third is Ryan Taylor.
And we just got Kimberly Sparrow coming into view there. Now, Jeff Flanagan just went through, and you could hear his engine was misfiring. That's classic you've run out of fuel symptoms.
It sure sounded like it.
Yeah, it did. So I would have been stopping if I was him and just having a check. Now, that is the 193.
That is Justin Myron.
And Justin's putting together a good race. Now, we saw Justin. He was taking fuel on earlier, wasn't he?
Yep, he was in there. There's something else. So there's something else they were checking, so they went ahead and topped him off with fuel. And there is Dwayne Garrettson, who is in third position in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get some solid points in this race if he can keep it together. He's just received the white flag, so one more lap for Dwayne Garrettson.
And it's going to be really close on adjusted time between Dwayne Garrettson and Rick Lavezzo.
Yeah, we saw Rick cross the line a short while ago, being overtaken by Jesse Oliver. And our drone pilots are just trying to work out if they can fly in this weather. But I can hear thunder. And I'm looking here and I can see that it's not going to be far off before we see Woody Rose.
So Woody Rose is in the Brannick Bowl as we speak. And he is all over the throttle. And the white flag is out for Woody Rose. And right behind him, is that Brian Trimp? It is. So Brian Trimp fixed whatever he had issues with, didn't he? He had that oil filter in a...
No, that's A69. That's Jeffrey Flanagan.
So mile marker 6, Ryan Taylor just went through back there on through the creek.
Right, Brian Trempy.
Yeah. I thought I was. You had me stumped there for a minute because we just saw Flanagan. That's a black car.
Flanagan going through. Yeah. Sorry. You know when you get the numbers muddled in your head?
Oh, tell me about it. My brain gets fried after a race weekend. That is absolutely fact. But it's pretty impressive to see the no-quit attitude from Brian Trimp, having some issues, but overcoming, adapting, and making it happen.
Yeah, so Jeff Flanagan is an 869, and Brian Trempy is an 896.
So hopefully this car can stay together. He was able to walk back to the Amsoil hot pits, get some parts, and head back out to his car and get it going.
Now, Woody Rose is the only car to have crossed the line completing 6 laps. Where is Jeremy Jones? Where is Ryan Taylor? So anytime now, we should be seeing Ryan Taylor and Jeremy Jones.
Red, orange, and then white.
Or has Woody Rose managed to pull out a lead on them? Now, we were talking about this earlier. Ryan Taylor and Jeremy Jones were fighting each other. Let's not forget, they both came in for flat tyres last lap.
Yeah, so it could be interesting on the adjusted time for sure.
Well, at the moment, I think that looks like that might be Jeremy Jones there. Jeremy Jones has just come across the timing beacon, the early warning.
Oh, with a left rear flat tire. It looks like it's wiggling a little bit.
Now, we were fairly sure that he had 2 flats last time. And that does look like a left rear flat. You know what? I think that front left is gone again as well.
So Jeremy Jones through the Brannick bump.
Yeah, it is.
And it looks like the checkered flag is coming out for Mr. Jeremy Jones. We'll see how it all shakes out, but Jeremy Jones just grabs the checkered flag.
So at the moment, on adjusted time, it looks like our race leader and winner is Jeremy Jones.
This is
6
all
laps completed.
This is all unofficial till we dot our I's and cross our T's. What a great race we have on our hands for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And this looks like this is Ryan Taylor we just saw there very briefly on the video. And Ryan Taylor has taken the checkered flag here.
Ryan Taylor has another flat tire, so the tires are definitely becoming an issue here with Ultra 4 USA here at Mid-America Outdoors as we see Cody St. Clair, the Texas kid, still running strong.
Yeah, coming through mile marker 6. So unofficially, our top 3 here at the EMC race at the 2023 Visions presented by Can-Am here at the Mid-America Outdoors. Our unofficial top 3 in the 4800 Brannick Legends class. In 3rd position is Ryan Taylor.
In 2nd position is Woody Rose.
And 1st position started 9th today. It is Jeremy Jones. This is all unofficial at this stage. But there's still more racing action to come. And do not forget, at 1 o'clock today, the big guns will be coming out on track. The 4400 class.
There comes Justin Myron, the number 193, finishing his first ever Ultra 4 USA race. Great job for him. And again, the first round is on us, so we waived his entry fee. If you've never raced Ultra 4 USA, come check it out. First round is on us.
Yeah, Justin Myron, he finishes a lap down on the race leaders and is currently in 6th position in class and 9th overall.
But that's a great run by that young man.
Absolutely. Particularly on his first race against a stacked field of talent in that 4800 Brannick Motorsports class.
There were 21 cars that took the green flag. How many are going to finish? I'm going to say less than half on the lead lap.
Yeah. I have another car making its way around now onto the Brannick bump.
This is Brent Harrell getting all sorts of slideways as he's heading towards the race line start finish. Had some issues early on, but got it fixed up.
Yeah, so Brent Harrell crosses the line. I think he will have only have completed 2 laps. Yeah, that is correct, 2 laps. But he's not going to be last. So he's going to be at least 4th from bottom in Legends class. So he will get some points on the board, and it's double points here this weekend at Visions 2023. And the rain has stopped here, Miles.
It's just a slow drizzle right now. No, that's just dripping off the canopy.
Yep, it's
stopped. The rain has gone away. If the rain would stop right now, it would be ideal conditions for the 4400 race presented by Good Boy Vodka at 1 p.m. Central Time. Look. But there's still rain out on the course, it sounds like, for my rugged race radios. Little drizzle, little mist in certain spots. So we'll see how it shakes out, but I'm hoping for perfect race conditions for later on today. The Unlimited class, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. It is going to be absolutely amazing, Jim.
It is indeed. Now, this is our 5th race that we've had this weekend, or even our 6th race. And yesterday it started with the 4900 stock UTVs, where we saw in 3rd position Mitchell Riccelli. In 2nd, it was Byron Starrett. In 1st, it was Jason Woodford.
And in the UTV Open class, in 3rd position, it was Cody Quattlebaum. In 2nd position, it was Philip Papapo. And then taking the win was Ian Dickey.
And then in the 4900 Pro Mods, it was in 3rd place, Carl Cheney. In 2nd, Corey Willis. And in 1st, a remarkable drive from Todd Beckett.
And in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, in 3rd place, it was John Rance. And in 2nd place was Lauren Healy. And winning his first Ultra 4 USA was Sergio Pinilius.
And at the moment, we are here for the 4800 and 4500 EMC race at the 2023 Visions at Mid-America Outdoors. And our unofficial race results at the moment, in 3rd position is Ryan Taylor.
In that 2nd position is Woody Rose.
And in 1st position is Jeremy Jones.
But look at the screen right now, Jim. Here's our 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified leader getting ready to come on out. So we should have our unofficial race winner of Cody the Texas Kid St. Clair.
Yeah, he only has the Brannick bump. He's got to take care in those ruts, and he'll be clearing those any minute now.
And he will be wide open from here on out towards the race line start-finish. The checkered flag is flying for Cody St. Clair at the race line start-finish. And he grabs unofficial win here with Ultra 4 USA.
Yeah, fantastic drive there from Cody St. Clair. 4th overall and 1st in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle
modified class. What a great race we have on our hands. We still are waiting for Dwayne Garrett and Rick Lavezzo, who's going to shake that out to round out the podium. And we'll give away some of those Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies.
Indeed, and Cody's getting some photographs.
His dad, Anthony St. Clair's got to be super stoked. We see Chip McLaughlin out there. What a great race we had for our Everyman Challenge classes.
So we've had 4 vehicles complete 6 laps now, and we are waiting for the rest of the field to cross the line.
What a great run. And is it going to be a Trent Fab sweep for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class? That is pretty impressive.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. They did get broken up a little while ago.
There's Justin Barth coming out at mile marker number 6.
And Justin Barth, he could be the fly in the ointment here for the Trent Fab cars. We will see.
Justin
Barth on the charge earlier.
Justin Barth started in 12th position at 30-second increments, so he started 6 minutes behind Ryan Taylor. So this race is on adjusted time. He's got a couple more miles to go. I'm thinking it's probably going to stick.
Yeah, I think it's going to stay as it is at the moment. I think probably Justin has dropped back a little. Maybe he's had a couple of flat tyres. He certainly wasn't on the pace that he was earlier, that is for sure.
So we'll be kicking off the 4400 Unlimited class here in about an hour and 10 minutes. So if you have anything you need to do, you better get it done because the big dogs are tearing out here in about an hour. And there's Rick Lavezzo and Jesse Oliver. So did we miss Dwayne Garrettson? That corner is really getting blown out, and it's getting muddy and sloppy and nasty for those 37-inch DOT tires.
He loves it. You're quite right. He does love it. Yeah. What's the order of play? We're going to stay live. So we're doing a highlights reel. It's a highlights reel from the rest of the week.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. What an amazing race. We still have a couple more to go to fill out the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And who's it going to be? Is it going to be Dwayne Garrettson, Rick Lavezzo? or Jesse Oliver. Nope, Jesse Oliver is a lap down, so it is going to be Rick Levezzo and Dwayne Garrison, but in which order? Right now it's Dwayne Garrison in second, Rick Levezzo in third. But remember, this race is on adjusted time. We saw Rick Levezzo. Did we miss Dwayne Garrison on the camera? I do not know.
Or is there possible that Dwayne Garrison has a problem out on course?
Anything's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. He could be changing tyres. He could be fighting issues. You never know. But I do know this. This is shaping up to be a fantastic race this afternoon for the 4400s.
I sure hope the weather holds up just like it is right now. There's Kimberly Sparrow.
Yeah, and Kimberly's having a fantastic race. We've seen her come in for, I think, one flat tyre.
And I was talking to them last night, Kimberly and Hunter, and they were talking that Kimberly may hop out halfway through the race because she had surgery just a few weeks ago. So that could be Hunter Sparrow riding or driving right now because the driver record has to start or finish the race. So he may be getting some seat time getting ready for his 4400 race.
Yeah, that's very true. And Hunter will be in a Miller chassis out here, I'm believing.
Yes, he is.
He will.
You're very familiar with those. Those are some beautiful cars.
They are. Lovely cars.
Chad Hunt will be racing one as well.
So as we are waiting for the action to continue here, first across the line in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class was Cody Sinclair.
And next up, is it going to be Dwayne Garrison or Rick Levezzo?
But the big news here in the EMC race in the 4800 Brannick Legends class, in third place was Ryan Taylor.
In second place, looks like it's going to go to Woody Rose.
And in first, it is Jeremy Jones. Started in ninth off the grid, had an absolutely blisteringly fast first opening lap. And then he's just controlled the race from there, but we did see him have several flat tyres.
And there was Woody Rose at mile marker number 6. So we'll see him in the next.
Yeah, I think it's that way. Here's some noise now I think we're going to be seeing.
So that is Justin Barth, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Is he going to be able to shake it up the top three? We're about to find out as he crosses the race line, start-finish line. Grabbing the checkered flag is Justin Barth.
And Rick Levezzo is following him as well, and it looks like Rick Levezzo could be second in the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. So just getting confirmation. This is all unofficial at this stage, but it does look like Justin Barth goes fourth in the 48 Brannick Legends class and fifth overall, and is sixth position overall and second in 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Looks like it could be Rick Levezzo, but here comes Jesse Oliver crossing the line. Is he going to knock out? No, he's not. Jesse Oliver looks like he is.
He was a lap down.
Yeah, he's a lap down.
So I was doing some quick math. I think Rick Levezzo started about 5 minutes in front of Dwayne Garrison. So I started my unofficial stopwatch. So we'll see how it shakes out. But Dwayne has about 4.5 more minutes to get in here to bump out Rick Levezzo.
Yeah, so we've only had 6 finishes in this race so far. That is around about a 30% finish rate.
This course is tougher than we anticipated. That is for darn sure.
Yeah, it is very good. Very tough indeed. When I drove around it the other day with Travis Cook, I couldn't believe it. That was absolutely awesome.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we need to do that. Yeah.
It makes sense. Thank you.
Try and find him out on course because we don't even know where he is. We haven't even had eyeballs on him for ages.
That was Woody Rose on an sure that could be a little drama. So I started talking about Jim caught me. We don't want to talk about that because there's drama involved possibly. Woody Rose may have ran an extra lap on our issue.
Yeah, it looks like JT's been screwed by the timing, guys. Okay, we can hear thunder in the background. I can hear horns as well.
And that looks like it's going to be Kimberly Sparrow on our heads-up loop. So she had a great run. She'll be on the lead lap. So she should be in that top 5 position. Great run for this.
And that is Kimberly Sparrow making her way around, coming across the race line, start-finish.
They got to be super excited, and everything is looking great out here. Getting everything tuned up for 1 p.m. start for the 4400 Unlimited class, presented by Good Boy Vodka.
Yeah, and we're still waiting to bring home the last of our heroes.
Looks like about 2.5 more minutes. Are we going to see Dwayne Garrettson or not? Is he going to be able to bump out Rick Levezzo? It is going to be down to the wire.
Well, let's just talk about this and the racing. So out here for this race, we've seen our 4500s and 4800s been racing for an hour and a half. Our 4400s are going to be out there for 2 hours. Now, fuel strategy is almost certainly going to play its part. Some of these cars, though, are built for King of the Hammers. Some of these cars, like Bailey Campbell, have massive fuel cells in there.
We saw her show that at Montana. They were able to run the full 4 laps out in Montana without any fuel stops. So they are absolutely don't have to stop here as well.
Exactly. That could play to their strengths. And so let's talk about fuel strategy there. And fuel strategy is a massively important thing. And what happens is that we've got some of these vehicles are going to carry more fuel than other cars. And 2 hours on this course, I think any vehicles that are running sort of a 35-gallon fuel cell, they're almost certainly going to have to take fuel on. Because something that Brian Shirley said to me many years ago, big horses eat a lot of hay, and
yes, they do.
And there's some serious horsepower out there today, and that looks like Eric Weichel.
We hadn't seen him for a while. He's a few laps down, so tough break for that, but great to see him still moving. Not sure what kind of issue we had with him, but we'll hope to see. I think Dwayne Garrettson has about 1 more minute to go.
Yeah, so Eric Weichel has completed 3 laps. So obviously had problems out there on course. A very easy vehicle to identify with those famous yellow and orange flames down the side.
And I hope to see Dwayne Garrettson in less than a minute. Otherwise, I think Rick Levezzo may take home that second spot for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. It is going to be down to the absolute wire. I've got about 20 seconds left on my unofficial timer.
And Jesse Oliver. Jesse Oliver's a lap down.
He was a lap down,
isn't he?
Yep. So where is Dwayne Garrettson? He may not make it. I don't know. He could have issues on course.
This is Ultra 4 racing. Anything can happen out there on track, Miles.
This is a tough course. The dust has been amazing. No dust, technically.
Exactly.
The elements have been made for a perfect race course.
Let's just talk about this. We saw our unofficial race winner, Jeremy Jones. I counted that he had at least 5 flats. He came in the previous lap with 2 flats. He came in on the last lap with 2 flats, and he had a flat before that as well.
Yeah, it's this course is really tough on tires. These are DOT tires. Our next race is unlimited racing, so they can have sticky tires. So they are stronger tires. It's a 40-inch tire.
Yeah, but not only the most important thing here is not the fact that they're sticky tires, it's the fact they can have an armoured sidewall. So the people who are running the Nittos and tires like that, they do have a lot of armour or Kevlar weaved into the sidewalls themselves, which means that when they're in the ruts and they're laying down that heavy power, they're less likely to get those little stones coming through the sides of the tyre.
And that makes a huge difference, and the ground clearance as well, too. Because we have the most common will be 40-inch. There are some 42s as well, but I think my unofficial stopwatch, Dwayne Garrettson does not have a chance to bump out Rick Levezzo. But does he have enough to get back here to the start-finish line?
And we have another vehicle
and
now.
Brian Moore?
Now, Brian had some issues earlier on.
He's running those ORI shocks. Those are a really cool design.
They are, so they don't use the spring, they use air as the spring. A lot of adjustment in there. They're very, very popular in rock racing and rock bouncing.
Rock crawling.
And rock crawling, indeed. Not so popular in the racing. And that tends to be because the air, as it warms up, obviously it changes pressure.
But we do have the Jensen brothers that are ORI. They race with us from time to time, and they're trying to develop every time. So they come out here and prove it with us here at Ultra 4 USA. Plenty of time, so we can ramble for a while. No worries.
Yeah, I got a feeling this might go to Jesse Oliver if Dwayne Garrettson's broken the track.
No.
Yes. Just to keep it sweet there, we just worked that out. Dwayne Garrison is actually ahead of Jesse Oliver because he's out on another lap ahead of Jesse, so it would be Dwayne Garrison even if he does retire.
Thanks again for everybody for tuning in for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. This is Ultra 4 USA. We are just wrapping up the Everyman Challenge races, and then at 1 p.m., the 4400 Unlimited race is going to kick off. So let's go over our Project X staging for the 4400 Unlimited class, and that pole position is Paul Wolf.
In second position is going to be Cade Rod, who threw down an incredible run in that Dragon.
And then the drift man himself in third spot is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And fourth in the Campbell car, it's Mr. Brian Crofts.
And the fastest straight axle of qualifying in fifth position is Chad Dowker.
And just behind him, we've seen we've got Chad Hunt out there in one of the Miller frames.
In seventh, two-time king, Lauren Healy.
And in eighth, our only lady racer out there today in 4400, it's Bailey Campbell.
In ninth position is Christopher Branton.
And then number 10, it's Paul Herschel.
11th is Waylon Campbell.
And 12 in another Horschel car, it's Ben Miller.
In 13th, Off-Road Hall of Famer, three-time King of the Hammers champion, Shannon Campbell.
And then in 14th, it's going to be Brett Harrell in another Horschel car.
All the way from Australia in 15th is Pip Justice.
Yeah, in 16th is Hunter Sparrow. We've just seen Kimberly Sparrow racing with us in the 4500 class. Starting in
17th position, he battled last night in the knockout race, is Ryan Rockhold.
Then 18th is Frank Vonderheide.
In 19th is Glenn Page.
In 20th, Tim Hooper.
In 21st is Levi Shirley.
And in 22nd, Jonathan Dawes.
In 23rd is Jan Pittry.
In 24th is Roger King.
In 25th, he took a little turtle during qualifying, is Philip Magilton.
In 26th is Brent Moffitt.
And last but certainly not least, Chip McLaughlin.
Yeah, now that's going to be great seeing Chip starting at the back, seeing what he can do.
So where is Dwayne Garrettson? We thought he should have been here, but he must be having some issues out on course.
Let's think. After the end of lap 1, he came into the Amstel hot pit. The crew jumped around the car. They were looking over the car. They couldn't seemingly find anything wrong with it, and they sent him back out on track.
But the course may have figured it out what was wrong with him.
Exactly. But the other thing is, we can see...
That's Kimberly Sparrow.
No, that's not. That's Jeff Martin.
Oh, that's Jeff Martin. Correct. She's already finished.
Don't worry, I got you, bud. But we'll talk about that. It looked like when he was coming around those bends, like the car was unseated. It looked like he was a little bit unstable. So it might be what you say is the course has worked out what's wrong with it and dealt with it.
They couldn't find it, but the course found it for him. So tough break for Dwayne Garrison. He had such a great run going.
Okay, fantastic. We'll wait for that. So it's been a fantastic day of action, and it all started this morning with the Youth 170s, with the limited and unlimited classes. What a fantastic race that was, Miles.
25 guys and gals went out there, battled on this 1 mile course. They raced for 30 minutes, and it was one of the funnest Ultra 4 youth races we have ever had. It was great.
It was. Jacob Williamson took the checkered flag with 21 laps.
It was incredible. He's in that factory Polaris machine and just went out there, put the hammer down. He was in that pole position, never looked back. Multiple passes on a lot of lap traffic.
Indeed it was. Okay, and here we are. What a fantastic day of racing we've had. It has been all about the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and also the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle class. But check this out. These are the official results for the 4800 Brannick Legends class. In 10th position, it's Eric Weichel. In 9th
is Brian Trimp.
In 8th is Jeff Flanagan.
In 7th is Jeff Martin.
In 6th is Justin Miron.
In 5th, Kimberly Sparrow.
In 4th is Justin Bath.
In 3rd, Ryan Taylor.
In 2nd is Woody Stevens. Stephen Rose.
And winning the race is Jeremy Jones.
And from 11 to 15 in 11th, we've got Bob Lindgren.
In 12th is Brent Harrell.
In 13th, Brian Moore.
In 14th, Ryan Webb.
And 15th, rounding out the 4,800 Brannock Legends class, is Johnny Valdez.
So up next, the Good Boy Vodka results for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And that first position is Cody St. Clair.
In second is Richard Levezzo.
In third is Dwayne Garrettson.
In fourth is Jesse Oliver.
In fifth, Sean Rance.
And rounding out the 4,500s is Troy Digby.
What a great, great race we had. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with some amazing race action at 1 p.m. Central. Jim, what a wonderful race we just had.
It's been absolutely fantastic. I thoroughly enjoy it. To be here at Mid-America Outdoors at Visions 2023, it is awesome. But now it's about the grand finale. Now it's about the big dogs. It's about the 4,400s, and I cannot wait.
So while we have a little bit of a break in the action, we've caught up live from Speed Sport throughout the week to see all we have been doing out there. So we're going to step away and take a quick break and be back for the 4,400 class in just a little bit.
Hello and welcome to Speed Sport Live from Visions 2023. Hello everybody, I'm Dave Arnold, joined us alongside Erica Allreed, and we got a special guest, Jake Versi. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Doing very well. Stoked to be out here at Visions.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra 4 to rally, these guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing.
It's time to rumble!
Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars,
At the line!
modifieds or midgets,
Down to the low side, we take the lead!
third lane models or demolition derby,
Oh!
Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love.
Oh, you kidding me?
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us. Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a handy.
watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra 4 to Rally. These guys are fighting for the lead.
Seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing.
It's time to rumble!
Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars,
at the line!
Modifieds or midgets,
down to the low side, we take the lead!
Dirt late models or demolition derby,
oh!
Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am. And this is Ultra 4 Racing at its finest. You are on for some great racing action through the tight trees of Mid-America Outdoors here in Jay, Oklahoma for this double points race. I am Miles Hasquist alongside my great friend from across the pond, Mr. Jim Marsden. How we doing, Jim?
Thank you very much, Miles. It's fantastic to be here, and this is the big one. This is the one that we've all been waiting for. This is the 2023 Visions Off-Road, presented by Can-Am 4400 Ultra 4 USA race. What a mouthful that is, but what a race it's going to be.
These are the biggest and baddest names in our sport. This is the grand finale for Ultra 4 USA. It's been a great day going through everything, but it's been so amazing. I can't wait to get this party started. We should be racing here in about 9 minutes. And it's going to be a great race. We have 27 cars taking the line, unlimited horsepower, unlimited suspension, unlimited everything. This is going to be a wild show, Jim.
It is, and we've got some of the biggest hitters in Ultra 4 racing lining up out there, and this race is going to be epic. 2 hours of race time on this course, and we've already seen the damage this course has done to other classes.
Yes, Jim, it's been a great day. But earlier this week, we started with the stock UTV, and third is Mitchell Riccelli, and third was Byron Sterrett, and first, Jason Wofford.
And in the Open 4900 UTV class, in third, it was Cody Quattlebaum. In second, it was Philip Papapo, and in first, it was Ian Dickey.
In the Pro Modified class, it was Kyle Chaney in third. Corey Willis in second, and taking the win was Todd Beckett for his first Ultra 4 USA win.
Absolutely, and in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, it was third to John Rance, second to Lauren Healy, and Sergio Pinonolius, he pulled out that massive win out of the bag, taking first place.
We just wrapped up the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Third position goes to Dwayne Garrettson. In second was Rick Levezzo, and taking that win was the Texas kid, Cody St. Clair.
And in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, in third was Ryan Taylor, in second was Woody Rose, and first was Jeremy Jones. And what a race that was.
And we have a couple cool tricks for you. There's Paul Wolf with an on-car camera. We have Paul Wolf and Bailey Campbell with on-car cameras. We'll use those as long as we can. It's a really cool thing we added. I'm pretty stoked to see it go down. This is about to go. Jim, these are the big names. It's going to be wide open racing.
It really is. This is the best racing we have seen. In 27th off the grid today will be Chip McLaughlin. In 26th, it'll be Brent Moffitt.
In 25th is Philip McGilton.
In 24th,
there's so many big names out there. I can't wait to see it. I mean, we have two-time king Lauren Healy. We have three-time king Shannon Campbell. We've got the biggest and baddest names that are going to be racing with us here.
Yeah, it's indeed. But we're also going to have some drama on this race course, and I'm really looking forward to it. Levi Shirley, he had a poor qualifying session. He's going to be starting down the pack. We need to keep an eye on him. That man is seriously quick.
And remember, they will be racing at one every 30 seconds, so this race will be on adjusted time. This is an 8-mile course out here in the middle of Mid-America Outdoors. It is going to be phenomenal as we see the race jitters through Paul Wolf, getting everything checked out, double-checking all of his safety straps, and it is about to go. This tight trees, wide open hay fields, tight trees, it's going to be great.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf is making his way to the starting lineup, and I can see our race director, JT Taylor, has the green flag out. We're only a few minutes away from the start of this race, and we will be going live here at Visions 2023 at Mid-America Off-Road in Jay, Oklahoma.
And here comes your Project X lineup grid. Starting in first position is Mr. Paul Wolf.
In second is the young gun, Cade Rod.
In third position, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In fourth, it's Brian Crofts.
Fifth, our fastest straight axle is Tad Dowker.
And in sixth and another straight axle, it's Chad Hunt.
Seventh is Lauren Healy.
In eighth, our first lady of the sport is Bailey Campbell.
In ninth, Christopher Branton.
And in 10th is Paul Horschel.
And then in 11th is Wayland Campbell.
In 12th is Ben Miller.
13th, Off-Road Hall of Famer, three-time King of the Hammers winner, Shannon Campbell.
And in 14th is Brett Harrell. We just saw his son, Brent Harrell, racing in 48.
All the way from Australia, Pip Justice.
And then at 16th is Hunter Sparrow.
Ryan Rockhold.
And 18th, Frank Vonderhyde.
Glenn Page.
And then in 20th, Tim Hooper.
And then 21st is Levi Shirley.
22nd is Jonathan Dawes.
And 23rd is Jan Pittry.
Then we have Roger King in 24th.
And 25th is Philip McGilton.
And in 26th is Brent Moffitt.
Last but not least, Mr. Chip McLaughlin.
Now, there's so many stories inside this starting lineup as we watch this. Now, Paul Wolf is a man who's absolutely on form at the moment. And he's going to be loving the fact that he's going to have clear air in front of him. Better than that, there's a little bit of moisture on the ground. It's going to be a perfect race conditions. Just as I say that, though, the heavens open and we have rain here in Jay, Oklahoma.
It's a heavy drizzle as we speak. Last year we battled through the dust. This year it's going to be a little mud. You can't have the best of everything. Do you want the dust? Do you want the mud? You can't have it all. But here we go. 4,400 Unlimited Racing is about to kick off, I'm going to say, in less than 5 minutes.
So come on then, Miles, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you're a betting man, who's going to take home the P1 today?
Well, you can't count against Paul Wolf sitting on that pole position. He's already proved himself last night in the knockout. He has got a great race ahead of him, but Cade Rod's right behind him. Then Vaughn Gittin. I mean, it is a stacked field. I can't guess who's going to win. I just can't wait to see it unfold in front of us.
Absolutely. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And we've got all 3 Campbell cars racing out there for today, and 4 Campbell cars if we actually count the fact we have Brian Crofts lining up there in 4th position.
What a great race. This is the 3rd annual Visions hosted at Mid-America Outdoors, just outside of Jay in northeast Oklahoma. Spanning over 1,600 acres, this place is absolutely amazing, Jim.
Now, talking to some of the drivers earlier, this is a 2-hour race. That means that a lot of these cars are going to have to stop for fuel. So strategy is going to play its part out here for sure. But there are some cars, like Bailey Campbell, who's running 70 gallons of fuel. She will not need to stop. Will that play its part later in the race?
I mean, it's going to play advantage because just after the race line start-finish is the AMSOIL hot pit, so we'll see how it all shakes out. We have 27 cars to get off the line, one at a time every 20 seconds or 30 seconds. We'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah, indeed. Now, our fastest lap we've seen this weekend is a 14:06 from Nathan Parker, right at the beginning of this session of fantastic Ultra 4 racing.
And now, that was in a stock UTV.
Exactly. Are we going to see these big guns break that 14-minute mark?
Up to 1,000 horsepower in a few of these vehicles. Paul Horschel sniffing 1,000 horsepower. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And look at the line of cars. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, so even if you start in the back, you're still racing your own clock. You're just going to have to deal with more lap traffic. Normally starting in front, you have the great advantage with no dust, but there won't be too much dust out there with this perfect rain conditions.
Yeah, and these are all heavy-hitting cars. There are no slow cars lining up for this event today.
The great shot of Cade Rod.
Thousands of hungry horses there getting ready to start. And just wait until you see the roost coming off of these tyres as they make their way down the side of the hot pits and head down into the woods.
Less than 2 minutes to go for the 4,400 Unlimited class presented by Good Boy Vodka. Our race director, JT Taylor, has the green flag patiently awaiting. We have Paul Wolf with an on-car camera as well. We'll be able to check in with him and a Bailey Campbell as they race through the woods. Paul Wolf, we just saw him in that exact car last night racing the America Pro Rock Knockout, winning that race in his UFO and in his Can-Am.
Absolutely, and we saw him yesterday lining up for the Pro Mod 4900 class. He was sitting here on the front row of the grid, and literally 5 seconds before the start, his UTV stopped. Is that going to be playing on his mind today, Miles?
Oh, you know it's the race jitters, because like you were saying, he was sitting there, everything was good yesterday, and then something went wrong. He had to back out of the way. He worked on it for quite a while, trying to get going, couldn't figure it out, but now the UFO is sitting there ready to rumble. Oh, I see his hands up. 1 minute to go from JT Taylor. We are about to get this party started, Jim, and this is going to be absolutely amazing. There's a great shot of Lauren Healy and a Bailey Campbell.
There is indeed. Now we're going to get some superb shots from Bailey Campbell, hopefully. She has a camera attached to her vehicle. So let's hope our production team can bring that through for us. But let's not forget, we are in the middle of nowhere in Jay, Oklahoma for the 2023 Visions.
Don't forget to download the MAO app on Google or Apple. Go to AOE.TV, the Ultra 4 USA and Mid-America Outdoors Facebook and YouTube channels. Check it out. Share it with your friends. Get your snacks ready. Get the drinks prepped. We are about to go live racing.
And if you just joined us at home, this is 4400 class racing. This is unlimited four-wheel drives. Most of these cars are going to be on 40-inch plus tyres. They're going to be running independent front suspension. Here we go. Look at this.
3, 2, 1, live racing with Mid-America Outdoors Ambassador Paul Wolf, number 1018 out of Brighton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing and that UFO single-seat beautiful Joe Thompson built machine on car with Paul Wolf.
And look at that, we had absolute laser focus there from Paul Wolf. And it's all about this young man, Cade Rod.
So it is 20-second increments. Mr. Cade Rod out of Cortez, Colorado with Cade Rod Racing and his Jimmy's 4x4 single-seat IFS high-horsepower machine.
Yeah, commonly known as a Dragon. Those things are absolutely monster, and it's so good to see him back out here. And now it's Vaughan Getting Jr., GIF champion, Ultra 4 champion. There's not much this man hasn't done and not much he cannot do. Let's see what he can do today.
Another Mid-America Outdoors ambassador with Eric Davis riding shotgun out of Concord, North Carolina with Fun Haver Off-Road team with this Triton Engineering 2C IFS Bronco Brocky 2.0.
And lining up next, it is Brian Crofts. This is the nearly man. He's qualified first at King of the Hammers. He's been so fast at so many races. Has he got what it takes to bring it home today?
Out of Queen Creek, Arizona with CB Motorsports and his Campbell single-seat chassis, IFS.
And going off the line now, this is Tad Dowker. This is the first of our solid axle machines.
With Brian Trent riding shotgun out of Kewanee, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks and a Trent Fab solid axle machine, Bambi.
Yeah, and we just saw a Trent Fab winning the Brannick 4800s Legends class as we watch now Chad Hunt in his Miller chassis.
With his son Caden Hunt riding shotgun out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports and a Miller Pro chassis, solid axle, Mass Motorsports LS 427.
And the man that needs no introduction as we watch there. There's Tad Dowker making his way through, and on the line at the moment is two-times king Lauren Healy.
With Jesse Amix riding shotgun, another Mid-America Outdoors ambassador out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road team with his Triton Engineering 2C IFS IRS Bronco.
Yeah, of course, we saw Lauren Healy in the 4600 Spider Tracks class taking second place yesterday as he roars off. But now it's all about this young lady, the first lady of Ultra 4. This is Bailey Campbell.
Another Mid-America Outdoor ambassador with Ryan Miller riding shotgun out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. She's in a 2C IFS Campbell Enterprise machine.
It just sounds like that engine's a little bit fluffy there, but lining up right now, it's Christopher Branton. He was our pole setter at Legends of the Fall last year. This year, he's in 9th place at Visions 2023. Look at those big USD stickies.
Kamikaze, Chris Branton and Ryan Webb take off out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Upside Down Racing with a Jimmy's 2C IFS chassis, LSX 427.
And check this out, it's the twisted genius of Paul Herschel. Independent front suspension, independent rear suspension, passive rear steer, nearly 1,000 horsepower as he roars off the line.
With Mitchell Sweat riding shotgun out of Park City, Utah with Horschel Motorsports and that 2C IFS IRS Ford Bronco.
And this is Waylon Campbell. Another one from the Campbell stables in this single-seat Campbell car. Now he's been having oil pressure problems. Let's see what he can do.
Waylon Campbell out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing in his single-seat IFS machine.
And Waylon blasts on down. Huge pace, but this is Ben Miller. Ben Miller, this is a new car for him this year, also built by Paul Horschel. Almost identical to Paul's car. Independent front, independent rear, and another comedy-sized V8.
Out of Saatchi, Texas with Elite One Intermodal Racing and that beautiful built Paul Horschel 2C IFS IRS Ford Bronco with rear steer.
Yeah, it just sounds like he's having to clear that motor out a bit. When they've been sat idling for a while, they quite often take a time to clear. And that is three-time king Shannon Campbell in the Dragon Slayer.
Out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, three-time king Shannon Campbell.
And next off the line, as we watch Paul Wolf here, already down in the woods and battling hard. Just look how laser-focused and controlled he is. But next off the line, it will be Brett Harrell in another Horschel car.
Justin with Tuborg's riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon with Team Changeover Racing. And another Paul Horschel-built 2C IFS machine with a Danzio LS7.
And this is Pip Justice. Pip Justice is out of Australia, hence the flag on the roof, in a solid axle car.
With Diamond Dave riding shotgun out of Tyrus, Australia, with Rufus racing a Tribe 16 solid axle machine donkey.
Yeah, and Pitt's been very fast recently, and this is Hunter Sparrow. I believe he was in driving duties literally in the last race, so he's out of one car, into another, and off the line he goes.
With Drew Broughton riding shotgun number 72 out of Denver, Colorado, with Sparrow Motorsports and a Miller chassis Ginger.
Watch him as he charges down along the side, and this is a man who needs no introduction, Ryan Rockhold. We saw him racing last night against the Rock Bouncers. What can he do for us today?
He had put on one heck of a show last night. Late entry, Maxxis athlete Ryan Rockhold taking out of Colorado Springs, Colorado.
In the Jimmy's IFS car, and you cannot miss that livery. It glows in the sunlight, changes colour as you look at it. It's an incredible machine. And next up, it is Frank Vonderheide. Powering off the line.
With Drew Davis driving shotgun out of Scranton, Arkansas, with STT Racing with this Jimmy's 4x4 podium chassis.
And this is Glenn Page in 19th position in another solid axle car. And Glenn's all the way from Canada.
From Ontario, Canada, with Greasy Clowns Racing in his Get Bent Fab chassis. I believe this is one of his first races with Ultra 4 USA. So if you've never raced with us, come on out. The first round is on us.
Lining up next, this is Tim Hooper.
With Daniel Parker riding shotgun out of Bentonville, Arkansas, with Fuel Works Racing in his Trent Fab top shelf solid axle machine. And he is off and running. Fuel Works is one of our Mid-America Outdoors sponsors, so thanks to Tim Hooper.
As we watch Tim Hooper making his way down past the hot pits, we'll be swinging back round and we will see Levi Shirley with his UK-built off-road Armory Eurofighter.
Levi Shirley with Corey Nasso riding shotgun out of Dodge City, Kansas, with Levi Shirley Racing and Lucky Dog Racing in that Eurofighter 2-seat IFS machine.
Yeah, he's packing over 750 horsepower out of that car. Be great to see what he can do today. And now it's Jonathan Dawes.
With Corey Day riding shotgun out of Mooresville, Indiana, with Dirt Weapon Off-Road and that Trent Fab chassis straight axle.
Trent Fab, that's so well represented this weekend in multiple classes. And now it's Jan Pitre in 23rd position.
Pitre trot himself out of St. Columban, Canada, with that custom chassis LS3 Turbo 400. Great to see him out all the way down from Canada, come out to race with us.
So many fantastic vehicles, and Roger King will be next off the line in the 124 car.
We saw him race in the 4600 Spider Track stock class as well, with Justin Cowart riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee, with Team Robbie Bobby with that Motor City Fab solid axle machine.
And he's off the line safely and making his way down past the hot pits. And then this will be Philip McLilton.
With Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with B&L Motorsports and that Jimmy's 4x4 48P 2-seat solid axle machine.
And we nearly have all our runners and riders out on course. 2 more to go, and this is Brent Moffitt.
With Corey Moffitt riding shotgun out of Kyoto, Oklahoma, with Catch This Racing and another Jimmy's chassis, April Fools. Another solid axle machine. And last but not least is going to be Chip McLaughlin. Which tree do you think he's going to hit?
All of them. So this is Chip McLaughlin racing in the Tribe IFS car.
With Brad Christensen riding shotgun out of Corinth, Texas, with Rufus Racing and that Tribe 16 2-seat IFS machine. And there he goes, smokes a tree right off the gate. I was chatting with him earlier. He actually does not have 4-wheel drive. So he was just playing with us a little bit. He broke the front end on it, but he wanted to start the race for points for a KOH spot, and he is able to help fellow competitors on course. So he wanted to just take the green flag. He's going to park in the Amsoil hot pits and be able to help anybody on course, because let's get over this. This is a no-chase race, so nobody can help you outside of nobody can help you outside of the pits except for a fellow competitor. So the class act of Chip McLaughlin said, I'm going to start the race. That way he can do anything on course outside of the Amsoil hot pits. It's pretty cool.
Now, do you know what I want to see? I want to see Chip McLaughlin running back through the forest with a steering ram on his shoulder.
I don't think he runs anywhere.
Exactly. That's why I want to see that.
And we're on board with Paul Wolf. How cool is this, Jim?
Yeah, this is it. This is our current race leader. This is the man who dominated the rock bouncing. And Paul Wolf here, he's doing a great job. But I just love looking how easy. Look how his body is just totally relaxed. He's in the zone and doing what he does best.
Chatting with his rugged race radios, making sure everything's running smooth. He's on communication with Chris Hickman. And look at Paul wiping his glasses. He's left and right on the steering wheel. He's going through a water section right there. So he keeps wiping us off. And there's Chip McLaughlin pulled into the Amsoil hot pits. So he is the only one in there that can leave the hot pits and help a fellow competitor. Unless it's one of our own Ultra 4 USA safety members. For safety reasons only.
So we've got a race on our hands here now. Oh, and look how wet Paul is already.
So it's raining as well. It just quit raining now. But he must be, is he at mile marker number 6 already?
Yeah, he's going to be around about mile marker 6 because he looks like he's going up the creek at the moment. And you can see him just going, God, whiz, what is happening
And he's looking at the camera laughing like, I wonder if they're seeing me.
Yeah.
He's had to back up there.
Yeah,
yep,
that's
okay,
it.
So that's the hard right turn right there at mile marker number 6. So obviously, if he has to back up, it's getting really tricky. So now he's in a wide open section, kind of does a drift to the left, misses a really nasty pothole, and he's about to hit one more splash pass. So if we can stay with this, we'll see some water coming over the dash any second.
Now, you've got to think about this. He's going to be in this car for 2 hours, and he's going to be absolutely soaking wet. You get a lot of heat coming through the car as well. You get that adrenaline that keeps you going. But he's a very fit young man. He hasn't got a lot of, how shall I put this, meat on the bone, okay? And it's important that he stays warm. And these kind of vehicles in this kind of race conditions, it's very easy to get cold out there.
But the humidity is already starting to kick in. I can feel it. But you're right. The water does make you chilly. But Paul Wolf's going to give it all he's got. And this is such a great shot we have going on. We had 27 cars leave the line in 20-second increments, and there is Vaughn Gittin Jr. right there at mile marker number 6. The Drift King himself with Eric Davis riding shotgun, the Monster Energy athlete, still pushing through hard.
Now, we don't know for certain, but of course, Vaughn Gittin Jr. did start in 3rd position. So has Cade Rod already blown through, or has Cade Rod got a problem out on track?
And there is a Campbell car. I couldn't quite tell who that was, but that should be Brian Crofts.
It should be, yep.
Back on board with Paul Wolf. This onboard camera is a lot of fun to watch. Look how rough this car is. Even though the suspension works amazing, these cars really do put a beating on you. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race King of the Hammers, Crandon, Mid-America Outdoors, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, Lake Havasu. We can go over huge rocks, mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert. Whoops, these cars can do it all and do it all well.
Yeah, I was just looking. It looks like he's reaching back there to try and find his pumper hose. I've got a feeling he might have lost his pumper. You can see that his visor seems to be misting up, and that is the UFO, I believe, isn't it?
Yes, that is our physical race leader, Paul Wolf. And look, even with the rain, it's still a little bit dusty, so he's about mile marker number 7 as we speak. And here comes Lauren Healy, I believe. Yes,
yeah, that is Lauren.
With Jesse Amick's riding shotgun there at mile marker number 6.
Now, Lauren Healy started in 7th position behind Chad Hunt and behind Tad Dowker. So has he already managed to push his way past those two vehicles? I wouldn't bet against it.
I was talking to Tad and Chad about that. They were super stoked about their qualifying, but they're also like, yeah, but we have Lauren Healy right behind us, so we're going to let him go around if he catches us, which obviously they do, because remember, this race is on adjusted time. So if you've been caught, you've already been passed on time. So most of our drivers see it, they hear it, they pull over, let them ride around.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't be a jackrabbit. What do we mean by that? When someone comes up behind you, you find an extra gear and pull away. You've already been caught on time. You're not quicker. Get out of the way.
Look at the water coming here. That may be Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller, I believe. Yes, it is.
Now, it's very interesting in these water sections because you have to make a conscious decision. Are you going to punch through the water as fast as you can to be as quick as you can, or are you going to slow down just a little bit and try and stop you getting so much water on board so that you can look after yourself so you'll be more efficient later in the race?
But it sounds like she's already taken off enough water to knock out her onboard camera as we are here with Paul Wolf, and Cade Rod is right behind him. So we've got a race on our hands. Remember, they took off in 20-second increments. Go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here at the Can-Am desk. And Paul Wolf is on a mission, but Cade Rod has already got him on time. So our new Race leader is Cade Rod on adjusted time.
What a race we've got going on here. These two young men are absolutely the pinnacle of off-road motorsport.
Looks like it's 15 seconds, so it's a 15-second lead from Cade Rod to Paul Wolf.
Yeah, and you can see that it looked like Cade was actually catching Paul Wolf there as he made his way down. So impressed with this new Dragon that Cade's driving. And he's driving with the seasoned professional that he is. Let's not forget, Cade Rod came up through the ranks. He came through 4,800, made his way into 4,400, driving solid axle cars. And now he's been working with this incredible IFS machine.
Oh, and look, that was Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming up towards the Brannock Bowl. He is pushing hard, goes around the little Yukon launch there, but still pushing strong. What a great race we have on our hands. This is a 2-hour race until the white flag comes out. So we have a lot of racing action to go for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza. This is Ultra 4 USA Racing at its finest.
Yeah, it's a full throttle assault from Vaughn as he makes his way across the race line, start-finish.
And we've already seen flat tires in the EMC on their first lap, so that just goes to show you these race tires are really doing well. There's three-time King of the Hammers champion, Shannon Campbell.
Yeah, Shannon looks really good there as he comes on through race mile 6. And I think that's Tad Dowker there.
He'll be coming across the race line, start-finish, heading out for lap number 2.
So Tad Dowker is still ahead of Lauren Healy. In fact, Tad Dowker has got ahead of Brian Crofts.
Brian Crofts has a right rear flat tire, so he'll be heading into the Amsoil hot pits. There is Brett Harrell. We saw Brent on the last race. There's a great shot of Paul Wolf and Cade Rod.
Yeah, this is a proper battle here. Look at the multiple lines as they pick their way around this course.
And this is a cool spot. It's an uphill battle. Then they'll be heading off. And there's Hunter Sparrow, followed closely by Pip Justice at mile marker number 6 in that creek section.
Yeah, we got a solid axle battle going on there, that's for sure. But right now, it's all about Paul Wolf and Cade Rod as they pull away from the rest of the field.
And Lauren Healy just about smokes our drone with a rocket. He's giving it all he's got. They're all going around that little bump area.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Although, did you notice that Paul Wolf went over it?
I did not. I missed that one. He's giving it all he's got, but Cade Rod's giving a run for his money.
And I tell you, these guys are putting our drone pilot to work here. Look at the speed they're going.
What a great show. Is getting a little slideways as Lauren Healy, two-time King of the Hammers winner. So let's go through our Optima Battery leaderboard right now. In 6th position, it's Lauren Healy.
In 5th is Brian Cross, but he will be stopping in the pits.
In 4th is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In 3rd, our highest placed solid axle car, it's Ted Dowker.
Our pole setter, number 2, Paul Wolf.
And physical race leader, but right now on adjusted time is the young man himself, Cade Rod, who's leading this race.
We just saw Ben Miller and Lauren Healy back around the Amsoil hot pits. Lots of action all over this race course.
I'm loving these drone shots here, Miles. They're absolutely fantastic. Got to say a huge shout out to our production crew who are bringing these wonderful images here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am.
Here's Frank Vonderheide pushing hard through mile marker number 6. And heading across the race line, start finishes Mrs. Bailey Campbell with Ryan Miller. All 4 Nitto tires still holding air, looking good. So is he going to be able to get around, or is she going to be able to get around her husband, Brian Crofts?
Yeah, it's likely. And Bailey Campbell has made up a position. She's moved from 8th to 7th. So good stuff there from Bailey.
Have a little fun in the Amsoil hot pits. We'll see how it all shakes out. Looks like the hideout's full. We got our Jumbotron there.
Yeah, our hard charger at the moment, though, is Tad Dowker. He has made himself up 2 places, managing to get past an adjusted time, Brian Cross and Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And we got a drag race with Ryan Webb and Waylon Campbell, because Christopher Brenton actually isn't here, so it's his normal co-driver, Ryan Webb, driving. And Paul Horschel pushing strong. Waylon Campbell gets a little
Waylon? Yeah, Waylon's coming into the pits.
He tried to dive in a little early, but got figured out. So Waylon Campbell is in the Amsoil hot pits. What is the matter?
Now, is this an oil pressure issue?
He's been fighting engines for quite some time.
Yeah, he's had some real issues. Oh, tough break here for Waylon. Right, fingers crossed, everybody, that he can get back out on track. And
that is the 464 of Glenn Page. I believe this is his first race with Ultra 4 USA. So if you've never raced with us, come on out. The first race is on us. We'll waive your entry fee. If you are just tuning in, I am Miles Hasquist alongside my good friend Jim Marsden, and this is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza, and this is the grand finale for Ultra 4 USA. Back on screen with Philip McGilton. Jim, what a show it started.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic, Miles. It doesn't get better than this. This is Ultra 4 racing at its very, very best. And it looks like Wayland's moving out now. Is he going back out on track, or is he just going to be pulling out off of course?
And
Let's
here
see what
comes
happens.
some horsepower of Shannon Campbell all over the throttle, giving it all he's got.
Now, Shannon, he looked like he had all 4 tyres on that machine there, so hopefully he'll be blowing through the pits.
There's Jonathan Dawes, mile marker 6 in that creek section. What a great shot we have here. And that may have been Hunter Sparrow right behind him.
Now, I think we've already seen Hunter Sparrow go through.
But Wayland Campbell looks like he is pulling off the race course. There's Brett Harrell. Looks like his car's still in good shape. Right behind him is Hunter Sparrow. Good call, Jim.
Yeah, so Hunter Sparrow having a good race there. Hunter Sparrow looks like he's made up a couple of places. But where's Pip Justice? And just as I say that, Pip Justice crosses the race lane start-finish as we back in car with Paul Wolfe.
What a great shot here we have. And look how wet Paul is. This is a wet race course. They didn't want dust. They got their wish.
Yeah, now look at this. He looks a little bit steamed up there. I'm wondering if he's actually lost the pipe. Yep, there goes the visor. So I think what's happened is he's lost his the pipe off the pumper.
The pumper.
Yep, or the other thing that's happened is the water has hit the filter on the pumper, blocked the filter, so we're not getting any air blown through. Now, this is an issue. You can already see him starting to squint, okay? He's going to be trying to sort this out now. But the problem is he's opened his visor. The second problem is now that water's going to roll down in front of the visor. He'll close the visor, and now the vision is actually worse than it was before. So this is an issue that these guys face. He's going to be popping that again in a minute.
So he's trying to vent it right now because I think it's steaming up on it's kind of fogging up on him. So
exactly.
This is a great shot that we never get to see. Is that Roger King? It looks like yes, it is, and maybe Brent Moffitt.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there from these guys. But going back to Paul Wolfe, so this is the problem that all of these drivers are going to be facing out there. We have pumpers to help us cope with the dust, but they do help us to keep the screens clear when we're in rain because it stops the condensation. However, if his pumper pipe drops off or the filter's blocked with water or worse, and you'll notice this, I probably shouldn't say this because he won't thank me. If you look at Eric Miller, and myself for that matter, we run our pumpers upside down, so the filters are downwards. So if the filters get full of water, that doesn't then drop down through and destroy the fans in the pumpers.
Huh, that's another trick of the trade.
Yep, and now the world knows it.
Thanks again to everybody who makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. There's Tim Hooper with Fuelworks and that solid axle Trent Fab machine.
Now, we haven't seen Levi Shirley yet. That doesn't mean he hasn't gone past. There is Levi Shirley.
You're getting good at this, Jim.
It's almost
you say it and they show it. So Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso still pushing strong. All 4 Yokohamas on the ground looking good.
Yeah, we're just going to see where he comes in on adjusted time there. And Levi Shirley is in 15th place.
We should see Benjamin Miller coming through here momentarily.
But let's not forget that he started in 21st position, but it's on adjusted time. But if you caught in lap traffic, it's very, very difficult for him to deal with that. It's a very tight race course, and it looks like Ben Miller, you are absolutely right.
Did you see the rear steer right there? How cool is that? IFS IRS with rear steer. That thing is an absolute work of art. Paul Horschel builds an amazing, amazing machine.
He does indeed. I do wonder, though, if the rear steer is an advantage or is it just another thing that takes away from your overall concentration?
So it's one of those deals. It's cool. It's cool. It's really cool. But it's another moving part. So sometimes keeping it simple helps. Just like a Jimmy's chassis driven by Philip McGilton right there on screen. That is a proven car. They're simple. They work well. They get it done. But Paul Horschel's car is it's next level.
Oh, absolutely. With it, alongside Paul Horschel's car, then we look at Ben Miller's car, also built by Horschel, and then Lauren Healy's.
Built by Triton Engineering?
Yeah, by Triton Engineering. And the other Triton Engineering machines out there, I mean, they're spaceships. They're running these amazing portal hubs, IFS, IRS. They're running live shock technology, so there's computers looking after their shock absorber valving. As you say, next level.
It is absolutely impressive.
So welcome. If you've just joined us, this is the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am here at Mid-America Outdoors. We are in Jay, Oklahoma in the United States of America as we watch Paul Wolf taking yet another shower as he makes his way up through race mile 6.
The Mid-America ambassador himself, Paul Wolf, with his UFO single seat, LSX 434, ATO 4L80E, SCST case, Raceline wheels, Nitto tires, Mid-America Outdoors, Ramflow, RCV, Brannick, FK, Hickman Motorsports, Off-Road Patriot, JB Scale Graphics.
Yeah, we're getting more cars now crossing the line. Now, just looking at this car here,
About loses it. That goes to show you how loose this car is.
Yeah, but I think this guy, I'm not sure who this is. I think it might be Roger King, but no. I've got that wrong. This is one of the Canadian drivers, isn't it? It looks like he's about to lose a motor, though. Lots of smoke there, and you can smell it in the air. So, making his way back out onto course there. But keep an eye on that guy because I don't think he's going to be running for that much longer. Oh, and Paul's got some trees in the car with him by the looks of it.
They're running over everything they can to keep going. But something is flapping in the wind.
Yeah, that's just a small branch just caught on the roll cage there. Just flicked up and just stuck there. It'll be gone, I'm sure, in a few minutes' time.
Hopefully it doesn't beat up our on-car camera too much. Looks like that's Chad and Caden Hunt pushing through mile marker number 6.
Yeah, Chad Hunt driving a Miller chassis. And these things are bulletproof. They're built like tanks. And just behind it, that looked like Lauren Healy.
No, that was Vaughn Gittin Jr.
That was Vaughn, right. Okay, so is Vaughn going to be... is this because Vaughn... Actually, no, that would make sense if Vaughn is lapping him.
There is Brent Moffitt crossing the race line start-finish here at Mid-America Outdoors for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Off-Road Extravaganza.
So we're already on lap 2, and the lead cars are starting to pass back markers.
Isn't that pretty crazy?
That is crazy indeed.
There goes Roger King right there. So I think that was Jan Pittry just a minute ago that we were thinking about, one of our new racers.
That was the name I was looking for. He's out of Canada as well, am I right?
Yep.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, I just couldn't put the name there, you know.
Oh, it happens. We've got lots of names going through. Speaking about names, there's Tad Dowker.
Yeah, now Tad Dowker is on a flyer here. He was our highest place, and I still believe he is our highest place solid axle car right now, putting that Trent Fab car to work.
And there is a Campbell chassis out front, it looks like. Now we go back to this may be Frank Vonderheide, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that's a good call there, Miles.
Yes, it is. Frank Vonderheide. Coming out to finish his first lap.
Indeed, and you can see the pace difference here. Completely different kind of pace to that we see with Paul Wolf. Oh, it sounds there, just as he comes around, Frank Vonderheide seems to have an engine issue.
It sounds like some of his electronics or something got wet because it was stumbling, and now he's trying to clear it out.
And this is what we were talking about earlier, about car preparation. When you're going through this kind of water, you need to do prep. You need to get the silicone spray into those plugs, even spray them down with hairspray, which you mentioned yesterday.
Yep.
That can put a protective layer of like shellac over the top that stops the moisture breaking through. WD-40 is another great example of that, and there are other water-expelling chemicals that you can use that will help. I'm certainly not going to give away all my little tricks of the trade today.
And we got a great race right here. Oh, I believe this is our race leaders. That is Paul Wolf, and Cade Rod is right on his tail. Remember, they took off in 20-second increments, so Cade Rod has them by 19 seconds right now.
We just saw Frank Vonderheide. Is Frank Vonderheide going to have it cause an issue here for our race leaders?
Huge wheel stand by. Cade Rod was able to save it. Paul Wolf and Cade Rod are in an absolute dogfight right now. This is a great race by two single-seat IFS machines.
Yeah, look at this. These two guys, they really are at the pinnacle of their careers right now. Paul Wolf is leading Cade Rod, but Cade Rod is winning this race now on adjusted time. He knows he's just got to go.
Oh, and Cade Rod's pulling off. What is going on?
What's
and there is
here?
One entrance and one exit.
Oh, no, he's back on the throttle again.
So
oh, no, he's not.
Something's going on. But he's close enough he can walk back to the pits. Not sure what's going on with Cade Rod. He had such a great race going. This is an absolute heartbreaker. And he is already, the window nut's coming up. So is he going to run over to the AMSOIL hot pits? This is a super bummer for Cade Rod.
Now
what is going on? He's out of the car.
Yeah, that looked like the steering wheel coming out. Now, the one thing I fear for this car is you can see under that great big box there, that's the air filter. And if there's too much water gets down into that area, it could actually cause a problem with the engine. As we cut back to Bailey Campbell, as she makes her way through race mile 6.
That mile marker 6 area back there, that little creek section is extremely cool. But what happened to Cade Rod? He was our leader on adjusted time. So that is one of our Ultra 4 USA staff going over there to check on him, make sure everything's going on. But the hood is going off. So, Jim, you may be on to something with that air filter.
Yeah.
Or a belt. He could have slung a belt.
Could have slung a belt. There was a very negative body language there from
And
Cade.
look at the drift king himself, Vaughn Gittin Jr. getting all sorts of slideways.
Do you think he knows how to do drifting?
Better than anybody else I know. So Cade Rod, his body language is saying he is not in a hurry to get going. Tough break. He had such a great race going.
Did, and this is Tad. No, that is Chad Hunt.
With his son Caden Hunt riding shotgun.
A great image there. Cade Rod.
So the hood is off.
He's putting the steering wheel back on.
So maybe it's a steering issue as we go back to Hoop. Tim Hooper with Fuel Works. He is off pace as well. He's stumbling a little bit, having some drivability issues.
Sounds like he's having some fuel issues, ironically.
So our first 3 are through. It was Cade Rod, then Paul Wolf, and Vaughn Gittin. But Cade Rod is stopped and looking like he's out of the race.
Absolutely. It does look like that Vaughn Gittin Jr. is now ahead of Tad Dowker. We did see Tad get ahead of him on adjusted time on the last lap. So Tad is our highest place, solid axle car, and is currently in 3rd position.
So physical out on course, it is Paul Wolf out front, then Vaughn Gittin Jr., then Tad Dowker.
Yeah, what a race this is. Oh, such a tough break for Cade Rod there. Nobody likes to see that. So fantastic images here. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am.
And here's Paul Wolf. The camera's getting all sorts of dirty. Hopefully he can splash through and clean up that camera real quick. We were joking in line when we were mounting that camera. He's like, hey, that's close enough. I can clean it. Hey, Paul, clean the camera, buddy.
Yeah, I think he's worrying about other things right now, Miles, but it's a good call. What we need is a radio in there.
Yeah, one of those rugged race radios. They chat to him, but yeah, he's got more fish to fry right now. And does he know Cade Rod's off his tail? I'm sure he does.
Yeah, he'll be on his rugged race radios, talking back to the pits. They will have seen, obviously, that Cade Rod has pulled over, and they will be letting Paul know. And Paul, being the seasoned professional he is, will probably just back down the pace just a fraction.
And this is a cool camera shot right here. This is a long stretch. I'm going to guess they're going to hit over 100 miles an hour on there as we see Brian Crofts coming through physically in 4th position out on course.
Now, the last time we saw Brian, we saw he had to go into the pits because he did have a flat tyre. So it's great to see all 4 wheels on his wagon as he makes his way back out for lap number 3.
Because remember, they are in single-seat cars, so if you stop out on course, you're changing it by yourself. So as long as you can lip around and get in the Amsoil hot pits, that is a huge advantage. It looks like that's Brett. Yeah, that's Brett Harrell.
Yeah, that is Brett Harrell. Now, you mentioned about that. These tyres are incredibly heavy. You're going to be talking about something in the region of getting on for 120 pounds, something like that. And some of these cars use some pretty cool technology. We have cones on the hubs, so when you take the wheel off, you can pick the tyre up, pick the wheel up,
and
put it onto the cone, self-centers, spin it until it lines on the studs and drop them on. But you still don't want to be doing it on your own, particularly in muddy conditions. The mud sticks to the inside of the tread, and what is a 120-pound tyre becomes a 150-pound tyre. And if you have to throw that back up on the rack, oh, man, that's hard work.
Should be seeing Bailey Campbell coming out and around, and there she is through the Brannock Bowl. Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller still pushing strong. That should put them in that 5th position. Oh, on adjusted time, she's going to be in 4th.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Now, interestingly here, we saw her leaving the line earlier on, and the engine sounded a little bit fluffy. You can hear it now. It sounds crisp, it sounds sweet, and these V8s, when they've been stood there idling, as I say, they just block up the plugs a little bit, and they need some time to clear out, and that's exactly what's happened to Bailey's.
But cleared out it is, and she is ripping and roaring out there. Our only female competitor in the 4400 Unlimited race, presented by Good Boy Vodka. There's a great shot. So on the top of our screen is where they come out of mile marker number 6, little creek run. And you can see how muddy it has gotten because they're dragging all the water out of the creek and dragging it with them a little ways.
Yeah, it's a fantastic 8-mile course that we've got out here. Really enjoying this. And just looking at our scores.
Oh, no, I see Chip McLaughlin out of his car. I see Wayland Campbell off his car. What a tough break we have there. So I'm going to bring into the Can-Am desk with me is Mr. Chip McLaughlin. Chip happens. What happened?
We got across the start line without breaking.
No, I think you're already broke.
We were already broke. We went across for the starting line or starting points and maybe one of those KOH spots that are so elusive to me right now.
So we were marking trail the other day, and about mile marker 5, we put the chip tree. You didn't even make it that far. Come on.
Oh, I saw it in pre-running, and that's when we broke. Not on that tree, but yeah. Thank y'all for that. Appreciate it.
All in good fun, buddy. There's 3-time King Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Shannon Campbell ripping and roaring. That puts him in that adjusted time 5th place.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how this track develops. When we were pre-running it Tuesday and Wednesday, it was real dusty, like almost in silt, and it was slippery then. And with the rain that we got today,
it's ideal conditions right now as we watch Brett Harrell getting a little slideways across the race line, start finish, and we got a rollover.
Oh, it's Pip.
Hey, you're still in the race. You want to run over and help him?
Probably help him. I'll be back.
Hold on. He may get it. Nope. So, again, Chip McLaughlin is still in the race technically. He is a physical racer, so he can run over and give Pip, one of his teammates, a hand. Getting everything checked out, make sure he's okay. So we saw him trying to drive the car and try to ride it. And there goes Hunter Sparrow around him. So there Chip is able to help him as Diamond Dave is already out of the car. In Donkey. Jim, did you catch up with Wayland? What happened to him?
Right, I've just been talking to Wayland. Apologies, I've just had to run. I'm not that good at running. Right, as we watch the recovery going on here, spoken to Wayland, he's lost a water line, unfortunately.
Oh, tough break. Yeah. So that's why he was in the Amsoil hot pits early.
Yeah, exactly, but he's also, like us, in total shock about finding out that Cade Rod is pulled over and out of the race as well.
He had such a great run going. Tough break. Hopefully we can get Pip Justice righted soon. Yeah, look at this. They're putting the rope up and over the tire and then to a tree to kind of, otherwise you just spin the car around.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, this is a trick that they're Australian, okay? They do winching.
They aren't. He is. It's just Pip. That's Diamond Dave, part of Rufus Racing, helping him.
Yeah, no, this is common sense, this is good recovery skills. So hopefully he'll be back on his wheels very, very quickly.
But we saw him trying to get on the throttle, turn the tires left and right to try to flip himself back over, but you only got about 5 seconds before he starved the engine of oil, so he was able to shut it down quick enough, hopefully save everything. It's okay. Hopefully he can right that Tribe 16 they call Donkey.
Yeah, and you can see it's not the most powerful winch in the world, but it's kind of getting there. And just a little bit more. Come on, boys and girls.
Those driver's side tires to stick.
Oh,
and it slips off the tire.
That's always the issue. See, now, we saw yesterday somebody doing a recovery, and they went on a UTV, and they put it through the cage.
That was Zach Pollard at mile marker number 1
Exactly.
yesterday.
So, in fact, what it'd be best to do is if you can actually, and we see JT Taylor, our race director, coming in there. Now, this is an issue, because I think we're going to have a block of cars.
There was room to go around. Hunter Sparrow was able to go around the outside. Obviously, have to slow down. You see the yellow flag. That means it's a local caution. Right there, you need to slow down. No passing. Once you pass the incident, then you can get back to wide open racing. And there's Philip Midgilton passing around.
Now, I was just chatting to Wayland a moment ago, and the one thing that he did say is he hasn't seen anybody go down that field faster than Brian Crofts.
Really? Brian Crofts was hauling, huh?
Yeah, so Brian Crofts is really on a charge right now. But, no, it's really unfortunate for Wayland Campbell. And the reason you might be sitting at home thinking, well, if it's only a coolant hose, maybe he should be able to fix that. A lot of these vehicles, they use AM pipes, so these are stainless steel braided over PTFE or rubber, and they fit into a fitting. So if these pipes are damaged, the only way of actually fixing them is to actually replace them in their entirety. And if you haven't got the kit here to do that, that's not going to happen.
And there it looks like Pip is about to get on all 4 tires. They'll let the car settle for just a moment. Remember, Pip stayed in the car, so he's been on his side for, 4 or 5 minutes? So now Diamond Dave will get the winch unhooked, get it back, drove in. And was that Paul Wolf, our physical race leader?
Looks like it might be.
It sure looks like it. Yes, that is Paul Wolf, the Mid-America ambassador himself, still out front. And since Cade Rod dropped out, Paul Wolf is winning this race physically and on adjusted time.
Exactly. So we have got Pip Justice is back on his wheels now. And what they did there, they actually used a soft shackle so they could actually bring their rope from a different angle on the roll cage to be able to get it back on its wheels. And it is Levi Shirley that's just driven round them there.
That is a beautiful looking car.
Oh.
So Pip Justice is moving underneath his own power, so they'll pull in the winch, make sure the car's okay, and get him running. And again, this is a no outside assistance race, but Chip McLaughlin did start this race, so he is able to help out his fellow teammate or fellow racer to make sure everything's okay. Looks like Pip Justice is trying to knock off the window net because it got jammed full of mud when it flipped over on its side. USAC Rep Liam O'Donnell's checking everything, make sure everything's safe and sound to keep on going. USAC is our sanctioning body and runs timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. Lee O'Donnell, 23 himself, and JT Taylor are making sure everything is A-OK to keep on rocking and rolling. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza for Ultra 4 USA.
It is indeed, and what a fantastic day of racing it's been, and this is rounding out a fantastic week of racing for Ultra 4. We've had so much great action, and it's still continuing here live on track right now. We still have an hour and a half of racing to go. And in third position at the moment is Tad Dauka. In second
is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And right now it's all about that man, Paul Wolf. And if you're at home looking at our live scoring, you'll be seeing that Cade Rod is showing his first place. But unfortunately, we have seen that he's pulled over on the side of the track and is currently not running.
Glenn Page blowing through the race line start finish, but we're back to Tim Hooper in the Amsoil Hot Pits. There's Cody St. Clair, who just won the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class down there helping his buddy. I love Ultra 4. Everybody's all hands on deck to help everybody, but Tim Hooper is stopped in the Amsoil Hot Pits.
Yeah, this is...
So Pip Justice is back on his way. He is racing once again after he had his little tip over in the Brannock Bowl.
Yeah, and also we just saw coming around beyond us as we continue getting on live drone shows. We'll try and keep you honest here. We saw Jan Petrie coming over the race line start-finish, and the engine seems to be smoking a little bit less, so I'll keep an eye on that story for you. And that is our physical and current race leader. That is Paul Wolf.
He is on a mission, and he was on the throttle all the way. I do still smell a little bit. Yeah. Oh, but I'll bet you that's from Pip Justice when he fired up and took off. I hope that's not from Paul Wolf. There's Paul Wolf on screen, kind of. Still has a little bit of water on the lens.
Well, that's really interesting for me, and I like to see that image. The reason I like to see that is because that gives people an idea of what it's like, actually, when you're looking out of a visor that is covered in condensation, mud, and you're trying to fight to see. And quite a lot of the time when you're racing, particularly on a wet race like this, your vision is so impaired by your view that you can see through, either through your visors or your goggles, and you're fighting that almost as much as you are the course.
Yeah, it's a tough break, so... Looks like they're checking out wiring on Tim Hooper's car. There's Anthony St. Clair.
We were saying earlier, if you haven't prepped for water, that could be the issue.
That could be Chad Hunt, possibly. Or Hunter Sparrow. Looks like a Miller chassis. What a great week of racing it has been, and we are not over yet. But this is the grand finale for Ultra 4 USA. We started about 40 minutes ago. We are racing for 2 hours plus a white flag. So at the 2-hour mark, the white flag will come out and 1 lap to go. And we will crown a winner here for the 2023 Can-Am Visions.
I'm just looking at my score sheet right now. We've got Bailey Campbell sitting in 6th position. She's one of the few cars that is not going to have to refuel out there. That is going to be worth at least 2 minutes for her. So still lots of racing to go.
Hour and 25.
And that's a great view there. That is the Brannick bump as they come out of the woods there. And just on the left-hand side is that little white box, and that's where we're sitting.
Here at the Can-Am desk.
As somebody goes past on their back wheel.
Yep, having a little fun. There's part of North Shore, part of Tad Dowker's team coming down there to check on old Tim Hooper. And that is physical number 2, Vaughn Gittin Jr. That started 40 seconds behind Paul Wolf, but Paul Wolf left a couple minutes ago, so he's got a pretty good lead over second place. But Vaughn Gittin Jr. is playing kind of steady. He's got smooth and consistent. Mr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that 25 with Eric Davis riding shotgun heading into the Brannick Bowl.
Yeah, one thing that Vaughn Gittins Jr. is, he's Mr. Consistent. He always brings it home as he crosses over the race line, start-finish line. And I just want worth noting there, we saw him coming up through the woods, and he was going round that bump earlier. Now he's going straight over the top of it. He's getting into the feel of the car.
He's setting her up, and look at him getting all slideways around the AMSOIL hot pits. Vaughn Gittin Jr. does what he is doing right there and doing it well.
Indeed, and if anyone can drift a car, it's got to be world champion Vaughn Gittin Jr. As we just saw there, Ryan Rockhold powering through the race line start-finish.
You'll notice him from Formula Drift doing his play. So there's Roger King and Tad Dowker. I believe Roger King is a lap down, so Tad's trying to give him the horn saying, hey, I'm here, I'm coming around.
Yeah, but did you notice that Tad Dowker's horn isn't working properly? Again, it's water.
So there's a Miller chassis at Chad Hunt. It looks like Chad and Caden Hunt coming up. Yep, there's the green wheel on the back, you can tell. The number 456 of Chad Hunt.
Yeah, showing good pace here.
With Hunt's Motorsports coming around the Brannick Bowl and crossing the race line start-finish.
And I've got some big news here for you. You're going to like this. In 3rd position, adjusted time, is Vaughn Gittins Jr., which means that Tad Dowker is our hard charger at the moment. The solid Axel man has moved up into 2nd position on adjusted time.
What a great run by him, but it's still Paul Wolf that took off first and hasn't looked back, has not been passed yet, is Mr. Paul Wolf, the Mid-America ambassador. But like you just said, Jim, Tad Dowker is on a mission. And look at this, Jim. What's that? It's the sun.
It's decided to grace us with its presence.
So the humidity's starting to build, but it is going to be an absolute beautiful afternoon for Ultra 4 USA here during the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza.
It would appear that our race director, JT Taylor, has stopped rain dancing and the sun has decided to join us.
So this is going to be physical 4th position is going to be Brian Crofts. And on adjusted time, Brian Crofts has a great run going. And like you said, Waylon has been watching, and he said there's nobody on that fast spider track backstretch than Brian Crofts. And we just saw a glimpse of him coming around the AMSOIL hot pits.
Yeah, so Brian Crofts is charging hard. He started in 4th position, and he's still in 4th position. Another car that's worthy of note, and we'll be seeing him come through fairly soon, I expect, and that's Phil McGlinton, who's having a fantastic race. But right now, it's all about that young man, Paul Wolf, driving his UFO.
After winning last night's America Pro Rock Bouncing event in that same exact car, it was an amazing show last night. They were doing some water flips on the jet ski, and then they did the Pro Rock Bouncing. Paul Wolf took first in the Rock Bouncing Open and in the UTV race. So if he can keep his streak up alive, he's going to be a happy man here at Visions.
Yeah, he will be indeed. I've been really enjoying the in-car shots we've been seeing Paul of him racing.
Looks like Paul Wolf has a 2-minute, 40-second lead over Vaughn Gittin Jr. Got my buddy Garrett tuning in, helping out.
Yeah, that's a huge lead there. And it's starting to mean that he can start to control the pace of this race if he wants to. And I'm sure he'll be speaking back to the pits on his Rugged Race radios.
Well, I just got an update. Paul's radio is not working. It got wet, so he doesn't know where he's at. He doesn't know what's going on. And there's a great onboard with Paul Wolf. And look at that, the water. This just goes to show you, like you were saying earlier, Jim, that's probably what his visor looks like as well.
Absolutely. You can see his visor's cracked open right now at the moment.
There goes Bailey Campbell. Number 35.
Yeah, and as I say, when you were working with your visor down, there was a looked like a 4400 car.
I believe that was Chip's car, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
It is, yes.
Okay.
So Chip McLaughlin is out of the race. We knew that. Looks like Tim's fighting some electrical. Oh, he's got the spark plug off of one of them.
He's got a spark plug lead off, so maybe that's the problem. It's so easy. You see how exposed they are up in there. It's so easy for just branches or rocks or anything just to take an unlucky shot. But it looks like they're getting out of the car. And it looks like they might be done for some time.
So this is what Chip was doing. He's coming over here to the Brannock Bowl to park his race car to help recover. Thanks again, Chip McLaughlin. Always a class act. And a class clown.
Well, you know what they say, Chip happens.
And it happened today.
Certainly did. Right, we've got lots of action still out there on our course. If you're just joining us, this is the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am here at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. It's a fantastic day of racing, and we've already seen so many new champions crowned in Stock UTV, Open UTV, Pro Mod, 4600 Stock, and also 4500 Modified Class and 4800 Legends.
And that was Shannon Campbell heading up and over the Yukon launch. He'll be coming up through because we know that Brian Crofts already came through and Wayland is parked. So that's got to be the three-time king, Shannon Campbell, that Monster Energy machine.
When it first hit the streets, this car was known as Dragon Slayer in response to Lauren Healy's Red Dragon.
And Shannon Campbell all over the throttle, looking like he's in good shape. And on adjusted time, he's sitting in that 6th position. So, Jim, let's go over the Optima Batteries leaderboard once again. Sitting in that 6th spot on adjusted time is Shannon Campbell.
And just above him is his daughter, Bailey Campbell.
And then her husband in 4th spot, Brian Crofts.
And then in 3rd position is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In that 2nd spot, the fastest solid axle machine is Tad Dowker.
And our hard charger, who was man on pole sitter today, was Paul Wolf, and he's leading this race.
Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off one at a time every 20 seconds.
They were indeed, and it's absolutely fantastic. And let's thank some of the people that allowed this sport to happen. Raceline Wheels, AMSOIL, Mid-America Outdoors, Mile Marker, and Lasernut.
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am, Good Boy Vodka, 360 Wraps, Optima Batteries.
Spider Tracks, Brannock Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Wayland.
Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, and the Off-Road Syndicate. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today during Visions. So if you're building a tow rig, a race car, a mall crawler, go check out all these amazing marketing partners.
And still the action continues here at Visions 2023.
We have been racing for 52 minutes, so another hour and 15 or so till the white flag comes out. So we are nearing the halfway mark.
And this is a full endurance event. We've got everything out there on the course. We've got water, we've got dry runs, we've got creek beds, we've got valleys, and everything in between.
There's a lot of steep downhills, a few steep uphills, and a lot of wide open hayfields out there. So multiple passing opportunities. There are 5 either-ors on course. And what is an either-or? Well, it's 2 different trails that meet up at the end. So some are longer, some are easier, some are harder, and it just goes to show you the difference you can have for passing opportunities.
Absolutely, and we were talking about this yesterday. If you're coming around and you're hard on the heels of a car in front of you, it's quite often it's better to take the easy or. You never know. You might have already put enough pressure on them, they make a mistake, do something, and what's the worst that can happen? You're going to end up behind them again.
Yeah, if they go left, you go right. Even if you think it's a slower run, worst case, you end up behind them. That looks like it's Philip McGilton up over the Yukon launch.
Now, I'm going to be interested to see this. Philip McGilton, he is actually putting together a really good race here. I've got a feeling he could jump ahead of Shannon Campbell.
Because remember, during qualifying, he took a little tumble, so he started all the way back in 25th position. So on adjusted time, he's got a lot of time to make up. So the timing is on his side. But remember, This will be a race to the finish, and you called that one really close. He moved all the way up to 4th position. Philip McGilton has a run, and right now, time is on his side as our physical race leader, Mid-America Outdoors Ambassador, Mr. Paul Wolf, at mile marker number 6.
Absolutely. The one thing these guys will not be worrying about today is overheating. There is enough water on course to make sure these transmission temperatures stay down and the engine temperatures stay down.
Well, you can't say that completely because we just saw Waylon Campbell overheat.
Yeah, that's because he lost a water line. You can't give me that one.
I'm going to give it to you. You just said it.
Okay, but check this out. Philip McGilton has gone ahead of Brian Cross, Bailey Campbell, and Shannon Campbell. What an incredible run there from Philip McGilton.
There's Pip Justice and Glenn Page. Pip from Australia, Glenn from Canada. Great to see people coming from all over the world to race with us here at Ultra 4 USA. Looks like Chip traded his race suit for a safety vest. Down there helping his fellow competitors.
I think is that Tad Dowker there?
That's Hunter Sparrow on screen there. Yep. I think that was Jan Pittry we just saw.
It might well have been.
See a King Shock reservoir. And here comes Levi Shirley across the race line, start-finish line, and that beautiful Eurofighter. Him and Corey Nasso have a great run going.
Yeah, and Levi Shirley has jumped up the leaderboard into 8th position, just behind 3-time king Shannon Campbell.
And we saw K-Rod earlier pull off the course just outside the Amsoil hot pits. That was a heartbreaker. He was all over Paul Wolf's heels, and then something just shut off. Did he spit a belt? Did he have some electrical issues? Did he take on too much water in the engine? We don't know.
Yeah. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am. We are here at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma, USA for the best off-road racing in the world. What is that? That is Ultra 4. And we're seeing the big guns out there on track at the moment.
Is that Vaughn
that is the
Gittin
4400s.
That's going through the mile marker number 6.
That would make sense if it is Vaughn. We have just seen Paul Wolf go through a couple of minutes ago. And between them will be Jan Pittry.
And last year, it was Paul Wolf who won this race. Lauren Healy in second and Vaughn Gittin Jr. in third. And they're all in the mix here. But Lauren Healy's actually dropped off.
Yeah, we haven't seen Lauren for a long time.
Lauren Healy's a lap down, so he is out on course having issues. Tough break for him. But Paul Wolf, is he going to be able to back up his win from last year? It's looking good. But remember to finish first. First, you must finish.
Yeah, and we haven't hit the 50% mark of this race yet. Still over an hour left of racing, and this is hardcore endurance racing. 2 hours around this course is absolutely brutal.
There is Tad Dowker, who is on adjusted time in second place. He is physically on course behind Vaughn Gittin Jr., but Vaughn took off in third position, so he's got 40 seconds. So it's going to be really close, I think. Vaughn and Tad on adjusted time are going to be neck and neck on this next lap.
I just noticed Tad Dowker isn't running a spare wheel.
I saw that earlier, yes. Is that strategy or what? But
I think that's strategy.
Here's our physical race leader, Paul Wolf, coming through the Brannick Bowl. That number 1018. So, Paul Wolf changed his number recently. Do you know why?
I have no idea.
1018 is his daughter's birthday. October 18th.
Cool.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yep, that's one you're not going to forget.
He kind of wanted to rebrand a little bit, and he is doing some great things with us here at Ultra 4 USA.
Yeah, it's always good to have a number that you're not going to forget. Just don't ask me what wine is.
Depends on the day, right? That looks like Hunter Sparrow, possibly. So we're chasing him. That could be Pip.
I think
Pip has a tail fin that's very identifiable.
Yeah, no, that's not Pip Justice.
Drone
down.
He saved it. He saved it. Dancing through the trees, we'll get a visual. That is Pip Justice.
Oh, of course, he lost it when he rolled onto his...
Yep.
Yes.
And the 464 of Glenn Page from Ontario, Canada. So it's still Paul Wolf. How far back is Vaughn Gittin and Tad Dowker? But Philip Magilton's in the mix. Brian Crofts, all the Campbells except for Waylon. Levi Shirley, Hunter Sparrow, and Glenn Page all in the top 10.
Yeah, it looks like now they're just letting Paul Wolf just push away, hoping that he might have a problem.
There comes Roger King into screen, the number 124 with Team Robbie Bobby.
And that is Jan Petrie crossing the line. You can still see that breather.
Petro shot himself.
Yeah, it looks like he's still got an engine problem there. And as he comes by, you can smell the oil in the air.
And hitting the heads-up loop is Vaughn Gittin Jr., so we'll see him at the Brannock bump here very shortly. There he is, the Drift King himself, heading out across the race line start-finish, heading out for his 4th lap.
Now, has he managed to close the gap, or has the gap increased?
It's going to be really close because Vaughn Gittin started 40 seconds ahead of Tad Dowker. So if he doesn't hit that heads-up loop here pretty quick, Vaughn's going to slip into that second position. But I hear horsepower down there. And I believe that's going to be Jonathan Dawes. Yes, it is. In that Trent Fab car with Corey Day riding shotgun. Part of Team Indiana. You see the Brannock Motorsports on the side of that car. He's been around Ultra 4 for a very long time, raced for a little while, kind of stepped back and worked in the pits, so it's great to see him back in a race car.
Absolutely, and our heads-up timing loop, I can see that Tad Dowker is going to be coming and joining us very, very soon. This is going to be close.
I think Vaughn Gittin's going to slip into that second position.
Yeah, I think you're right as well. And we just saw there our race leader in the background. That was Paul Wolf as he cut around the far side of the loop.
And K-Rod is still parked on the outside edge of the Amsoil hot pits. What a heartbreaker.
And let's not forget, Paul Wolf wouldn't have known that until he came round for his next lap and saw him sat there.
And you know what? He was like, whew.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and I've got eyeballs on Tad Dowker now as he crosses the race line start-finish.
So part of the Fun Haver off-road team, Clint Keenan just gave me an update. Lauren Healy is out of the race with a mechanical issue.
Oh, no.
Tough break for him.
Tough break, and we've got a change in the top 3. Tad Dowker drops down to 3rd, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. moves up to 2nd. But it is worth noting that Trent Fab car is not carrying a spare wheel. So this is obviously a tactic they're employing. Try to save some weight on the back.
And it looks like Vaughn Gittin made up about 32 seconds on Paul on that last lap.
Wow.
So it's a 2-minute, 8-second split between Paul and Vaughn Gittin Jr. So Paul's still sitting in that really good spot, but Vaughn's starting to push a little bit.
Well, now, we've got to talk about that. Why would that be? Is Paul just backing off the pace a fraction, or is he suffering? Is he struggling to see what's going on outside? You know, there's all kinds of things that could be going on here. My guess is that he's probably just having a calm-down lap, just resetting himself, just getting himself comfortable once again. And he knows that if he's out in front, he's reasonably safe. Now, even though he's lost, we don't know what his pit strategy is going to be, whether he is going to have to stop or not. Those UFOs have twin tanks. They have a tank either side of the driver, and I'm not sure of the fuel capacity of those vehicles. And this looks like Brian Crofts now powering down towards the race line start-finish.
All 4 Nitto tires looking like they're in great shape, so putting the traction to the ground.
Yeah, and Brian Crofts still in 4th position.
Right behind him is Chad and Caden Hunt, the father-son duo. Got a little blinky light on the right front. So is Chad Hunt a lap down, possibly? It looks like it.
It is. Chad Hunt is a lap down, so he's obviously had a problem out on course.
But it's still Paul Wolf out front.
Yeah, Paul Wolf out front, then in 2nd is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In 3rd right now is Tad Dowker.
And our 4th across the line at the moment is Brian Crofts. Now, we've got to look out for Philip McGlinton here.
And that is our physical race leader we just took a glimpse of. And then Roger King.
Yeah, this is the 124, picking his way up through the woods.
Up and over the Yukon launch.
Isn't it interesting on that Yukon launch there? On the first lap, everyone was driving around it. Now they're settling into the cars. They're getting used to the drive straight off the top.
It's getting burned in pretty nice-like. We'll see if he can make it through the Brannock Bowl. Clean. The only person that's took a tumble that we have seen is Pip Justice. Oh, he takes a little bit of a bicycle, lets her settle, and gets back on the gas.
Yeah, we saw Cade Rod earlier on doing a big bicycle round the Brannock bump there.
Oh, and Bailey Campbell's coming up across the heads-up loop, so we'll see her and Ryan Miller here in just a moment. So she should be on adjusted time right around that 6th position. There's Philip McGilton. You were just talking about him there at mile marker number 6. Back there in the creek section. And I think we have had lots of action in the Amsoil Hot Pits, so we're going to send it down to Pam Hall here in just a moment to get an update. Hopefully she can talk to a few of our racers and see what's going on. Pam Hall, what do you got for us?
Out here in the Amsoil Hot Pits, we do have Tim Hooper behind us. He's fighting some issues with his motor missing. What's going on is his spark plugs, they have them pulled out. He went through a water crossing, and he's having some troubles now. So they're trying to fight the little gremlin that came in with the water. But right now, we have so many cars coming through. We have Waylon Campbell that we're going to go try and catch up with that's out of the race over here in the Hot Pits as well. But you guys, this is an amazing race going on. I'm excited about it, and I know you guys are at home watching as well. But Miles and Jim, back to you.
Thank you, Pam. Always good to hear from you down in the pits and try and get those inside stories as to what's happening out there with our race cars. Now, Miles, we already know that Waylon Campbell has had coolant issues. Tough break for that young man. This is the man who really nearly always could have, maybe
always has a chance.
Oh, he's so fast. We saw him at Legends of the Fall last year.
He had that race in the bag until he had a flat tire, wasn't able to change it, destroyed his wheel, and took him out of the race.
And what happened there? He lost his radio due to water, didn't get the comms back to the pit crew, made a decision that went wrong for him. Just proves how important communication is.
And we just got an update from Pam about Tim Hooper having electrical issues, spark plug issues with that. Oh, there is Levi Shirley in that Eurofire at mile marker number 6.
Yeah, this is a vehicle that is absolutely packed with innovation. He's running one of those LT5 engines, which is the new version of the LS with a massive comedy-sized supercharger on it. And that vehicle was putting down nearly 750-plus horsepower.
And there comes the 3-time king, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Shannon Campbell, number 5.
Yeah, Shannon looking good as he's working his way up through there.
He won King of the Hammers in 2008, 2011, and 2017. He's also been the Dirt Sports Driver of the Year. Shannon Campbell's done a little bit of everything, and he keeps on going. He's actually just started building a new car. It's going to be a 2-seat Campbell chassis.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that. That's going to be fantastic. And isn't it amazing to see that they're changing back? They went across to single seats, and now they're going back to 2-seat vehicles.
I think the co-driver assistance is a huge element in here. And I was talking to Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller before this before this race, and I was talking strategy. I was like, "Are you guys going to stop for fuel?" No. The only person that has to stop is Shannon and his old hoopty. I was like, "That's not a hoopty." They said, "Yes, it is." That's why he's updating, landing our drone on the little race line map.
Yeah, he'll just sit on there waiting for the next set of cars to come through.
Do a little battery change.
And let's have a quick rundown on our top 6 currently.
The Optima Batteries leaderboard. In 6th position is Shannon Campbell.
In 5th is Bailey Campbell.
In 4th spot, Brian Crofts.
In 3rd is Tad Dowker.
2nd place, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And the man at the moment, he was our pole setter. It is Mr. Paul Wolf.
What a great race we are having during the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza for Ultra 4 USA.
But I think we're going to see a change there. I think we're going to see Philip McGilton coming in very, very soon. I think we're going to see Philip is going to be jumping over the top of Shannon and Bailey.
Sounds like Pam Hall is back in the Amsoil Hot Pits, and she's got an update from Fun Haver Off-Road Team. Maybe it's about Lauren Healy. Pam Hall, what do you have for us down in the Amsoil Hot Pits?
I'm here over in the Amsoil Hot Pit with Clint Keenan. He is the Funhour crew chief. Give us a little rundown here. We know Vaughn is running that second position, trying to chase down Paul Wolf, but Lauren Healy more out of the race. So what was Lauren?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened yet. It sounds like we twisted a front drive shaft somehow, and Lauren sounds pretty mind blown by it.
Well,
okay, we're going to come back from that. Let's not forget, we are in the middle of nowhere in Jay, Oklahoma, so we do get some technical difficulties once in a while, and we will be back with Pam very soon. Right, look at this. The top four has changed. In 7th position now is Shannon Campbell. In
6th position is Bailey Campbell.
In 5th, it's Brian Crofts.
In 4th is Philip McGilton.
Yeah,
wow, he's moving up some. And remember, he started all the way back in 25th position, so adjusted time is on Philip McGilton's side right now. Obviously, qualifying is very important for the clean air, but there's no dust today. There's just a little bit of lap traffic, so Philip McGilton accidentally tumbled during qualifying, but right now that's actually helping. It's on his side.
Yeah, absolutely. If you'd said to him at the beginning of the day that he would be passing the likes of Levi Shirley, Shannon Campbell, Bailey Campbell, and Brian Crofts, he'd have probably just given you a wry smile.
But
so
remember,
fantastic drive from Philip.
Remember, that is on adjusted time. He hasn't physically passed all of those cars.
Yeah, and does he know, or has he got radio issues?
Here comes Levi Shirley out of Dodge City, Kansas, with Corey Nasso riding shotgun and that Eurofighter.
Yeah, and Levi Shirley holds in 8th position behind Shannon Campbell. So Levi just running a very consistent pace there. And that is our current number 2. That is Vaughn Gittin Jr. in his Bronco.
And Bucky 2.0.
And he's making his way down through mile marker 6.
There comes Hunter Sparrow. We just saw him riding with his wife, Kimberly Sparrow, in the 4800 Baranica Motorsports Legends class. We are an hour and 11 minutes into this 2-hour race before the white flag comes out. It is an 8-mile loop through the trees, through the hayfields, through the creeks. This has got a little bit of everything here to throw at you. We started this race in the rain, but now it's drying up a little bit. Is that our physical race leader?
I think that might be that might well have been Paul Wolf there.
And that UFO Joe Thompson built machine. Another absolute beautiful work of art. I was checking it out a little bit ago. He needs a new bumper. Last night during the Pro Rock knockout, when he won that race, he landed a little nose heavy and took a tumble, but was able to get it back going.
Yeah, I'll be honest, we were sitting there watching that, and I thought that he'd thrown the race away. Didn't realise that the finish point was actually just before he actually hit the deck. So he won that race in midair.
He jumped over the finish line. Yes, it was a fun little show last night. They had the jet skis doing backflips. He did something like 10 backflips in a row. It was a lot of fun to watch last night.
That was incredible.
Mid-America Outdoors is pulling out all the stops for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza. Tomorrow is Nitro Cross and Nitro Circus. Lots of fun action yet to come. We have a little Barbie Jeep action tomorrow afternoon. And I hear horsepower. Is that our physical race leader, the Mid-America Outdoors ambassador, Paul Wolf?
I think it well could be.
It sure is. There he is on screen, be coming through the Brannock Bowl.
And he'll be looking to complete his 5th lap.
Heading out for lap number 6, and there's Tad Dowker on screen. Paul Wolf's car physically looks good, sounds good, and he is moving out. We'll get a time split between him and Vaughn when we see Vaughn here in a little bit. Last lap around is a 2-minute, 8-second.
Yeah, watching Tad Dowker going through there, he's certainly not on the pace of Vaughn Gittin Jr. at the moment. It does look like that Vaughn is laying down the times right now.
And there's Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, and on adjusted time, blowing by the Amsoil Hot Pits and Cade Rod, who he was battling so hard with early on in the race. I am very curious to see what happened to Cade. That was such a tough break. Everything looked good. Him and Paul were battling. He was all over Paul's bumper, pushing Paul, trying to make him give a little hiccup, but Paul kept strong, and something had with Cade Rod. So much fun, so much action. Well, the Amsoil hot pits have definitely been full of action today, so we'll be bringing you lots of updates with our Rugged Race Radios.
Yeah, we certainly will. There's so much going on here, out there on track, and it's been a fantastic day. And as we continue with the action here, let's look back over the last few days of racing action. In the 4900 stock UTVs, Jason Woodford took the win. In the open 4900 UTVs,
it was Ian Dickey.
In the Pro Mod 4900 UTVs, look at this. This is Vaughn Ginn Jr. crossing the line. Now he'll remain in second place, but has he closed the gap? Yeah, I think he has. It looks like he's dropped down to within a minute.
Yeah, it looks like it's right at 40 seconds. Wow, what a great run. Vaughn Ginn Jr. is really stepping up the pace. Here's above Thunder Valley with our physical race leader, Mr. Paul Wolf, in that UFO as he takes a hard right. This is an uphill, little wide open section, and then he'll take a hard left around this tree and go down Pinball. There is Chad Hunt right there on screen.
Okay, and we've got Pam Hall down in the pits, and she's got some news on the Fun Haver team. Pam, what have you got for us?
Hey guys, out here in the Amsoil hot pits, just had a conversation with Clint Keenan about Lauren and Vaughn. Lauren is out with a drive shaft issue. He said it twisted, so he's down by a hill that he was trying to go up where it twisted on him. Said Vaughn his mind's kind of boggled about it, not sure why that would happen, so they're going to go back and they're going to see what's going on with that. But Vaughn is running in that number 2 position, chasing down Paul Wolf. So it's been an amazing race so far for the Fun Haver team with Vaughn. Back to you.
Thank you, Pam. Lauren Healy with a bent drive shaft. Tough break there. Did it too much horsepower, just twist it, or you ding it with a rock and compromise it? Who knows?
Yeah, that's the usual thing that happens. But don't forget, this is an IFS IRS car, so he doesn't really have those kind of shafts, that's very interesting. So we're talking about a final drive shaft. In that case, that's the one that goes from the differential to the wheel hub itself. And if he's twisted one of those, that's very impressive.
He is on Portal's.
Depressive if you're actually Lauren Healy.
Yeah, that car is on Portal's front and rear, so the ground clearance is amazing, but just that much more moving parts.
There is that much more moving parts, but the Portal hubs actually protect the drive shafts by being a near 50% reduction, so you can actually less torque at the drive shaft. So it'd be very interesting to find out what's been going on there, but this new technology comes risk. And that's the risk that they have to embrace. And this looks like this might be Tad Dowker making his way down across the raceline start-finish.
And on adjusted time, he's still in that 3rd position. So Tad Dowker has a great run going for him. He's got a great season. He's had some really good finishes lately.
Yeah, he has. I'm just looking there. He seems to be just slipping away from Vaughn. Let's not forget, he did actually get ahead of Vaughn Ginn Jr., but we're just watching Tad Dowker coming through the water section at mile marker 6, and he just didn't seem to have that same kind of pace that we saw from Vaughn just a few moments earlier. But you can see now we've got a heat haze in the background. The weather is changing so fast here in Jay, Oklahoma. Earlier we had rain. Now looking up in the skies, we have blue skies and sunshine.
We're bringing you a lot of action from the Can-Am desk, but it sounds like Pam Hall is back down in the Amsoil hot pits with Waylon Campbell. So we're going to throw it down to Pam Hall. What do you got for us?
Hey guys, I'm out here in the Amsoil hot pits with Waylon Campbell. This is not where we like to see you, but here we are. You are having some issues with your water lines. Give us a little update of what was going on out there.
Yeah, so first lap was going really good, and I ended up popping a water line. It dumped all the water out of the cooler. Luckily, right here in the pit, it spiked to about 250 degrees. And I've been fighting oil pressure problems the whole week, so I just had to call it.
Well, your brother-in-law was just now behind us during our interview, and I know that your mind was probably there right now. I could see it in your eyes. But Brian, Bailey, and your dad are all running 5, 6, and 7 right now. That's got to feel pretty good. We were just discussing that it would be better if it was 1, 2, and 3, and you 3 out there. But they're running a great race. Do they have any strategies out there that you know of that's going on?
As far as I know, they're just trying to keep it together. Obviously, my dad's a wild card. You never know what he's going to do. He puts on a show. But I hope they keep their stuff together and make it to the finish line.
Well, it's a bummer that you're out here in the hot pits, but here we are talking to you, and I know that you want to get back to that in case somebody else comes in. So thanks for taking the time.
Absolutely. You guys have a good day.
Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam. That's good. Always good to hear from you, so thank you for that. Now, the interesting thing there was Brian Crofts pulling in the pits behind. What were they taking off that car?
They didn't do much. He was in and out in about 5-6 seconds, so I missed what happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was. They seem to be wrestling something off the hood. Maybe I can only surmise or guess. Maybe it was some kind of strap or something like that, and they were just removing it out of the way.
And it looked like his pits were not ready for him either. So I don't know what's going on there. This looks like Chade and Caden Hunt coming through, the number 456.
Now, Chad Hunt's running a great pace, but unfortunately, I think he is a lap down on everybody at the moment. But he's got to keep pushing because the
attrition is starting to set in.
Exactly. We've already seen a great many cars that are already out of this race.
Yeah, just think of the big names that are already out. Lauren Healy, Waylon Campbell, Cade Rod. Keep on pushing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the kind of pace he's running at the moment, he's staying up alongside. I'm just trying to find out what his last lap was there. And I'm just having a look right there. Yeah, no, I mean, he's putting him down 16:19s. I mean, that is a fast lap there from Chad Hunt. We're looking at 14:19s from Vaughan Keaton Jr. and a 14:09 from Paul Wolfe. So they are speeding things up and they are getting fast. And still the action keeps coming here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am. We are here at the Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma, USA. For Ultra 4 Racing 4400 Classic as Phil McGlinton makes his way down through mile marker 6. And Phil McGlinton is putting on a fantastic race right now. Started in 23 position, managed to make his way all the way up into 5th place.
We have been racing for an hour and 21 minutes, so about 40 minutes or so, the white flag will be flying. This is a 2-hour plus a white flag. One more lap. It's going to be a great day of racing for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza for the Ultra 4 USA Grand Finale.
And Bailey Campbell should be joining us in a minute. She should be coming up through the Brannock bump.
So I'm getting an update from John Rance that Brian's comms are down, so he pulled in, had us pull a broken winch motor off. The hood is gone, winch is broken into pieces, so that's what's going on there. It sounds like stuff. Bailey Campbell has a flat tire, so she'll be coming in the Amsoil hot pits as well. There it is, a left rear flat tire. Thank you, Levi Metzger, for the little update, and John Rance. So Waylon will be jumping in, helping his sister in the Amsoil hot pits. Now, lots of action going on down there, Jim.
Now, will they know that Bailey's going to be coming in? Are the radios down?
Looks like they're ready for him. Campbells have teamed up with Mud Nut Racing. So we're going to do a quick tire change and go. All hands on deck. And that's Wayland on the top right of your screen, jumping on top of the car.
Yeah, it looked like he was looking for the aerial. It looks like the aerial is missing.
The antenna.
Aerial.
You call us a lot of funny things, buddy.
Hey, we invented this language.
And it sounds like we have our one and only Pam Hall down there. We're going to check with her in just a little bit while we're changing the tire for Bailey Campbell. Pam Hall, what do you have for us down there in the Amsoil hot pits?
Hey guys, we just talked to Waylon Campbell and we were talking about how his sister came through and they saw that they had a left rear flat. They are in right now changing the tire, making sure they get it all buttoned back up because she is running in that 6th position. So brothers out here helping out. Bailey's in the car, just making sure everything is good. They do a walk around when they do come in, but having this left rear flat, and that seems to be the tire that most people have been having an issue with out here this weekend. If they're getting her all buttoned back up, they'll get her back on the race course. So Miles and Jim, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. And that was a nice fast stop there by the Campbell crew, and Bailey Campbell is back out on track. Now, it's been very interesting. We were talking about this earlier, Miles. about tire
You've been talking about all sorts of things. What do you mean talking about what?
Well, it's very interesting how we're seeing fewer flat tyres in this main 4400 race than we did in the limited races earlier. And that's the difference in tyre technology between a DOT tyre and a full race tyre.
And like you were saying earlier, the sidewalls actually have more reinforcement on these race tires.
Yes, they do, but they can't have so much reinforcement that they don't flex. And that is our current race leader. That is Paul Wolf.
And he is still pushing hard right there at mile marker number 6.
He is indeed. We have around about 45 minutes remaining in this race. And coming into shot now, three-time king Shannon Campbell.
And from Whalen himself, there's the wild card. You never know what Shannon's going to do. He is a wild man for sure.
He is. He crosses the line. And he is in a 6th position right now. And he will be catching Bailey, his daughter, who's just come into the pits. Oh, look at this, though. I can see it on our line. Phil McGlinton is crossing the line. And Phil McGlinton is actually physically catching Shannon Campbell and Bailey Campbell. He is on an absolute charge, and he's not far off. I think next lap, we could see Phil McGlinton actually looking to put a physical pass on Shannon Campbell. Can you imagine that?
Impressive. And remember, Philip McGilton took off in that 25th position, so adjusted time is on his side. I remember a few years ago, Eric Miller started dead last and passed everybody at Dirty Turtle, so anything can happen.
Yeah, and at the moment, Phil McGlinton is actually lapping faster than Shannon Campbell and Bailey Campbell. So he is on an absolute charge there. Fantastic stuff.
And that is Levi Shirley, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that looks like Levi. That looks like the Eurofighter lines. This is the car that's built in the UK by Off-Road Armory.
It is a beautiful car.
Oh, it's a stunning piece of workmanship.
You've raced against one of those cars, right?
Not against that. Yes, I have actually.
Left front flat.
Left front flat.
Yeah, left front flat tire for Levi Shirley. So he'll be pulling into the Amsoil hot pits here shortly. So it's a lot of action down there.
Yeah, no, Rob Butler was driving the sister car to that last year at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And it's safe to say he gave me a driving lesson. I was in my old car and we had no pace for this new Eurofighter. Absolutely remarkable. That's right. Can we get any eyes on? Nope, they've taken it away. So we're back down through the woods there. Now, Levi Shirley's got a fantastic team. They'll get him turned around and back on track very fast indeed.
There's lots of chatter on the Rugged Race Radio. There's something going on out there. There's the Levi Shirley pits. There's Josh Smith, who raced yesterday. And there's Jake Povey.
Yeah, now, this is interesting. This is Levi's running Yokohamas. Now, you see those yellow wheel nuts? Those are actually glued into the wheels. So when they take off the hub or take off the wheel, they throw the wheel nuts away, they push the new wheel onto the system, the lug nuts break away, and they are already to be gunned on. This is something that comes from sort of NASCAR and desert racing.
Yeah. And did you see who else was there? That was Brian Shirley. I haven't seen him here, so he must have snuck in either last night or this morning.
Now, it'd be good to have a catch-up with Brian, but I love the fact that they're using that kind of technology to make their to speed up their wheel changes. That's fantastic stuff there.
It was a great in and out for Mr. Levi Shirley, changing that tire quick and easy.
Yeah, it's something that teams just don't do. They don't practice their pit stops. They don't think about strategy. And it's those seconds. We're chasing down tenths of seconds on the race course, and then we give away minutes in pit stops. It's so all the little details really do count.
Hey, Jim, guess what? Here's Mr. Paul Wolf, our physical race leader up and over the Yukon launch.
Okay, so get this. He is nearly lapped up to 8th place.
That is incredible. He is really on the move. So lap traffic hasn't affected him too much. Race conditions are absolutely perfect. It was barely raining right when we started this race, but now look at the skies. It is blue.
It is indeed. And as we watch our race leader, Paul Wolf, crossing the race line start-finish, I've got some important news. Levi Shirley is putting down a charge. Levi's moved from 8th position up to 6th and is now ahead of Shannon Campbell and Bailey Campbell on adjusted time. However, he has just stopped for a spare, but I reckon he probably only lost about a minute there.
That was a minute and a half. That was a quick stop.
It was a very fast stop indeed.
All hands on deck, that is for sure.
And it's worth talking about technology in the pit strategy. When we go to hammers now, we see these fast refuel systems. So these are huge pressurized fuel systems where they can actually put in 30 to 40 gallons of fuel in literally 20 seconds or even less. And so now the technology is going to be starting to looking towards changing tyres. We know that trophy truck teams, they can change a pair of tyres and drop 60 gallons of fuel in 20 seconds.
That is pretty impressive.
It is. But we're going to start seeing that coming into this sport as well, because that is what, as I said before, we're playing for tenths of seconds on the track, but wasting minutes in the pits. So that's where we're going to see the next big steps forward, I'm absolutely certain.
It is pretty impressive to see where it's been, where it's came, and where it is going. And there's Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Eric Davis and that Triton Engineering 2C IFS machine. And I think
he's closing the gap.
He is definitely closing the gap.
There is no doubt about it. He's definitely closing the gap, although it is Paul Wolf who still has the fastest lap with a 14.09 that he posted on his second lap. But Vaughan right now is absolutely on a charge, and he's putting down a 14.19, and I believe Paul Wolf's last lap was actually a 15.11, so nearly a full minute faster than Paul Wolf there. But we're just going to check that.
Yvonne, it looks like it's a minute 14 seconds behind Paul Wolf, so he's starting to reel him in pretty good.
He is indeed. And let's not forget, Paul's got no comms, so will he know that? Now, if I was Paul's pit team, I know what I'd be doing. I'd go in old school. I'd be getting out the marker pens. I'd be getting out that big old whiteboard and holding up for him as he goes past so he knows his positions. Right, okay. We're going to be going down... We're going down to Pam Hall. She's got some news down there. It's just come across on our Rugged Race radios. So let's see what Pam's got for us in the main pits.
Hey guys, out here in the Amsoil hot pits, Paul Wolf just came in. He is losing his brakes. He is our race leader, as we all know, but that's a bad thing to be losing your brakes out here. They're going to add some brake fluid. They're going to try to do a quick brake line repair. So bad luck for Paul Wolf right now, but hopefully he keeps that race lead. So next time he comes around, we're going to try to get him again and see what's going on, and hopefully he gets it all repaired. But Miles and Jim, back to you.
Thank you, Pam, and that's a terrible thing for our race leader with only about a minute lead over Vaughn Gittin. That's going to be over a minute stop, if I'm not mistaken. So, Paul Wolf, we'll see what happens in the Amsoil hot pits next time around. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is really going to be pushing hard.
It is. Now, this is endurance-style racing, so there are a few things that could be happening here. One, he could actually have a brake line issue that they're talking about, and I'll be surprised if they actually go for a full fix. What we would normally do is we'd use a line lock, or we'd just take a set of grips, lock off that brake pipe, and then continue on our way.
Just pinch it off with some...
Absolutely. Chuck some brake fluid in the top and keep on going. The second thing that could actually be happening here, and is most likely, is this is a very aggressive ground, lots of moisture in the ground, and he's actually lost his brake pads.
He could have just ate through them with all the grime and grit.
Exactly. Lost his brake pads, shot the pad out the side, and he could actually be wearing down on the pistons right now. And that actually happens more often than you like. I mean, in the racing that we do back in Europe, I've lost my pads in as little as an hour in some races.
Oh, we're doing a little upside-down trick with our drone?
So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do for Paul.
And how fast they can get him in and out.
Exactly. And for those people who are at home wondering why, you'd be so heavy on the brakes, these cars are running automatic transmissions. So what they do, and they set the pedals up so they'll be left foot braking constantly and right foot accelerating. So they're always using the brakes the whole time.
Here comes Tad Dowker, physical on third position and on adjusted time. Tad Dowker has a great run going. But I'm extremely interested to see Philip McJilton come around next time on adjusted time, because he started all the way back in that 25th position. Pip Justice just came around, flipping back to Tad Dowker as he's bypassing the Amsoil hot pits on the outside, being chased down by Pip Justice.
Yeah, Pip Justice is the last car to be on 5 laps at the moment and is currently sitting in 9th position. So a solid run from the Aussie Pip Justice.
K-Rod still pulled over on this side. Tough break for him. That young man had such a great run going early on. Here
and
comes
this is
Brian
eyes on.
Crofts. All 4 tires looking good. He's still pushing strong.
Is indeed, and Brian Cross stays solid there as he starts his 7th lap in 4th position. Started in 4th position, and every lap so far has been in 4th position.
Smooth and consistent.
Yeah, his fastest lap, just looking there, is a 14:45.
And you said Paul Wolf has the fastest lap of a 14:09, so 3 seconds slower than Nathan Parker yesterday in his stock UTV.
Yeah, and that was on his second lap, so he was absolutely smoking hot there.
But that's when he had brakes. He's going to start slowing down a little bit for some of these corners.
Yeah, but this is going to be the same for all the cars, though. You know, it's not just going to be, if there is a pad wear issue out there, it's not just going to be Paul Wolf that starts to lose his pads. All the other cars are going to start to lose their pads.
But
as
again,
well.
we are just speculating. Also, it could be it could be anything. But to your point, it could absolutely happen.
So, but we can only speculate at this stage. And is that Glenn Page?
Yes, it is. Out of Ontario, Canada, with Greasy Clowns Racing, Glenn Page across the race line, start-finish.
That's a great-looking car, that.
Look at the Amsoil hot pits. It's just perfectly laid out. Everybody's doing their thing, waiting. So you have to go in the entrance and exit the same spot, 25 miles an hour.
Do you know what? It sounds really stupid, but I'm going to call this and say thank you very much to Mid-America Off-Road. They put a load of porta potties down there in the hot pits. It sounds like not a lot, but we don't get that at many venues, and it makes such a big difference.
Yeah, because they're stuck out there for hours at a time, waiting on their cars to come through. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza for Ultra 4 USA, and this is the 4400 Unlimited race presented by Good Boy Vodka.
And still the action continues here. Miles, this has been a fantastic weekend of racing so far, and we still got more action coming out on course. Very soon, I think we're going to be seeing Philip McLilton coming through. Where do you think he is? Is he going to be attacking that third position, do you think?
It's very possible that could happen. We'll see what happens. And actually, I was mistaken. I got corrected. Thanks, Garrett. Cade Rod had a 14:08, so a second faster than Paul Wolf. So there is a fastest lap award that could go to Cade Rod, so he may still take home some money as Jonathan Taz comes through the Brannock Bowl.
Thank you very much to whoever that is for keeping us honest.
Garrett Phelps has been helping me with some information, so thanks again, buddy. There's a lot going on up here at the Amsoil, or in the Can-Am desk, so thanks for keeping me straight on a few things. We do our best, but there's a lot going on. Here comes Chad and Caden Hunt, father-son duo, and that Miller chassis out of Plymouth, Indiana. Part of Team Indiana and Hunt's Motorsports. New to the 2023 season, all registered racers will receive a Air Evac Live Team free of charge after your second race. So the Robinettes and Mid-America Outdoors really takes their racers to heart. It's a really cool thing to see them step up to make sure everybody is safe during these races. Because everybody knows you strap on the helmet, you put on your safety gear, you're always taking a risk. But that's why we take safety so serious here at Ultra 4 USA.
Yeah, safety has to be number one in all of these things. And if we look down at our top four right now, in fourth position is Brian Crofts.
In third position is Tad Dowker.
In second is Vaughn Gittin Jr., who the man is on a charge.
Remember, this is all on adjusted time, but Paul Wolf is still out front in that number one position in the 1018 car.
That's going to be very interesting to see what happened. They did say that he's going to come in next lap, so they're obviously going to prep everything, get everything ready for him, and then bring him in. Now, if he's losing his brakes, are we going to see if Vaughn Gittins Jr. can actually make a pass on him before he gets back to the pits?
That's going to be a race in the Amsoil hot pits. And like I was saying earlier, you have to enter and exit in one spot for that. So once you enter the Amsoil hot pits, it's 25 miles an hour. On the outside, it's wide open. So Vaughn Gittins going to be cruising 60-ish miles an hour, pitching it sideways, drifting around. And Paul Wolf's going to be in the pits. It's going to be close.
Yeah, it is. I've got a feeling we're going to see a lead change here. I don't think it's possible for them to get him in, cap a brake line, and get him back out again inside of 1 minute. But You never know. He's got some great guys with him. Let's see what happens. Now, certain vehicles, thinking about Shannon Campbell's Dragon Slayer, he actually has what we call line locks on there. So he can actually lock out the independent brakes on my own car. I have line locks under my dashboard, so I can lock out my fronts or lock out my rears.
So if you are having a left rear issue, you just cut off your rears and just have no rear brakes, but at least you have front brakes.
Yeah, exactly. So I just have a lever under the dash, and I just pull that lever, and it also allows me to investigate what my problem is. So I can just shut down one lever at a time. If my pedal still keeps going away, I open that lever, close the other one, and if my pedal solids up, I know that if he's a front or if he's rear. Exactly, and then I change my driving style accordingly.
And back to Shannon Campbell and the Dragon Slayer, he's got steering brakes as well, so he can go left to right only on a steering brake.
Yeah, he can. I don't know. I've got a feeling his steering brakes are on the same calipers that his brake system is on. And if that's the case, if he's lost a brake line, he'll lose his cutting brakes as well. However, he might have separate calipers, but I doubt that.
I doubt that. I'm just saying you can use it for steering brakes as well.
Yes, you can.
And they're talking about Shannon Campbell. He pops up in the screen. We've been pretty good at this. As he goes up and over the Yukon launch.
It's almost like it's planned, Miles. But let's talk about that. So Shannon Campbell, most of the cars here are running what we call spools. That is a fixed rear differential, so there's constant drive to both rear wheels. Shannon is running an ARB RD249CE locking differential. Oh, big sideways swing there from Shannon.
Shannon getting a little slideways coming around the Brannick Bull across the race line, start finish.
Yeah, and Shannon, do you know what? He's looking hotter and hotter after each lap. This is good pace here from Shannon. But we know that he's going to have to stop for fuel. So when is he going to do that? And that's Philip McGilton.
So he is on the tail of Shannon Campbell. So where's that going to put Philip McGilton on adjusted time? Moves him into 5th position.
Now, that's very interesting indeed. It looks like Brian Cross has actually got ahead of Philip McGilton on adjusted time here. So it looks like Phil might have had a problem out there on track. And this is what happens. The race gets longer in the tooth. More attrition starts to set in. Cars that were flying have to slow down. There's little problems, niggles. They hear noises. But coming back to Shannon Campbell. So Shannon Campbell's running ARB RD249CE locking differentials. That means they're open differentials, and then when he wants to, he can press a button and lock the differentials, which means that he has drive to both wheels on the axle.
So you can be a little bit more nimble in the woods and have tighter steering and whatnot.
Absolutely. And going back to what you were saying about cutting brakes, or we call them fiddle brakes in Europe. So what he can do...
a lot of stuff weird.
Yeah, no, we invented the language, dude. And anyway, what he can do is coming into those tight corners, he can grab a fistful of one of the brakes, and what it'll do is it'll pull him around the corner, so instead of having to shunt, he will actually be able to make the corners faster, which makes him more nimble, and therefore makes him faster.
Oh, and getting a little wheel stand, that's Levi Shirley, but you know what we haven't seen is Bailey Campbell. Where'd she go? She's dropped off pace a little bit.
Yeah, Bailey Campbell has dropped off pace. Maybe she's got a flat, maybe something's going on. We can only guess at this moment in time. But certainly Levi Shirley is on a charge right now. You can hear that fantastic LT5 supercharged 6-litre motor. Levi running those Oklahoma tyres.
So far, so good for Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso.
Now, Levi's also running a 4L80E automatic transmission there with an electronic shift. This is something I use myself. So what happens is he literally puts it in D for do it, and then he switches to a toggle shift on his steering wheel, and so he can go up and down the gears, which he has 4 gears, and he can just pull them electronically, leave both his hands on the steering wheel.
So it's a paddle shifter.
Paddle shift, basically. When he needs reverse, he'll just switch back across to his main shifter, and he'll have the gates cut, so all he'll do is just push it forward into R for reverse. He'll do his shunt, just pull it backwards into D again, then he'll be straight back to first gear, then he'll be back onto his paddle shift.
Here is our physical race leader, Mr. Paul Wolf, the Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador, up and over the Yukon launch. He'll be coming around the Brannick Bowl here momentarily, and we'll see him heading out, finishing up lap number 6, heading out for lap number 7.
Now, this is going to be interesting. We're expecting Paul to come into the Amsoil hot pits. We're going to have Pam down there. Let's see what happens.
So Paul Wolf blowing by the race line, start finish, and we'll follow him and see what he does at the Amsoil hot pits. There's a great shot. Yes, he is. He is turning in. He's hitting the brakes. What brakes he has. And 25 miles an hour. He's cruising in.
Yeah, look
There's
at this.
Chris Hickman. There's Jason Watt. There's James Cantrell. Chris Wyatt. All hands on deck.
Okay, right. We've just seen Paul Wolf come in, but I can tell you that Vaughn Gittin Jr. has just gone through, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. is now the leader on adjusted time, and momentarily he is going to be our official leader on track.
So Jim, think of this. On adjusted time at the start-finish line, he had already passed him. So now he's in the hot pit. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. is going to get a great lead over Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf has had such a great race going on, and you can see the frustration in him. And it looks like the right rear tire, they're having some brake issues. So like you said, crimping off, grab some vice grips, shut her down, and send them out there. But right now, new physical race leader and on adjusted time is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Yeah, just literally, they should just need to literally just lock it off, chuck some fluid in there, and get him back out on track.
Vaughn got third place last year, so if he can keep on the podium and go to first place this year, he'll be extremely excited. Yeah, there's some vice grips right there.
They need to cable tie those up. It's really important they get those cable tied up tight so they can't fall off. There's nothing worse.
So now he'll still be leading a little bit, but they'll top off some fluid, have him double up, and send him out. So that cost him about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Vaughn Gittin Jr. did get around him.
But he did. Now, there is one thing there's one small, tiny bit of love out of this, and that is he got a chance to be able to clean his visor and get himself sorted out from a personal point of view. And so now he can actually see.
And look at him giving everybody the thumbs up as he's cruising around because everybody's friends in the pits. So now he went 25. Now he's back through the woods. He's right around that mile marker, number 1, trying to chase down Vaughn Gittin Jr. But remember, to finish first you must finish.
Yeah, now I'm just looking here also. You saw he took on some new microfiber cloths, but I didn't notice, did anybody reattach his pumper? Because it looks like his visor's back down closed again. So maybe they've reattached his pumper. Let's see what happens.
Or it's dried out a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. But again, this is just guesswork, but I'm loving this, Miles. What a race.
This onboard camera is absolutely amazing, and it just goes to show you what these drivers actually go through.
Yeah, now there's a little bit of dust coming through the cab there, so is he actually catching somebody?
Or is it lap traffic?
Or is it just coming off his tyres? The remarkable thing about the design of this vehicle, you can see there, that is actually one of the fuel tanks that's just behind him, and just this side of him is another fuel cell as well. But he's literally sat in the middle of the vehicle, and the visibility is incredible. It's literally like you have the wheels, you're sitting almost between the front wheels. It's a remarkable vehicle.
It's amazing what Joe Thompson has done with those UFOs. It's a beautiful car, works well, and they're going to keep ripping. So I may have missed it. Did we see Vaughn Gittin Jr. pulled over? I've gotten 2 updates from Ryan and from Levi that they think they saw Vaughn Gittin Jr. pulled off on the side of the road. I missed it, but I've gotten 2 updates. It's possibly that Vaughn Gittin Jr. did pull over, so it may be Paul Wolf back out in front.
Yeah, now we'll just try and keep you honest on that as soon as we hear anything on our Rugged Race radios. So I'm pretty sure that was Vaughn Gittin Jr. on Paul's onboard. That was Vaughn Gittin Jr. pulled off. I missed it, but I'm getting updates. That was probably him. Wow, wow, wow. It is all change here.
So it is Paul Wolf back out in front. So it's a lot of action. And I just got an update from the Amsoil Hot Pits from Mr. Tim Hooper himself. He lost a transmission. Tough break.
And that is Tad Dowker, who's now crossing the line. And Tad Dowker remains in third on adjusted time, but we think he might actually now be in second position if Vaughn... Now, let's see. We've got the drone here. Can we see Vaughn? If we stay... Please stay with it, Mr. Drone. Oh, what?
Okay, here's coming out of the end. So that's Cade Rod pulled over?
I don't see
Vaughn there. May have been in the woods.
Yeah.
Again, we are just speculating.
Absolutely.
But I've had 3 people tell me they thought they saw the green nose of Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And so there's more cars coming out now over the Brannock bump.
So there's Ryan Webb driving for Christopher Brandt, followed closely by Brian Crofts. But Brian Crofts is on adjusted time in that 4th position. Ryan Webb and Chris Brandt are a couple laps down.
Yeah, they've only just completed their 2nd lap, so they've obviously had some problems out on track. And with those great big USD stickies, look at this. Brian Crofts giving it absolutely everything as he tries to make his way through. And I think this is Chad Hunt here.
At mile marker number 6. And yes, that was Vaughn Gittin Jr. pulled over. I'm not sure how long he's sitting there. But now it's back out in lead, Mr. Paul Wolf. Wow, the tables have turned a few times in this race. Back and forth action up and over the Yukon launch for Pip Justice in Donkey.
Yeah.
The Tribe 16 built machine, part of Rufus Racing.
And we're now into the last half hour of this race.
We've been racing for an hour and 48 minutes, so here in about, I'm going to guess, 15-ish minutes or so, the white flag will be out. Pip Justice all over the throttle. Across the race line, start-finish. He's moved all the way up into 8th position. That's even with his little tumble there at the Brannock Bowl.
And we still haven't seen Bailey Campbell. Where is Bailey?
So we have 4 cars out on the lead lap. In that 4th position is Brian Crofts. 3rd is Tad Dowker, Paul Wolf, and Vaughn Gittin. But like we said, how long was Vaughn sitting there? Was it just a minute, or is he still sitting there? We are not sure. We are speculating. There's a great shot of the side-by-side championship series. They're racing on the far end as well right now. Back riding along with our physical race leader, Paul Wolf. What a race we have on our hands. Looks like that's Glenn Page coming into screen at mile marker number 6.
Is indeed Glenn Page. He seems to be picking up his pace. He's looking more and more capable every single lap. Great stuff there from Glenn Page. And the sun has really got some heat in it now, Miles. I mean, it was quite chilly earlier on today when we had the rain coming down. And that was Brian Crofts, I believe, we just saw there.
Yeah, you even had to put a jacket on. I thought it was beautiful out this morning. But the sun is out. The humidity is pumping. So it's going to be a beautiful day of racing as we finish up this 4,400 race. But it sounds like we have Pam Hall down in the AMSOIL hot pits once again with Lauren Healy. So, Pam, what do you got?
Hey guys, out here in the AMSOIL hot pits, I'm here with Lauren Healy, out of the race, unfortunately. But let's talk about you, and then we're going to go on over to Vaughn. So, Lauren, give us a little rundown on what happened.
Well, I mean, we were running a good, clean race, having fun, and then this drive shaft decided it was done playing for the day. So, kind of like I've never seen a front drive shaft failure like this. Very, very random, very clean, fresh prep drive shaft. So, I don't know. I didn't hit anything. Wasn't very well deserved, but stoked that Vaughn and Paul are having a hell of a battle. So, Vaughn's always better in the trees than I am anyway, so I'm glad it's him running and not me.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute because you guys, Paul Wolf was in the pits because he's losing his brakes, so they were fixing his brake line and adding some brake fluid to it. Yep. And then Vaughn passed him while he was in the pits, and then you guys saw him. You saw Paul already pass Vaughn again.
Yeah, so we heard on the live feed that they had Paul's camera up, his in-car camera, and saw Vaughn on the side of the course. So we thought Vaughn was pulled over with some sort of problem. Evidently, he was at a stop for some reason. And then when they got to this corner, Vaughn was back on Paul's bumper in the dust. So whatever it was, they got it fixed quickly and got moving. We don't know what it is. We haven't had communications with him for a while because all the water in the comms and everything. So we can't talk to them. But he got back moving. He's doing good.
Well, it's an exciting race out here today, back and forth with Paul and Vaughn, and I can't wait to see the finish. I mean, I have goosebumps over it.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good. I bet the white flag may be coming out this next lap, so it's going to be epic.
Yeah, it should. But Miles and Jim, back to you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to have you down there in the pits bringing us the latest information. So it sounds like we have a proper battle on our hands. And if Vaughn is all over the back of Paul Wolf, he will be ahead on adjusted time.
Absolutely. They took off in 40 seconds apart. And
20 seconds.
Well, 20 seconds apart. He took off 2 behind him, so it's 40
Gotcha.
seconds in total, correct? And it was interesting hearing Lauren say, because this course kind of snakes back and forth, so about a mile after the AMSOIL hot pits, it comes within eyeshot of the hot pits, and Lauren says he saw Vaughn all over Paul's bumper, so Vaughn is back and going. So who's going to be pushing who harder? As we see, I believe this is Chad Hunt with that green wheel hanging off the back of that Miller chassis with his son Caden Hunt riding shotgun.
It's always easier to chase than it is to be able to drive a lead. There is no doubt about that.
Left rear flat for Chad Hunt. He'll be heading in the AMSOIL hot pits, I assume.
Yeah, it's always easier to chase, particularly when you've got 40 seconds in your back pocket.
This race is on adjusted time. They took off in 20-second increments as we see Jonathan Dawes cruise through. So with the time, Paul was on the pole, and then Vaughn was 2 spots back, so he's got a 40-second buffer. Paul Wolf has to beat Vaughn Gittin Jr. by 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's going to take a lot of doing out here on a course like this, particularly with the speed that Vaughn has. I mean, if we just look here at the fastest times of Vaughn is looking at a 14:14, whereas Paul's fastest lap is a 14:09. And, you can't really see, unless Paul has the most insane lap of his life, that he could actually take 40 seconds out of Vaughn. So it does look like, at the moment, it is Vaughn's race to lose. And I know I'd much rather be sitting sitting where Vaughn is right now than rather sitting where Paul is right at this moment. Particularly if you've got a visual on that guy in front of you. And we can hear some V8 action. Now, it sounds like we've got Glenn Page and Bailey Campbell are going to be coming up.
So Bailey Campbell, glad to see or hear her moving once again. She had to pull over for some kind of issue, so her and Ryan Miller must have fixed something. There's lots of chatter on the Rugged Race Radio right now.
Yeah, this is
Bailey Campbell is all over Glenn Page. The horn is going. They're going to race across the race line, start, finish, and Bailey Campbell gets around. Looks like JT Taylor is heading towards the race line, start, finish. So we'll see. Looks like the white flag may be coming out before the leader's next lap.
Yeah, so Bailey Campbell, she crosses the line and is now in 12th position. So she must have had a problem out there on track. We're not quite sure what it is.
But she's moving once again.
And
she is still in the top 10, it looks like, right?
Yeah, she's in the 12th position at the moment. But it does look like Philip McGlinton is going to be coming up through very shortly.
So there's a great shot. So Paul Wolf is only ahead of Vaughn Gittin Jr. by about 15 seconds. So right now on adjusted time, it is Vaughn Gittin Jr. And they are right at mile marker number 6. And I believe they need to get here within the next 4 or 5 minutes. Otherwise, the white flag is coming out. Are we going to get another 2 laps or 1 final lap? It's going to be down to the wire. They are racing for 2 full hours before the white flag comes out.
Now this is a change also. Phil McGlinton has dropped back from Brian Crofts.
Jilton is doing a great job, but he is coming into the Amsoil hot pits right now.
But I will tell you something that Phil McGlinton has done is he's physically passed Shannon Campbell.
But guess what? Shannon Campbell's going to physically pass Philip McGilton right now because Philip just pulled in the Amsoil hot pits. But he can say, I passed Shannon Campbell.
Absolutely. That's bragging rights right there. So Phil McGlinton's had a great race going on. Hopefully they can turn him around and get him back out of the pits very quickly. Oh.
A little off course there.
Yeah.
So Philip McGilton is taking some gas. Looks like hopefully just some fuel only. Getting some extra towels, maybe a drink. They're saying just a splash, don't top it off. We got just a little bit racing left to go. Let's get back to some racing. And he gives him the go. So now he's got to do 25 miles an hour till the end of the Amsoil hot pits.
So those fuel cans you see there, they're called dump cans. And they're allowed, they can dump 11 gallons in about 20 seconds.
And we are back on board with our physical race leader, Paul Wolf. But on adjusted time, I think it's Vaughn Gittin Jr. It is going to be a race to the finish, Jim.
It is indeed. This is really where it starts to hot up. Now, these cars, they're battered, they're bruised, they're hot, they've got wounds. It just depends who's got what left in the tank. And the next question, have both these cars got enough fuel to do a full drag race after 2 hours of racing?
I think Vaughn's fuel capacity is probably more than Paul's. I'm speculating on that, but I don't know. We'll find out.
Exactly. Also, I've taken into consideration if they've got damp air filters, air draw is going to be a problem. When air draw is an issue, your fuel consumption goes up. So it's going to be very interesting to see.
So I know JT Taylor is waiting at the race line start finish. He's got the white flag in his hand, but it's not waving yet.
No, it won't be waving yet. Now, interestingly, I'm just looking at the time here. I'm trying to remember what time we started.
We started right at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so we've been out for 1:57, so it is a 2 hours plus 1 lap.
Yep.
So if they can get back here, and I've got a feeling they will be back here in time, we might be seeing another 2 laps yet. If we're seeing another 2 laps, fuel really does become a massive issue. Okay, I can tell you now, Paul Wolf has just tripped our early warning
And
loop.
right behind him, Vaughn Gittin Jr. So that's only about 10 seconds at this live.ultra4racing.com. So it's going to be really close. But I do believe the white flag is going to come out. Yes, it does. The JT Taylor, our race director, is at the race line start-finish with the white flag. 1 lap to go for Paul Wolf and Vaughn Gittin Jr. Who's it going to be on the top of the box? It's going to be down to the wire.
Paul Wolf goes sideways as he makes his way down through the race line start-finish. He takes the white flag. He is on the final lap. And look at this. It's Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And
crossing the line.
Vaughn Gittin Jr. has a physical eye on Paul Wolf with the white flag out. 1 more lap to go.
We've got a race on our hands here, Miles. This is special stuff. This is why we love Ultra 4.
And look at that. You can see them both on screen. So that's only about a 10-second split between Paul Wolf and Vaughn Gittin Jr. So on adjusted time, this is Vaughn's race. He's got to keep Paul in his eyes, and he's going to lock down this race. But there's still another 8 miles to go.
There is indeed, and the dust isn't so severe that Vaughn can't just try and jump onto his bumper. Now, he can't let Paul out of his sight. But equally, Paul's got to stand on it. But this is where risk comes in. Push too hard, get a flat tyre, you throw it all away. But Paul's a very experienced racer now.
He races a little bit of everything. He was supposed to race the UTV race yesterday, but he had some issues. He rock bounced last night, won in the UTV and in the 4,400 bouncer class. And now today he's looking like he's going to be on the podium once again. He's going to take home some pretty good cash here from the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza with Ultra 4 USA.
But you can see the gap there, and Vaughn's able to push to the side to keep out the dust. The dust is very low compared to previous years.
We didn't think we'd be talking about dust when it started and raining when we started this race. There's Christopher Branton driving by Ryan Webb.
But this is about as good as race conditions could ever be. This is absolutely fantastic. Paul there running a clear visor, so I can only guess that they've managed to hook that pumper back up again.
He got whatever issue he had figured out. But so how hard is he watching his mirrors right now? Or is he just focusing?
You can't watch your mirrors in this kind of race. His mirrors will be absolutely shot to pieces right by this time. They'll either be dirty or they will be missing. So now he's got to just push on, laser focus, stick down. He knows his job. He's got to pick his lines, be pinpoint perfect. That's not easy when you haven't got all your brakes. So he's got to work on his braking points as well. But equally, we don't know what Vaughn's problem was. Is it a problem that's going to come back to haunt him later in this lap?
Why did he pull over? We do not have a clue, and it sounded like he doesn't have his communications in his either. So,
well, it could be as simple as sometimes what happens is these vehicles, they run very fancy electrics, and they can throw a fault, and it can put the vehicle into limp mode on either the transmission or with the engine. So maybe he just literally had to stop, let everything shut down, and it's not as simple as turn off a key, restart it. When you restart these vehicles, what you have to do is let these computers fire back up. They take a few seconds for everything to work and reboot, and then you can start the cars again. It could be as simple as that.
And just getting some updates over the rugged race radiators. Tad Dowker in the 906 flopped his car over. Driver and co-driver are okay, but they are out of the race. That is a heartbreaker. He had such a good run going. And look at that. Paul Wolf and Vaughn Gittin are battling. Vaughn is right where he needs to be to take this win away from Paul Wolf.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like he was actually closing the gap there on Paul Wolf. And as I said before, if I was in either of those cars, I'd want to be in Vaughn's car right now. Vaughn can see the gap. He can hold the gap. And at this moment, we think that Vaughn's car is the less wounded of the two.
What a great week of racing it has been, and we are down to our final lap for the 4,400 race presented by Good Boy Vodka. This is a great week of racing. We still have a lot more yet to come tonight and all day tomorrow, so tune in, check out a little bit of everything. There is Brian Crofts up and over the Yukon launch.
Yeah, Brian Crofts is going to move into physical third place and third place on adjusted time. He's been sitting in fourth pretty much since the start of this race. So a nice consistent run here from Brian Crofts.
Through the Brannick Bowl, he'll be crossing over the race line, start, finish, and grabbing the white flag for Brian Crofts, who is going to be now in third position with Tad Dowker, who spun out on his last lap. Tad Dowker was in third position and flopped over on the second to last lap. Tough break for him. But right now, on adjusted time, it is Vaughn Gittin Jr. 1.
In second place is Paul Wolf.
And in that third position, it is Brian Crofts. But we still have another lap to go. How's it going to stick? As we see Roger King right there at mile marker number 6.
Yeah, so Tad Dowker is now out the race. It's all about Phil McGlinton. Can he bring home a solid axle car in the top 4? But let's not forget he is doing battle with Shannon Campbell and with Levi Shirley. I believe, is that our...
That's Shannon Campbell, I believe.
Does look like Shannon, doesn't it? Yes. And
look how wide. So when we got here, the field was completely green with grass, and now half that field is completely torn up.
And this is Levi Shirley making his way down through race marker 6. He'll be turning out the stream shortly and heading back up towards us. And I think he might have. Yes, he has. He's got a right rear flat tyre there.
And I'm getting an update from Pam down in the Amsoil hot pits. Tad Dowker lost an idler pulley. He did not roll over. I misheard over the Rugged Race radio. So tough break. That just goes to show you anything can take you out.
Again, this is so much water on the track. It soon breaks into the bearings. And once those bearings get water in them, it doesn't take long for them to degrade. And there's Christopher Branton being driven by Ryan Webb. Just making his way down past.
With those huge USD sticky tires?
He must need some comedy power to turn those.
Oh,
they are
absolutely.
amazing. I love the look of them, though. And I was thinking earlier, if this had been a wet race, just where would he have come with those tyres, with those extra aggression?
There's some pretty meaty tires, that is for sure. Looks like that is Pip Justice, I believe, heading up towards the Brannick bump. He'll go up and over the Yukon launch, and he is still trucking. Hopefully, he can keep it on all 4 tires around this next corner.
Yeah, has you wondering to yourself, what would have happened if he hadn't have rolled on this top edge? Because Pip's pace has been absolutely fantastic.
He's currently sitting in that 8th position.
But let's not forget, Levi has got a flat tyre, so Pip will be able to ping some time back out of Levi. But we did see that Shannon was still on the charge. That's great stuff. And at the moment, on adjusted time, Pip Justice moves into 7th position. But Levi Shirley will be coming in after him.
Let's roll over the top 10 on our Optima Batteries leaderboard. Sitting in that 10th position is Glenn Page.
In 9th is Jonathan Dawes.
In 8th position, Levi Shirley.
In 7th is Pip Justice.
In 6th position, Shannon Campbell.
In 5th is Phil McGlinton.
In 4th is Tad Dowker.
But we know that Tad is now out, so we're going to shift these up. So Phil McGlinton moves into 4th. In 3rd, it is Brian Crofts.
In 2nd is Paul Wolf, physically out front, but Vaughn has him wrapped up.
He does indeed. And there's still so much more action to come on this course. Let's not forget, though, they are on the final lap of this race. What has Paul got for us? Can Paul pull out something spectacular to steal the win away from Vaughn? It's IFS UFO versus IFS Triton cars.
And what a great race we have. It's going to be down to the absolute wire between Paul Wolf and Vaughn Gittin Jr. And Tad Dowker had a bad luck with that idler pulley, just dropped out. So Brian Crofts moves back into 3rd place. They've kind of been trading spots back and forth, but you can't cat out Philip McGilton either.
No, exactly. So it's LS Power versus Ford Power as Vaughn and Paul push for the finish line. I love this, Miles. It's absolutely fantastic. What an incredible weekend of racing here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am at Mid-America Outdoors here in Jay, Oklahoma, USA.
And we know Pam will be heading towards the hideout to give away those 360 wrapped laser nut trophies here in just a little bit. And that'll wrap up the Ultra 4 USA Visions Week. What a great week it has been.
So we're just looking there. That is Shannon Campbell making his way through race mile 6.
So, yes, if we haven't seen Paul at race mile 6, yes, we have 3 minutes.
And just look at this weather. It's absolutely fantastic. Right now, who is this?
That is Glenn Page, if I'm not
It is,
mistaken,
yep.
mile marker number 6.
And Glenn Page, he's got the bit between... And do you know what? I'm not sure that is. I think that might be Phil McGlinton, because he was chasing down Shannon Campbell. But I might be wrong.
We'll leave that
The pace was right. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we've got
We'll
more
leave
cars
that up
coming
for
around here
debate.
now.
That is Roger King coming across the race line start-finish.
And this is Levi Shirley with that right rear flap.
The white flag is out for the rest of
Oh,
the
look at this
competitors.
now. This must mean that Paul is at race mile 6.
As he's splashing through the creek.
I'm loving this in-car footage.
Oh,
Just
look at that.
the
Inside
pace.
and outside coverage right there at
Okay.
mile marker number 6. So how far back, let's stay with this camera shot, how far back is Vaughn Gittin Jr.? We're patiently awaiting. Oh, he's starting to get a little bit of a lead. Where is Vaughn? He is not right on his heels. So this could be an issue. Let's stay here and wait. We're waiting for Vaughn Gittin Jr. He was all over Paul Wolf, but now he has dropped off pace.
Where is Vaughn?
Paul Wolf has to beat Vaughn Gittin Jr. by 40 seconds, and I'm going to say we're sniffing up on that 40-second mark
I'd say
right
we're
now.
about 20, I reckon, right now. 25 on my unofficial
brain clock.
Yeah, you got it, which has always let me down. I shouldn't rely on it.
Wow, Vaughn
Oh,
Gittin
look
Jr.
at this. Where is
is
Vaughn?
off pace now, so it is back to Paul Wolf on adjusted time and physical out front. Paul Wolf has battled the attrition and is making it happen. Tough break for Vaughn Gittin Jr. Where's he at? Is he off pace or is he off course?
We're not sure right now. All we can do is guess. But it's all about that young man, Paul Wolf. He started in pole position this morning. He won the rock bouncing last night in both the UTV and the big car classes. Has he got what it takes to bring home the win here? To be the winner at the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am here at Mid-America Outdoors, Jay, Oklahoma, USA.
So now we're over the minute and a half mark. Still have not seen Vaughn Gittin Jr. Moving along with Ryan Miller riding shotgun. Still no Vaughn Gittin Jr. This is a heartbreaker. We saw Cade doing so well earlier. He drops off. Paul had brake issues. Got back on the course. Vaughn gets around him. Has an issue. Paul gets out front. And now Vaughn's pulled back off somewhere having issues. What a heartbreaker. There's been so many issues going on.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to be rounding out. There is Paul Wolf going through back traffic.
Paul Wolf is about a mile out from grabbing the checkered flag here for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Week for Ultra 4 USA 4400 Unlimited, presented by Good Boy Vodka.
Yeah, that was Jonathan Dawes just crossing the race line, start-finish line there. And this is Paul Wolf.
Riding on board with our physical race leader and on adjusted time. Wow, Jim, what a race. And that is Hunter Sparrow. I still don't think we've seen Vaughn Gittin Jr. come through mile marker 6.
We haven't yet.
What a heartbreaker. I was so excited to see it down to the wire. But Paul Wolf is driving an amazing, amazing race.
Yeah, Paul Wolf is really pulling out the stops now. Absolutely fantastic stuff as Shannon Campbell comes into view.
Well, Shannon Campbell could move up a couple spots. He's still in the hunt for a podium position, possibly, because Tad Dowker's out. Is Vaughn out? We are not sure. But Paul Wolf just hit the trip, heads
check
up
this
loop.
out. Check this out. Shannon Campbell will move into third position if Vaughn Gittin Jr. is out. So Shannon Campbell is chasing a podium. And you can see here, Paul Wolf has now got his visor open.
He is 20 seconds away. He comes up and around. We should see him coming around. Paul Wolf grabbing the checkered flag. Jim, this is a great race.
And this is Paul Wolf. Check this out. This U-man is the talent beyond. And he's going to cross the race line, start-finish line. Paul Wolf is our first across the line here at Mid-America Outdoors and Visions 2023.
Our unofficial race winner is Mr. Paul Wolf. What a great, great drive all week long by Mr. Paul Wolf and that UFO Joe Thompson built machine. And Philip McGilton is going to be a lap down, but that's putting him at right now in that fourth position.
Yeah, but he's going to drop that because he's only completed 8 laps, whereas Shannon Campbell has gone out for his 9th. So Shannon Campbell looks like that he has made the move that he needed to, but it's all about this guy now, and the stopwatch is on. We are now waiting for Vaughn Gittins Jr.
Where is Vaughn? That is the name of the game right now. How far back is he? Is he still moving? Is he stopped? We do not know. So this could bring Brian Crofts into that second position, possibly.
Yeah, so as soon as this trip's over, I'm just watching the clock now. We've got about around 10, 20 seconds, and the trip hasn't clicked. This is going to be Paul Wolf's race, I think.
I don't think Brian Crofts is in the hunt for first place, but it's looking like he's fighting for second and third right now. And a great shot of the smiling Paul Wolf. He battled, he overcame, he adapted, and he made it happen.
And that's it. That is it. Unofficially, Paul Wolf is now our champion.
And look at Bailey Campbell. No, that is Brian Crofts at mile marker number 6.
So we're going to see Brian Crofts back here in around about 3 minutes' time.
We don't think we've seen Vaughn, so that's physical second, we do believe. Wow, 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 Jim.
What a race. This is why we love Ultra 4 racing. It is the best off-road racing in the world, bar none other.
What an amazing week it has been down here. So much fun. What a great day. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It looks like a great, great time.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf there, he looks absolutely fantastic. He's got stories to tell, and I'm looking forward to catching up with him later today.
But I do believe it's going to be Cade Rod who takes home that fastest lap award. But Paul Wolf takes home 2 checks last night for rock bouncing, and it looks like he's going to lock down first place in the 4,400 Unlimited class, unofficially.
Yeah, he loves racing here. Last year had a complete Paul Wolf lockout, winning almost every single thing, and it's not far off that here today.
As we see Chad and Caden Hunt going through mile marker number 6 through that creek section.
And they've got a left side rear flat.
What a tough, tough course we have here.
The wonderful thing about this course is it offers a little bit of everything. If you work with this course, it will work with you. But if you allow it to bite you, it will bite you hard. And we've seen our race winner, our unofficial race winner, Paul Wolf, come around with no flats.
He had an amazing race all day long. The only time we saw him in the Amsoil Haas pits was with that brake issue. They were able to get him in and out in under 2 minutes. Looks like, is this going to be Hunter Sparrow, I do believe. Yes, it is number 72 up and over the Yukon launch. So Hunter Sparrow will be getting that checkered flag. But he is down a lap or 2.
I'm just going to give you some other news here as well. Fastest lap has just fallen to Paul Wolf with a 13:33.
Whoa, we were paying attention to other things, and Paul Wolf just shaved off, what's that, about 40 seconds off his fastest lap? What a great run. He left it all on the line on that. What's that, 9th and final lap?
Yeah, so this is Hunter Sparrow. He knew that Vaughan was pushing him. He knew that he had to do something special. And Hunter Sparrow crosses the line there. And we've got Pam. Looks like Pam is going to be speaking to Paul Wolf very soon. But we are waiting.
We're going to wait for Brian Crofts. He should be in here in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, Brian Crofts has had a fantastic race. Again, we've only seen him in the pits one time. So the action still continues here. Now, what's the attrition rate going to be for this race? 50%?
At least. It has bitten a lot of people. And again, I just want to thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza. And this has been the 4,400 Unlimited Ultra 4 USA race presented by Good Boy Vodka. And it's been so much fun, so much action. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in.
Yeah, as our drone gets a new battery. That's a great view there. Get to see our guys in action. See Chip McLaughlin's car. Now, I can hear a car.
Hey, here we go. There's Vaughn Gittin Jr. at mile marker number 6, so he got back and going. But Brian Crofts just tripped the heads-up loop, so Brian Crofts should lock down second position. He comes up and out around the Brannock Bowl, and Brian Crofts, it looks like he's going to grab second place.
Brian Crofts, he makes his way towards the finish line now. He'll be crossing the race lane start finish. He takes the checkered flag, and Brian Crofts is unofficially second here at Visions 2023. What a race, Miles.
So much fun going on. But we should have Vaughn Gittin Jr. in here in the next 3 to 4 minutes. What happened with Vaughn? What a heartbreaker. He was all over Paul's tail, but Paul threw down that smoking fast run. He may have got him just on time. Who knows?
This is interesting, actually, because we saw Shannon Campbell blow through here quite some time ago. Is it possible that Shannon Campbell can still beat Vaughn on adjusted time? Shannon started in 13th position, and Vaughn started in 3rd. So, 20-second increments.
3 minutes and 20 seconds at my quick math? I don't know. It's going to be close.
It's going to be very close indeed.
But Vaughn was stopped for how long? We don't know.
Exactly. But what we do know is that this course has been speeding up towards the end. And we saw that for definite by Paul Wolf laying down the absolutely blistering sub-14-minute lap.
So the fastest lap was a 14:06 yesterday. Today was a 14:08. And then on his last lap, a 13:33. So shaved off 30 seconds. 35 seconds. Wow.
The man is an unbelievable talent. I don't know how he does it, where he finds that extra gear. We'll have no idea. But he does that.
And that's with not having perfect brakes as well. But the sun is out. The track is starting to tack up really nice. So what a great race. Last year we were worried about the dust. And this year, picture perfect race conditions.
Yeah, so just watching there, Brian Crofts making his way across.
Giving a handshake to Paul Wolf, Brian Crofts. Excited to see everybody here. You can still see everybody's fans still running. The engines are off, but those fans are still trying to cool down these motors after they've been running wide open for 2+ hours.
Now, that's interesting. I think both those cars are running stock LSX motors. Now, an LSX is a very aggressive 554 motor, putting out around about sort of 650, but it's not the big horsepower that we've seen out there with other vehicles, pushing those big Danzios and other style engines. And we've seen Brian Crofts and Paul Wolf have gone away from those big sort of engines and gone back to something, dare I say, a little bit more rugged.
Yeah, Paul Horschel dropped out earlier. You're talking about Big Danzio. He dropped out earlier. Haven't heard much from him.
Ben Miller.
Right there, Ben Miller. And here is Chad and Caden Hunt with a left rear flat tire. They've been driving on that for multiple mile markers.
Yeah, they have indeed. But they're bringing it home.
Chad Hunt a couple laps down, but still brought it home.
Absolutely. But right now, it's all about Vaughn Gittin Jr. Where is Vaughn? Where is Shannon Campbell? This is the battle for 3rd position.
Where is Phil McGilton?
Yeah, I think he's had a problem. He seemed to drop back down again.
I'm wrong, because Phil's already crossed. He did not go out for another lap,
exactly,
so he was off pace. So Phil McGilton is a lap down technically. So it is between Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Shannon Campbell to wrap up 3rd position. I think those are the only two that can get it. So it depends on how long Vaughn Gittin Jr. was pulled over. But what an amazing, amazing race.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Shannon Campbell and Vaughn Gittin Jr. are the only ones who are out on their 9th lap. I find this absolutely incredible, Miles.
It is amazing out here. So much fun has been had out here. I just can't process it all.
A massive shout out to the Ultra 4 crew and to our production crew who've been able to bring us these incredible images from Visions 2023 at Mid-America Outdoors as more vehicles make their way around the course.
And there's Levi Shirley coming into mile marker number 6. And like you were saying, Jim, a huge shout-out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, media, the AOE crew, safety, USAC racers, fans, and marketing partners.
And this is Pip Justice making his way around to complete his 8th lap. He won't make the podium, but he's had a fantastic race. We saw him just plop it onto his side earlier on. I think that was around about lap 2, maybe 3. They got him righted, and off he went once again.
But he has had a great run, except for that one little incident. But other than that, it's been a rock-solid day for Pip Justice in Donkey, all the way from Australia, with Diamond Dave riding shotgun, grabbing the checkered flag. Again, he is a lap down. It's still a race between Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Shannon Campbell.
Yeah, we're just waiting now to try and get eyeballs on them. We're waiting for our early trip to tell us when they're coming in. We've seen them both pass through race mile 6, so they should literally be minutes away. Yeah, it looks like Vaughn has just tripped the loop. Now, what have we got? Something like 3 minutes between Vaughn and Shannon?
My quick math is 3 minutes and 20 seconds before we see Vaughn has to beat Shannon Campbell by 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So here comes Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Eric Davis in that Triton Engineering 2-seat, beautifully built machine. He'll come around the Brannock Bowl and then head towards the race line, start-finish. We have eyeballs on him. Jim, what a race.
Fantastic race. So it's Vaughn Gittin Jr. making his way towards the finish line now. The checker flag is waving. Vaughn crosses the line.
And I'm going to start my unofficial stopwatch to see how far back Shannon Campbell is. Like I said, he's got about a 3-minute window. We'll see who's going to land on that third position. Let's wait for Shannon, because if he shows up in 3 minutes, 20 seconds, he steals it from Vaughn. Let's wait for 3.5 more minutes. So Shannon Campbell has about 3 minutes to get in here. Is he going to be able to bump out Vaughn Gittin Jr.? We have 3 minutes to go. Jim, it's going to be down to the wire.
It is indeed, and this is all about strategy now. Is Shannon's radio still working? Does he still have an antenna or an aerial or whatever you want to call it on his roof? Does he still have a radio that works? I can hear a vehicle. I'm not sure if that's going to be Shannon or not, but the question is, has he got a pit crew that can tell him, stand on it, Shannon, you're on a chance for a podium here?
What a great race. Again, thanks to everyone who is here on site and back at home all over the world checking out Ultra 4 Racing USA at its finest. So I'm at the minute 6 mark, so about 2 more minutes before we see if Shannon Campbell.
Yeah, let's not forget this is a whole weekend of racing for our Ultra 4 classes. And yesterday it was all about the 4900 stock UTVs. In third was Mitchell Riccioli. In second was Byron Starrett. And in first was Jason Wofford.
And then the UTV Open in third place was Cody Quattlebaum. And that second was Philip Pohl. And winning was Ian Dickey.
And then in the 4900 Pro Mods, it was Carl Cheney in third, Corey Willis in second, and an amazing drive from Todd Beckett in first place.
In the 4600 Spider Track stock class, it was John Rance in third. Second was Lauren Healy, and first was Sergio Pinellius.
In the 4500 modified class, it was Dwayne Garrison in third, Rick Lavezzo in second, and first was Cody Sinclair.
In the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class, in third position was Ryan Taylor. In second, Woody Rose, and in winning the Legends class was Jeremy Jones. I think we have about another minute to 10 seconds to see if we can find Shannon Campbell. Here comes Levi Shirley. He is a lap down, but he'll be grabbing the checkered flag here momentarily. But how far? Ooh, I might hear Shannon Campbell. Is that him? Definitely Levi Shirley on site.
That's Bailey Campbell.
Yes, Bailey Campbell, who is
Levi's
a lap
crossing
down.
the line, followed by Bailey Campbell crossing the line and taking the checkered flag. Both of them are a lap down.
So it looks like Levi's going to bump into that 7th, and Bailey gets in that 8th position.
But I think Shannon might have a problem, because I reckon that Shannon should have been here by now. We saw him.
I think we have about 40 seconds before we have to give up on Shannon Campbell. And I don't see him on the heads-up loop. What a heartbreaker for Shannon.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Shannon might have a problem out there on course at the moment.
So if he hasn't crossed that loop here in about the next 5-10 seconds, it's going to be an unofficial third place for Vaughn Gittin Jr. Second place, Brian Crofts, and I think Paul Wolf just took the win. So yes, my time is over, so I think we have Pam Hall down there to have a quick chat with Paul Wolf.
Oh, look at this. Shannon Campbell's just popped up on our thing. Shannon Campbell has just tripped the loop, but I think he's going to miss this by 20 seconds.
Wow. So here comes Shannon Campbell on the bike, on the gas, all the way down. But, yeah, I think he's going to be about 30 to 45 seconds off pace to grab that podium. But everything is on adjusted time. We need to dot our I's and cross our T's. And the drone takes a shot.
So Shannon Campbell is going to be coming round the Brannock bump at any moment now. He's just been gone over the Yukon launch, and this is Shannon Campbell, 3-time king, making his way down the start-finish straight, and he will be crossing the race line start-finish.
Well, I'm looking at live.ultra4racing.com, and it does look like Shannon Campbell gets 4th position. So unofficial third goes to Vaughn Gittin Jr.
So it looks like we've got Pan is with Paul Wolf over at the vehicles. So any minute now, what an incredible race we've had today. It's been absolutely amazing. But let's get down to Pam and find out what race winner Paul Wolf has to say about this. I love this.
Hey everybody, here at the finish line with our unofficial winner, Paul Wolf. You ran an amazing race out there. You didn't have a completely clean race though. You had a little bit of an issue. Give us a little rundown.
Yeah, so we were running real hard. Car was holding up great, protecting tires, all that kind of stuff. Nitto tires held great. And we started developing a brake issue. I noticed the brakes started going away really like lap 2. And they steadily kept getting worse and worse. And then they got to where I had absolutely no brakes. And so I limped it around. I had to come in. We, I think, caught a tree on our antenna and ripped our antenna off the top of the roof. So I had no communications. So our rugged radios were working, but the antenna was gone, so I couldn't talk. And then I let them know I knew what I needed, went out, made a lap with no brakes, come back in, and the guys out there in my pit, they jumped in, put fluid in it. They actually put a pair of vice grips on the brake line that was broke, clamped it off, and I actually had the best brakes I had all race the last 2 laps. And so I took off, got back around Vaughn, and I knew Vaughn was trying to hunt me down. I don't think I had like a little bit. I knew I had to gap him because he started behind me. Yeah, about 30 seconds. So I went ahead and ran, and I come around making the last lap, and he was right there. I could see him in the fields, so I knew he was close, and so I knew I had to just let it hang out. And everything held strong. This UFO car is a beast. We raced last night, went end over end in it, still came back and won the knockout, turned around, brought it here this morning, raced with the best, some of the best racers in the world, and we able to come out on top. This UFO car is just flat impressive. And then all the sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, Mid-America Outdoors. This park out here is awesome. It's going to get better and better. I'm super excited to see it. Raceline wheels, and then, of course, some Radflow shocks and Wayne Israelson tuning them. It just makes an awesome combination. And this car held strong all day. No broken parts other than the brake line.
Well, congratulations on your unofficial first place out here at Visions 2023. We'll get you later on top of the box, so congratulations.
Thank you. And I got to thank my wife. She came out here. She's pregnant right now, and she's been out here supporting me all week. And if she ain't a trooper, I don't know who is. And the same thing with Chris and Heidi Hickman. For some reason, they let me drive their car and let me live my dream, and I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, Lainey, your daughter right here. Lainey, are you excited to be a big sister?
Yeah.
Well, we're excited for you as well. But, Paul, congratulations again. And Miles, Jim, back to you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Absolutely fantastic stuff there. We love speaking with Paul Wolf. He's such a talented young man and always so humble when on the finishing line.
So much fun, so much action that has happened. What a great race. Thank you, Pam and Paul Wolf, for that little chat. And I love his daughter, Lainey's right there all up in the action. That just goes to show you it is family first here at Ultra 4 USA. And we just saw Jonathan Dawes cross the line in 8th position for his second race back at Ultra 4. Great job by him. And look at his front bumper. That's from last night during the America Pro Rock Knockout. He won that, but it took a little toll to it. So he's going to have a little work to do when he gets home, but he's got some checks to help out with that.
Yeah, he has indeed, Miles. Now, we were both down there watching this. It was an absolutely incredible display, wasn't it? That racing last night was absolutely remarkable, and Paul Wolf had to put it all on the line to be able to win it and make that judgment. And he actually crossed the line in mid-air before nose darting it, or should I say lawn darting it, straight into the ground.
So he entered 4 different races and won 3 of them. The only race he didn't win, he didn't even start it. Paul Wolf is an absolute animal behind the wheel.
Yeah, and we've had only 4 vehicles actually complete 9 laps of this grueling 8-mile course. So unofficially in 4th now, it is the legend himself, Shannon Campbell.
And in that 5th position is Philip McGilton.
And in 3rd, it was Vaughan Keaton Jr.
I'm going the wrong way.
You are going the wrong way.
But and 2nd is Brian Crofts.
And we were just talking to him. It was Paul Wolf. What a wonderful weekend of racing, Mars. And let's just look back one more time. Yesterday, and it seems like can't have just been yesterday.
It seems like a week ago.
Yeah, exactly. We had that incredible qualifying runs where we saw Paul Wolf laying down that remarkable run. The UTVs, we saw them.
Jay Shaw,
Jay Shaw putting down a 43 seconds, and it didn't look like it was going to get beaten until right at the last moment there. Step up Paul Wolf one more time. 41 seconds to take that pole sitting spot. Absolutely remarkable stuff. Then after the qualifying, we then had the UTV racing yesterday, and then of course we had the 4500 Spider Tracks modified classes, and we've got multiple winners in there. In the 4900 stock UTVs, we had Jason Wofford walking away with the trophy. In the 4900 open UTVs, it was Ian Dickey walking away with the win. In the 4900 Pro Mods, Todd Beckett beating a stacked field to win the Pro Mods. A remarkable drive.
I want to follow up on that. Kyle Cheney just didn't win his first Ultra 4 race this season. He was in third place in the Pro Mod, but Todd Beckett drove the race of his life.
Absolutely. And in the 4600 stock class, we also saw Sergio there, Pinilios. He made an incredible drive in John Schaefer's Jeep to beat the ever so dominant Broncos. Remarkable stuff. Then it was the 4500 Yukon modified class, and it was Cody Sinclair that took the checkered flag and the first spot. Then in the 48 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, it was Jeremy Jones that rose victorious in his Trent Fab car. What a few days of racing.
And don't forget, we had the Youth 170s this morning with Jacob Williamson taking that win. That young man, all the way from California, came out here and put the hammer down on that factory Polaris and won it. A 30-minute 1-mile loop, 25 kids on course. It was fun to watch.
You know what? That was some of the best racing we've seen all weekend.
Absolutely.
It was absolutely brilliant. I believe Jacob laid down 21 laps in that time. A remarkable display, and I'm looking forward to seeing the career he has ahead of him.
That is the future of our sport right there. But if you're just tuning in, we just were wrapping up the 4400 Unlimited race presented by Good Boy Vodka during the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza.
I'm getting results up. I've been arguing with Pam right now.
So here we are. There's car 9 there belonging to Brian Crofts. Campbell single-seat chassis. Behind it was the UFO of our race winner, or the unofficial race winner, Paul Wolf. We always say unofficial, and the reason for that is all the teams have 30 minutes to file a red card if there's an issue or a problem out on racecourse. And so until we're absolutely certain that there's no red cards being filed or there is no problems out on course, we always call the results unofficial.
What a great run. Wow, this was so much fun. Remember, this was a double points race as well, so Paul is looking really good in that UFO, but it hurt him in the Can-Am yesterday, so it's a little give and take there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very sad. He would have just wanted to across the line. In fact, I'm amazed that he didn't just push it across the line just to take a start, but I think the vehicle has to be running before it can start. So he couldn't even take those little points. So as you say, it will hurt his points championship in the Pro Mod class. But right now, he won't be worrying about that. Right now, he'll be enjoying every single moment.
And there's Vaughn Gittin Jr. talking with our own Pam Hall, trying to get some insider information. Hopefully we'll have a quick chat with them here shortly. Is our drone still cruising around? Still clipping some trees.
Yeah, doing a bit of tree surgery.
Oh, he lands her upside down. These drone pilots have done an amazing job all weekend long, as well as the entire broadcast crew.
All right, guys, here we go. We're going to have Pam with Vaughn getting to find out what happened in the race.
Okay, so Pam Hall's down there with Vaughn Gittin Jr. She's going to be chatting to him, finding out what happened in this race. Miles, I'm looking forward to hearing this. Pam, what do you got for us?
I am here with Vaughn Gittin Jr. You guys were battling out, you and Paul Wolf, this whole entire race. You at one point got past him when he was sitting in the pits, and then all of a sudden he was back past you. So give us a little rundown of what happened and why you ended up falling back at the end of the race here, because we thought you were going to come in neck and neck.
Yeah, we ran a really clean race. I love the woods like this. That's where I grew up on the East Coast, so ripping through that was a lot of fun. We were running a clean race. I knew we were right on Paul and just trying to keep it clean. And when we came down through the start, they told us he's in the pit. So we kept cruising. And then as soon as we turned into the woods, truck shut off. Trying to crank it. Paul came in, bumped the back of my tire. The truck fired off. I back up, and now I'm chasing Paul through the woods. And we're running through the woods, like just keeping him in sight. I knew I had him on corrected. So I'm like, don't do anything stupid. Just run him. Truck cut off. Wouldn't fire. Fired back up. That happened like 10 times on the last lap. And I think what happened, the last 2-3 laps when the truck was high loaded at high RPM, it would misfire. So I think we damaged something in the water. Maybe a spark plug wire got wet, arced, something like that. And so when it got that when it was getting a certain frequency or a certain feedback, it shut the motor down and then it wouldn't fire. So we were at lap 5, just getting into the creek. Truck shut off. I'm like, I'm firing it. It's sitting there, roar, roar, roar. Shout out to Optima Battery. You saved this race for us. And I'm like, Eric, are we just going to call it? Do we go get stuck in the creek? And as soon as I said that, truck fired off. Then we get in the creek. 10 feet from finishing the creek, a car pulls behind us. We're stopped. Cranking, fires off. And we just limped it back at the best pace we could in first gear and got here just in time to seal third place. So, it was a really clean race. Shout out to the Fun Haver Off-Road team. Nitto Tire, this is just an unbelievable course. Mud, all the terrains, hard pack, dust, and we just had all the grip all weekend. And so, it was quite the battle. And Ultra 4, there's nothing like it. It just takes everything out of you, out of your team, mental, physical, wet, dry. Pam's talking about how hot she is, and I'm like freezing cold right now. So, and I'm grateful to be at Mid-America Outdoors because I can go jump in the pool right now. So sorry about your filters in advance.
Well, congratulations on the unofficial third position right now. But who else would you like to thank for getting you over here?
Yeah, I got to thank Fox Shocks, the live valve shocks on this thing, just like the Raptors, are just unbelievable. Of course, Ford Performance, the entire Bronco team, Can-Am filters, Gear Wrench tools. They keep us going all the time. And Optima batteries, like I said, we were cranking. I mean, we had 9 volts at one point, and they still fired this crazy Ford Performance high compression motor off. So really grateful. You got to have the right equipment, and we're grateful we got the right partners and right equipment to finish a race like this. So rock and roll. Shout out to everybody that's out. I know y'all are hanging out in the pool at Mid-America Outdoors. I know y'all are at home, so much love. And hi, Abby, Gunner, and Grayson. Love you guys, and see you tomorrow.
Congratulations to Vaughn Gittin Jr. on that number 3 spot unofficially. Go ahead and get on over to that pool.
Well, thank you, Pam, and it's great to hear from Vaughn Gittin Jr. We were speculating, and it was an electrical, some kind of issue with his engine, so drivability bit him a little bit, but he was able to save that third-place position. What a great race, and it was such a fun battle there at the end between Vaughn and Paul. So here's going to be our good boy official results. In 10th position is Tad Dowker.
In 9th position is Bailey Campbell.
In 8th position is Jonathan Dawes.
In 7th is Levi Shirley.
In 6th position is Pip Justice.
In 5th is Philip McGlinton.
In 4th is Shannon Campbell.
In 3rd, we just saw him chatting to Pam, is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And in 2nd place is Brian Crofts.
But it's all about that man. He's dominating here this weekend. It is Mr. Paul Wolf.
A Mid-America Outdoors ambassador, and that is exactly what we did there. So thanks, Good Boy Vodka, for those official results.
All right. Hey, guys, now we're going to go down to Pam with our second place finish.
So right now we're going to head on down to Pam, and she's chatting down there with Brian Crofts. Now Brian's going to have some stories to tell, so let's see what he has to say. Pam, what have you got for us?
Over here with Brian Crofts, you are unofficially in that second position right now. How do you feel?
Wet, but amazing day. Probably one of the funnest races I've done so far, so really excited.
Well, you're saying it was wet out there. You're saying it's fun. It was an amazing course. JT Taylor, he came out here. He created a course that he wanted you guys to have fun on, but it was also difficult in some of the areas. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the trees were definitely a difficult thing for us. We're 92 inches wide, so it does make it a little tight for us, but, he did an amazing job. The track dried out. As you can see, the sun's out right now, and the dust came out, and the traction was just amazing.
Well, it was an amazing day out there. You were on it the whole entire time. You did come in with one flat at one point. Any other issues out there?
Yeah, so I came in with a right rear flat. Pit crew changed it in about 5 minutes. The next lap, I ended up having to come back in. I lost a winch motor off the front of the winch, and luckily they were able to pull it off and get me back out, and I just kept pushing.
Well, you're up here second place right now, unofficially. Congratulations. Who helped you get up here today?
Biggest one is my family. Bailey Campbell, as she's a finisher as well and a racer. She's my biggest supporter, as well as my mom and dad. CB Motorsports is myself. I put myself here. Nitto, Fox Shocks, and FTA. They do FK. They do everything for me to help me get here. But if it wasn't for my family, I wouldn't be here. And again, thank you for the whole entire Campbell crew.
Awesome. Well, congratulations up here in the second place, and we'll see you later on.
Yes, you will.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from Brian Crofts. What a race he's had out there today. Absolutely remarkable stuff, and I'm sure he'll be very happy indeed with his second place. But what a weekend of racing. What a weekend of Ultra 4 action here at Visions 2023 at Mid-America Outdoors.
There's been so much stuff going on. It's been so amazing watching everything go down. I've had so much fun. I hope you all have too. So thanks again for a great weekend of racing for our double points race during Visions for Ultra 4 USA. From the entire broadcast crew at AOE and Speed Sport TV, I am Miles Haswis alongside Jim Marsden and Pam Hall. Thank you, and we will see you in Pottsville, Pennsylvania at Famous Reading Outdoors July 27th through the 30th. We will see you there.